Warning: the case you're about to hear was recovered from the restricted British Museum archive. Its contents have never been authorised for public release. Proceed at your own discretion. The British Museum. Sub-Basement 3. Department of Anomalous Antiquities. My name is Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Senior Archivist, Custodian of Restricted Collections. What you are about to hear has been recovered from sealed files, letters, journals, and testimonies once thought too disturbing for public record. Every statement you hear is drawn from Britain's forgotten centuries, the whispered history that hides between faith and fear. These are the National Occult Archives, filed, preserved, never closed. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1547, a classification, Priest Testament. Date of statement 9th of October 1547. Location County Clare, Ireland. Author Father Colm O'Brien. Testament of Strange Happenings. Father Colm O'Brien, do record what I witnessed in the stone cottage beyond the village. The family called for me 3 nights running. Each time I found them huddled together in fear. The father spoke of footsteps crossing the floor above, while all slept below. I climbed the ladder to inspect the upper room. Nothing remained there but old straw and dust. Yet that night, as we sat in silence, the footsteps came again. Heavy boots crossed from wall to wall, back and forth, without cease. I called out in Latin, demanding the presence make itself known. The footsteps stopped. Then they started again, faster this time. The family's youngest child pointed to the ceiling. She said a man walked there, though we could see nothing. She described his clothes in detail, the garments of a farmer from generations past. I blessed the room with holy water. The walking continued through my prayers. The mother wept and asked what sin had brought this upon them. I could give her no answer. We spent that night in the cottage, none of us sleeping. The footsteps never ceased until dawn broke. In the morning, I searched the ground outside. The cottage stood alone on empty land. No structure had ever existed above it. Yet the child insisted the man walked in a room that was not there. The family abandoned the cottage within a week. I visited the place alone one final time. In the silence of afternoon, I heard nothing. But as darkness fell, the footsteps returned, slow and deliberate, crossing a floor that did not exist. I left before full night came. The cottage stands empty now. Local people avoid the road that passes it. They say the walking never stops. Some nights, travellers hear it from the path outside. Footsteps crossing a room that was never built. I have no explanation to offer. The phenomenon continues regardless of prayer or blessing. Whatever walks above that cottage exists beyond my understanding. Father Colm O'Brien County, Clare, Ireland, 9th October 1547. Archivist note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Document recovered from Clare Diocesan Records during church renovation, 1987. Local land surveys confirm no second story ever existed at this location. The cottage foundation remains visible today. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1623B. Classification Physician's account. Date of statement 21st May 1623. Location County Cork, Ireland. Author Dr. William Hayes. Account of a peculiar affliction. Why, Dr. William Hayes, do record the strange case of the Brennan household. I was summoned to attend to the eldest, daughter. She had fallen into a state of constant trembling. No fever accompanied this condition. Her pulse remained steady and strong, yet she shook without pause, unable to hold even a cup of water. I examined her thoroughly and found no physical cause. The family revealed she had been well until visiting the old ring fort. She returned from that place changed. The trembling began that very evening. I prescribed various remedies, none of which brought relief. On my third visit, I observed something unusual. The girl spoke in her sleep, using words I did not recognize. Her mother said they were Old Irish, though the girl knew no such language. I sat with the family through the night to observe. As midnight passed, the girl's trembling increased. She sat upright in bed with eyes closed. Words poured from her mouth in that ancient tongue. Her voice sounded different, deeper and older than her own. The father grew pale and left the room. The mother made the sign of the cross repeatedly. I confess I felt unease, but maintained my medical observation. The girl spoke for near an hour without waking. Then she fell silent, and the trembling ceased. In the morning, she remembered nothing. She asked why we all looked so tired. I consulted with the parish priest about what I had witnessed. He knew the ring fort she had visited. Local people avoided it, considering it cursed ground. He agreed to visit the household with me. Together, we observed the same occurrence the following night. The priest recognized some of the words she spoke. They were prayers, but inverted in some terrible way. He attempted to bless the girl during her trance. She recoiled from the holy water as if burned. Yet when she woke, she bore no marks. The family moved away within the month. I heard later the girl recovered once she left that county. The trembling stopped as suddenly as it began. I have no medical explanation for what I witnessed. The case remains unlike any in my years of practice. Dr. William Hayes, County Cork, Ireland, 21st May, 1623. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Hayes's medical journal was acquired at auction in Dublin, 2003. The ring fort mentioned matches the location of Dunnasea, historically associated with supernatural warnings in local folklore. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1589C. Classification: Widow's testimony. Date of statement: 3rd November 1589. Location: County Galway, Ireland. Author: Widow Margaret Flaherty. Testimony concerning my husband's death. Margaret Flaherty: do give account of the days before my husband passed. We lived simply in a cottage near the boglands. My husband tended sheep and worked the small plot we owned. 3 weeks before he left this world, something changed. He claimed to hear his name called from the bog at night. I heard nothing, though I listened carefully. He became convinced someone needed help out there. Despite my pleas, he went searching twice. Both times he returned having found no one. The calls continued every night after dark. Always his name, always from the direction of the bog. He grew thin and tired, unable to sleep for listening. I begged him to ignore the voice. He said he could not, that something pulled at him. On the final night, he woke me in darkness. He said the calling was louder now, more urgent. I held his arm, but he pulled away. He walked out into the night before I could stop him. I followed with a lamp, calling his name. The bog mist had risen thick and low. I could see no more than a few feet ahead. I heard his footsteps, then silence. I called and called but received no answer. Dawn came and I sought help from neighbours. We searched for 2 days. They found him deep in the bog, in a place no man would walk. He lay peacefully, as if sleeping. No water filled his lungs. The doctor said his heart simply stopped. But I know what took him out there. I still hear the calling some nights. Not my name, but my husband's. The voice that summoned him has not left. I no longer go outside after dark. Others in the area have heard similar callings, always a familiar voice, speaking from the empty places. Those who follow never return the same. Some do not return at all. I remain in my cottage, doors bolted at nightfall. The bog keeps what it takes, and it calls for more. Margaret Flaherty County, Galway, Ireland, 3rd November 1589. Archivists. Note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Statement submitted to local magistrate as part of death inquiry. Similar phenomena reported across Irish boglands for centuries. Parish records note 3 other mysterious deaths in same area between 1587 to 1592. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1641D. Classification Monk's Record. Date of statement 14th July 1641. Location County Kerry, Ireland. Author Brother Sean McCarthy. Record of events at the Mountain Chapel. I, Brother Sean McCarthy, do record what happened during my time alone at the chapel. Our order maintains a small place of worship high in the mountains. Brothers take turns staying there for weeks of solitude and prayer. My turn came in the cold months. The chapel sits among ancient stones far from any village. I arrived as the previous brother departed. He looked tired and said little, only that I should bar the door at night. The first week passed in quiet devotion. I maintained the candles and said my prayers at the appointed hours. But on the 8th night, something changed. I woke to the sound of stone scraping against stone. It came from outside the chapel walls. I listened but did not investigate. The sound continued until dawn. The next night brought the same disturbance. This time I heard voices with it. Not speaking, but chanting in rhythm with the scraping. I recognized no words, though the sound was unmistakably human. Fear kept me inside. In daylight, I found nothing disturbed around the chapel. The ancient stones stood as they always had, yet the sounds returned each night, growing louder, coming closer to the door. I prayed through the hours of darkness. The chanting seemed to answer my prayers, mocking them. On the 14th night, the door shook. Something pressed against it from outside. I had barred it firmly, but still it rattled. The voices chanted louder now. I could hear many of them, surrounding the chapel. I prostrated myself before the altar and prayed. The shaking stopped. Then came scratching at the door, like fingernails on wood, deliberate and patient. This continued until morning light. When I finally opened the door, deep marks scored the wood, marks that could only have been made by human hands. But no footprints showed in the dirt outside. I left the mountain that day. My time was not finished, but I could not remain. The order has since abandoned that chapel. No brother will stay there now. Local people say the mountain belonged to others before our faith came, that we built our chapel on their sacred ground. Whatever inhabits that place resents our presence. Brother Sean McCarthy, County Kerry, Ireland, 14th July 1641. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Monastery records confirm the chapel's abandonment in 1641. Archaeological surveys identify pre-Christian stone circles within 50 meters of the structure. The door, now held in museum storage, shows unexplained markings consistent with the monk's description. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1572E. Classification: Magistrates Report. Date of statement: 6th January 1572. Location: County Wicklow, Ireland. Author: Magistrate Thomas Fitzgerald. Report on the abandoned manor, E. Magistrate Thomas Fitzgerald. Do submit findings regarding the Blackwood Manor property. The estate has stood empty for 3 generations. Multiple attempts to sell or lease it have failed. Each family departs within months, offering no explanation. The current owner requested I investigate the persistent vacancy. I arrived with 2 constables on a winter morning. The building showed no obvious defects. Stone walls remained sound, the roof intact. We entered through the main door and found furniture still in place. The last residents left their possessions behind. We began documentation of the rooms. In the east wing, we noted an unusual cold. Despite sealed windows, a draft moved through constantly. One constable remarked that the cold seemed to follow us. We tested this by moving between rooms. Indeed, the temperature dropped wherever we stood. In the upper gallery, we all heard it. A child's laughter, clear and close. We searched every room on that floor. No child was present, nor any sign of entry. Yet the laughter continued, moving ahead of us. Always just around the next corner, always out of sight. We descended to the main hall. The constables wished to leave. I insisted we complete our inspection. As we documented the ground floor, objects began to move. Small items at first, a cup sliding across a table, then a chair scraped backward with no one near it. We observed these movements in broad daylight. No rational cause presented itself. The constables refused to continue. I confess I shared their reluctance. We exited the manor and locked the door. From outside, we watched the windows. Shadows moved past them, though we had seen no one inside. The owner has since stopped seeking tenants. The property remains unoccupied. Local people give it wide passage. They claim the Blackwood family never truly left, that the manor holds them still, unwilling to release its residents. I can offer no official explanation, but I will not enter that building again. Magistrate Thomas Fitzgerald, County Wicklow, Ireland, 6th January 1572. Archivist note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Property Records, confirmed the manor's continuous vacancy from 1520 onward. The structure burned in 1893 under suspicious circumstances. Foundation remains show evidence of much older construction beneath the 16th century building. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1618F. Classification: Traveller's account. Date of statement: 28th March 1618. Location: County Mayo, Ireland. Author: Samuel Green. Merchant account of my journey through Mayo. Samuel Green. Do record events from my recent travels. My business takes me across Ireland regularly. I have travelled these roads for 20 years without incident. But last month, I encountered something that defies explanation. I was returning from delivering goods to a coastal village. The journey home required passing through empty countryside. Night fell sooner than expected due to heavy clouds. My horse grew nervous as darkness came. The road ahead showed no lights from any dwelling. I continued, knowing an inn lay some miles further. Then I saw a figure standing in the road, a woman in pale clothing, motionless in the middle of the path. I called out, asking if she needed assistance. She did not respond or move. My horse refused to go forward. I dismounted and approached on foot. As I drew closer, I saw her face. Beautiful but expressionless, staring at nothing. I spoke again, asking if she was lost. Her mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Then she raised one arm, pointing into the fields beside the road. I looked where she indicated and saw nothing. When I turned back, she was gone, simply vanished between one moment and the next. My horse stamped and pulled at his reins. I searched the immediate area and found no trace of her. No footprints showed in the soft earth. Unnerved, I mounted and continued quickly. I reached the inn an hour later. The innkeeper asked why I looked so shaken. I described the woman on the road. His face grew serious. He said others had reported the same figure, always in that exact spot, always pointing to the fields. 20 years ago, a young woman died there. Thrown from her horse, she lay in those fields for days. By the time searchers found her, life had already left her. The innkeeper said she still points toward where she fell, still tries to show travelers where she lies. Though her body rests in the churchyard, something remains. I have traveled that road twice since then, both times in daylight, and I hurried past that spot. I will not pass through there after dark again. Samuel Green, Merchant County, Mayo, Ireland, 28th March, 1618. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Green's account matches 7 other traveller testimonies collected from the same region between 1598 and 1647. Parish burial records confirm the death of Siobhan Moran in 1598, discovered in fields adjacent to the road described. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1595G. Classification: Farmer's Statement. Date of statement: 12th August 1595. Location: County Donegal, Ireland. Author: Patrick O'Donnell. Statement regarding my land. I, Patrick O'Donnell, do make statement about troubles on my property. I have farmed this land for 30 years. My father worked it before me, and his father before him. We have always known not to plough the North Field, an understanding passed down through generations. But this spring, I needed more land for planting. The North Field lay fallow and unused. I decided to break the old superstition. I hitched my ox and began to plough. The ground turned easily at first. Then the blade struck something hard. I cleared the soil and found a stone. Not a normal stone, but one clearly shaped by hands. Carvings covered its surface, worn by time. I should have stopped there. Instead, I removed the stone and continued. That night, the disturbances began. My animals grew restless, refusing to settle. The dogs barked at empty air. Chickens would not roost in their coop. I attributed it to coincidence. But the following night brought worse. I woke to the sound of digging. It came from outside, rhythmic and steady. I took a lamp and investigated. The North Field showed fresh disturbance. Not from plough, but from hands clawing at the earth. Long furrows had been dug in the soil, but I saw no one there. I returned to my house and secured the door. The digging continued until dawn. Each morning revealed more earth disturbed, always in the same pattern, always by unseen hands. My crops in that field withered despite good soil and rain. Nothing I planted there would grow. The other fields prospered, but the north field died. I stopped trying to farm it. Yet the digging persists. Every night, something works that soil. I have replaced the carved stone where I found it. The digging continues regardless. My family refuses to look at the north field after dark. We hear the sounds of labor there, digging, scraping, moving earth. But dawn shows only scattered soil and dead plants. Whatever I disturb by ploughing has not forgiven the intrusion. Patrick O'Donnell, County Donegal, Ireland, 12th August, 1595. Archivists, note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, O'Donnell. Donnell family sold the property in 1604. Subsequent owners reported similar phenomena. Archaeological examination in 1962 revealed Bronze Age burial sites beneath the north field. The carved stone mentioned remains unlocated. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1637H. Classification. Physician's notes. Date of statement 5th September 1637. Location County Limerick, Ireland. Author Dr. Edward Murphy. Notes on an unusual sleeping sickness. I, Dr. Edward Murphy, do record a case that troubles my understanding. A family in the countryside summoned me to attend their son. The boy, aged 12, had fallen into a deep sleep. No method could wake him. I examined him thoroughly upon arrival. His breathing remained steady, pulse normal. No fever or injury presented itself. Yet he would not wake, no matter the stimulus. The mother said he had been well until 3 days prior. He complained of tiredness after visiting the old church ruins. That night, he went to bed early and did not rise the next morning. I tried various methods to rouse him. Loud noises, strong scents, even pain brought no response. His eyes moved beneath closed lids as if dreaming, but he gave no sign of consciousness. I instructed the family to keep him comfortable. I returned daily to check his condition. On the 4th day, something changed. The boy began to speak in his sleep. His words came in Irish, though he normally spoke English. The mother translated for me. He described walking through endless fields, always searching for something he could not name. He spoke of figures in the distance who called to him. When he tried to reach them, they moved further away. He seemed trapped in this dream state. I consulted with the local priest. He knew the ruins the boy had visited, an old abbey abandoned for centuries. People avoided it, claiming it held those who entered. The priest agreed to attempt a blessing. We returned to the house together. As the priest began his prayers, the boy grew agitated. He thrashed in his sleep and cried out. His words changed to pleading, begging something to let him return. The priest continued despite this disturbance. When he finished, the boy fell quiet again. For 2 more days, nothing changed. Then, on the morning of the 7th day, the boy opened his eyes. He seemed confused and weak but conscious. He claimed no memory of the sleeping days, only that he had been walking in a place that felt familiar but wrong. The boy recovered his strength gradually, but he refuses to speak of what he experienced, and he will not go near those ruins again. Dr. Edward Murphy, County Limerick, Ireland, 5th September 1637. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, medical records show 3 similar cases from the same area between 1635 to 1640. The abbey ruins were demolished in 1702 by order of the local bishop. No explanation was given for this action. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1564. Classification: Schoolmaster's account. Date of statement: 19th February 1564. Location: County Kildare, Ireland. Author: Master John Walsh. Account of strange events at the schoolhouse. I, Master John Walsh, do record disturbing events at my school. I teach children from the surrounding farms and villages. The schoolhouse sits at the edge of town, near old trees. For 15 years, I have instructed students there without trouble. But this winter brought something unexpected. It began with the children reporting voices. During lessons, they claimed to hear whispering. I heard nothing myself at first. I dismissed it as imagination or mischief. But the reports continued, always from different students. They described the same thing, soft voices speaking beneath my teaching. Then I heard it myself. During a reading lesson, a whisper rose beneath the children's voices. So quiet I almost missed it, but unmistakably present. The whispering came not from the students, but from the walls. I stopped the lesson and listened carefully. The sound continued, multiple voices overlapping, speaking words I could not distinguish. The children sat silent, watching me with wide eyes. They had heard this many times, they said. I inspected the walls but found no source. The whispering faded as I searched. For 3 days lessons proceeded normally. Then it returned, louder than before. This time I made out words, Latin phrases, spoken in urgent tones. The children grew frightened and begged to leave. I dismissed them early that day. Alone in the schoolhouse I waited. As afternoon darkened toward evening, the voices grew clear. They spoke liturgy, but altered. The words of prayers reversed or corrupted. I am not a priest, but I know sacrilege when I hear it. I left the building and locked the door. The next morning, I found the schoolhouse in disarray. Books thrown from shelves, desks overturned. But the door remained locked, windows secure. No one could have entered. I consulted with the priest. He investigated and found the schoolhouse built on old foundation stones, stones that predated the current building by centuries. He blessed the space but offered no guarantees. The whispering has lessened but not ceased. Some days pass in silence. Others bring the voices back. I continue teaching, but fewer students attend now. Parents fear what speaks in that place. Master John Walsh, County Kildare, Ireland, 19th February 1564. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The schoolhouse was rebuilt on a different site in 1571. Excavation of the original foundation revealed a stone chamber containing burned human remains and Latin inscriptions. Dating suggests 13th century origin. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1629J. Classification: Innkeeper's statement. Date of statement: 4th December 1629. Location: County Waterford, Ireland. Author: Thomas Brennan. Innkeeper. Statement regarding Room 7. I, Thomas Brennan, do give account of troubles at my inn. I have operated the White Horse Inn for 12 years. We have 8 rooms for travellers, all well maintained. 6 of these rooms stay regularly occupied, but Room 7 sits empty most nights. Not by my choice. but because guests will not remain. The problems began 5 years ago. A merchant stayed in room 7 and left before dawn. He reported feeling watched throughout the night. I thought little of it at the time, but others followed with similar complaints. Guests would wake in darkness feeling a presence nearby. Some reported pressure on their chest, as if something sat upon them. Others claimed to hear breathing when no one else was present. Many departed in the middle of the night. I stopped renting that room to single travelers. I offered it only to couples or groups. But the complaints continued. 2 merchants sharing the room both woke to see a figure. A man standing at the foot of their beds, watching silently. When they lit a candle, nothing was there. They left immediately, refusing any refund. I began sleeping in room 7 myself to investigate. The first night, I noticed the unusual cold. Despite good blankets and a fire below, the room held winter's chill. I felt nothing supernatural but slept poorly. The second night brought more. I woke sometime after midnight. The darkness felt dense, pressing close. I reached for my candle and flint. As I struck the spark, I glimpsed something. A shadow darker than the surrounding night. Man-shaped, standing between the bed and door. The candle caught and the shadow vanished. But I had seen it clearly for that brief moment. I spent the rest of that night in the common room. Since then, I have not slept in room 7. I keep it prepared but rarely mention it to guests. When I must use it, I warn travelers first. Some stay regardless, claiming not to believe in such things. Most leave before morning. The room remains cold even in summer. The presence, whatever it is, has not departed. I have had priests bless the space 3 times. Each blessing brings temporary peace. Then the shadow returns. Thomas Brennan, innkeeper, County Waterford, Ireland, 4th December, 1629. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The White Horse Inn burned down in 1654. Parish records mention that a guest died in room 7 in 1624. Found deceased with no apparent cause. The inn register confirms no successful occupation of that room after 1625. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1581K. Classification Miller's Record. Date of statement 7th April 1581. Location County Sligo, Ireland. Author Hugh McManus Miller. Record of events at my mill. I, Hugh McManus, do record what happens at my mill after dark. I have operated the watermill for 8 years. The building sits beside a fast-flowing stream. During daylight hours, it functions perfectly. But I have learned not to remain there past sunset. The trouble started in my 2nd year. I worked late one evening, finishing a large order. As darkness fell, I heard the grinding stones start moving. I had already shut them down for the night. I went to investigate and found them turning slowly. No water flowed to the wheel. No mechanism engaged the stones. Yet they moved with steady rotation. I tried to stop them but could not. The stones continued their grinding motion. Though nothing lay between them, I heard the sound of grain being crushed. I left the mill quickly that night. The next morning, the stones sat motionless as expected. I asked the previous owner if he had experienced similar events. He admitted he had, and warned me never to stay past dark. He said the mill stood on a site where an older mill once operated. That mill burned with the miller inside. Some said it was no accident. I took his warning to heart. I now leave before sunset, always. But I have returned after dark on 3 occasions. Each time I found the same thing: the wheel turning with no water, the stones grinding with no grain, and sometimes a shadow moving in the mill, man-shaped, working at tasks that no longer need doing. I watched from outside one night. The shadow moved methodically through the building, checking sacks that were not there, adjusting equipment that did not exist, going through the motions of work that ended long ago. Other millers in the region know of this place. They understand why I never work late. The mill produces well during proper hours, but after sunset, it belongs to whoever labored there before. They continue their work in darkness, grinding phantom grain on stones that should be still. I no longer question it. I simply ensure I am gone before night falls. Hugh McManus, Miller County, Sligo, Ireland, 7th April, 1581. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Land records confirm a mill fire in 1547 at this location. The miller, Dermot O'Connor, died in the blaze. The current mill structure incorporates foundation stones from the original building. Equipment sometimes activates without power source, per 1970s engineering assessment. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1645L. Classification: Midwife's testimony. Date of statement: 23rd June, 1645. Location: County Tipperary, Ireland. Author: Mary O'Sullivan, midwife. Testimony of a difficult birth. I, Mary O'Sullivan, do testify about events at the Murphy household. I have served as midwife for 30 years. I have attended hundreds of births without incident. But what happened last month troubles me still. I was summoned to help with a difficult labor. The mother was young and healthy. I expected no unusual complications. But from the moment I arrived, something felt wrong. The house held an oppressive atmosphere. The mother thrashed and cried out, speaking of shadows in the room. I saw nothing but attributed her words to pain and fear. Labor progressed slowly through the day. As evening came, the mother's condition worsened. She refused to push, claiming something prevented her. She said hands held her, though I touched her not. I called for the priest, fearing for both mother and child. He arrived as night fell completely. The mother had grown wild-eyed and desperate. She screamed that they would not let the baby come, that they wanted to keep it. The priest began his prayers. The mother suddenly fell silent, staring at the ceiling. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. Then she began to push without my instruction. The birth happened quickly after that. The child came into the world silent. I cleaned and examined the infant, healthy and whole, but it did not cry. I worked to encourage breath. The baby's eyes opened and fixed on something above me. Following that gaze, I saw nothing. But the baby tracked something moving across the ceiling. Then it drew breath and began to cry. The mother wept with relief, but she would not look at the child. She claimed something else had come through with the baby, that the shadows she saw during labor followed it into the world. I stayed through the night to monitor both. The mother spoke of seeing figures standing around the cradle, bending over the baby, examining it closely. I saw no figures, but I felt their presence. A coldness near the cradle that should not exist. The baby thrived despite the mother's fears, but she remained convinced something had attached itself. She insisted on having the child blessed repeatedly. The priest visited 3 times in the first week. I have attended that family twice since then. The mother still speaks of shadows following her child. The baby appears normal and healthy, but I confess I felt something in that house, something that waited through the difficult birth and remains there still. Mary O'Sullivan, Midwife County, Tipperary, Ireland, 23rd June, 1645. Archivists. Note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish baptismal records confirm the child's birth and subsequent multiple blessing ceremonies. The Murphy family relocated to Cork in 1646. No further records of supernatural events associated with them have been located. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1577, M classification, Shepherd's account. Date of statement 15th October 1577. Location County Roscommon, Ireland. Author Brendan Keane, Shepherd. Account of the hillside shepherd while Brendan Keane. Do give account of what I have witnessed on the high pasture. I tend sheep in the hills above my village. The work requires staying with the flock through the night. I have done this since boyhood, without fear. But this autumn brought something that changed my ease. It started with the sheep behaving strangely. They would cluster together suddenly, all facing the same direction, staring at empty hillside as if something approached. I saw nothing, but the sheep clearly did. Then I began to hear the whistling, high and clear, coming from further up the mountain. It sounded like a shepherd calling his flock, but I knew of no one who worked those higher pastures. The whistling came most nights as darkness fell. My sheep would not settle when they heard it. They pulled against their nature, wanting to climb toward the sound. I had to work hard to keep them from wandering. One night, I decided to investigate. I left my flock and climbed toward the whistling. The sound stayed ahead of me, always just over the next rise. I climbed for near an hour, following it higher. Then suddenly it stopped. I found myself on empty hillside in full darkness. No other shepherd, no flock, no source for the sound. The silence felt unnatural after the constant whistling. I hurried back to my sheep. They stood where I left them, all facing uphill, all staring at the path I had taken. I counted them quickly and found none missing, but the whistling had changed them. They no longer grazed peacefully at night. Instead, they watched the heights, waiting for the sound. I mentioned this to other shepherds. Several admitted hearing the same whistling. One old shepherd warned me never to follow it. He said it called to more than sheep. That men who climbed toward that sound sometimes did not return. I asked what he meant, but he would say no more. I continued to work the high pasture. The whistling still comes most nights, but I no longer try to find its source. I keep my sheep close and wait for dawn, and I try not to wonder who walks those higher slopes, who whistles in the darkness, calling to what they cannot have. Brendan Keane, Shepherd County, Roscommon, Ireland, 15th October, 1577. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Local folklore records. The shepherd, who never descended from these hills. Various accounts place this figure in different centuries. 2 shepherds disappeared from this area in 1575 and 1576. Neither was found. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1612N, Air classification, Bailiff's report. Date of statement 11th January 1612. Location, County Louth, Ireland. Author William O'Reilly, bailiff. Report on the tenant cottage. I, William O'Reilly, do submit report on property dispute in my jurisdiction. A landlord requested I remove a tenant from his cottage. The tenant had stopped paying rent without explanation. When I arrived to serve notice, I found the cottage abandoned. The door stood open, possessions left behind. No sign indicated where the tenant had gone. I entered to document the state of the property. The interior appeared well maintained. Furniture remained in place, food still in the larder, as if the occupant had simply stepped out. I began making notes for my report. Then I noticed the marks on the walls, scratches as if made by fingernails, deep gouges in the plaster forming words. The same phrase repeated over and over, "It will not leave." I searched the cottage thoroughly. I found more scratching on the bedroom walls, on the floor beneath the bed, even on the ceiling in some rooms, all bearing the same desperate message. I felt growing unease but continued my inspection. In the back room, I found the most disturbing evidence. The entire wall covered in scratches. No words this time, just frantic marks, as if someone had clawed at the wall for hours. I noticed the temperature dropping as I stood there. The winter day was cold, but this felt different. A chill that came from inside the room itself. I heard a sound behind me. Turning, I saw nothing, but I felt watched, intensely and without friendliness. The scratch marks seemed to multiply as I looked. I knew this was impossible. Yet more appeared on the walls around me, fresh gouges forming in the plaster. I backed toward the door. The scratching sound grew louder, coming from every wall at once. I fled the cottage and did not stop until I reached the road. From outside, I watched the open door. The scratching continued. I could hear it clearly from where I stood. I returned to the landlord and reported the cottage uninhabitable. I gave no specific reason. He accepted this without question. The cottage stands empty now. No one will rent it. Those who pass by report hearing scratching from within, and the walls continue to bear their desperate message. William O'Reilly, bailiff, County Louth, Ireland, 11th January 1612. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Property records show 7 failed tenancies at this location between 1608 to 1615. The cottage collapsed in 1623. Fragments of plaster preserved by local antiquarian display scratching patterns consistent with human fingernails, but exceed normal depth possible by manual action. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 15980. Classification Nun's Journal Entry. Date of statement 29th of July 1598. Location County Meath, Ireland. Author Sister Catherine O'Neill. Journal entry. The chapel bell by Sister Catherine O'Neill. Do record events at our convent chapel. Our small community of sisters maintains a simple life of prayer. We follow strict routine, marked by the chapel bell. The bell rings for each office, calling us to devotion. Sister Agnes has served as bell ringer for 20 years. She knows the proper times without need of clock. But last month, the bell began ringing on its own. The first time, we thought Sister Agnes rang early. She insisted she had not touched it. We dismissed this as confusion, but it happened again the next night. The bell rang at midnight, though no office requires it. All sisters were in their cells. No one had gone to the chapel. The Mother Superior investigated. She found the bell rope swaying, though no wind blew. She gathered us all and asked who had rung the bell. We swore none of us had. She accepted this, but seemed troubled. The midnight ringing continued every night, always at the same hour, always with the same rhythm. 3 slow tolls, then silence. Sister Agnes said it did not sound like normal ringing. The tone seemed wrong, hollow and distant. I volunteered to watch the chapel one night. I wished to see what caused the bell to ring. Mother Superior granted permission. I positioned myself where I could observe the bell rope. As midnight approached, I heard footsteps on the chapel stairs. Slow and measured, climbing toward the bell. I called out, asking who approached. The footsteps stopped, but no one answered. Then the bell rang. I saw the rope pull down, clear as day, but no hand grasped it. The rope moved as if pulled by someone invisible. 3 tolls, perfectly timed. Then the rope went still. The footsteps descended the stairs. I heard them pass by where I sat, but I saw no one. I reported this to Mother Superior in the morning. She called for the bishop. He came and blessed the chapel. He instructed us to pray for whatever soul might be trapped here. The bell still rings at midnight. We no longer investigate. We simply pray for the one who cannot stop their vigil, who climbs the stairs each night to ring the hours, though their time for such duties ended long ago. Sister Catherine O'Neill, County Meath, Ireland, 29th of July, 1598. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Convent records indicate Sister Mary Burns served as bell ringer from 1554 to 1506. She died during midnight office, collapsing while ringing the bell. The phenomenon described continued until the convent's closure in 1653. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1633P. Classification Blacksmith Statement. Date of statement 2nd March 1633. Location County Cavan, Ireland. Author Michael O'Brien. Blacksmith statement about my forge. I, Michael O'Brien, do make statement about my place of work. I have worked as blacksmith in this village for 15 years. My forge sits at the edge of town, near the old crossroads. I take pride in my craft and maintain my tools carefully. But for the past year, something has shared my workspace. It started with tools going missing. I would set down my hammer and turn back to find it moved. Small annoyances I attributed to poor memory. Then I noticed the forge fire behaving strangely. It would flare up when no air fed it, or die down when I had just stoked it high, as if someone else adjusted it against my efforts. I began to feel I was not alone in the forge. A presence watching me work, standing just outside my vision. When I turned to look, nothing was there, but the feeling never left. One evening, I worked late, finishing a commission. The fire burned bright, casting dancing shadows. I was shaping a piece of iron when I saw it. Another shadow among mine on the wall, man-shaped, holding a hammer, moving in rhythm with my own work, but positioned where no person stood. I stopped, and the shadow stopped. I moved, and it moved with me, always slightly out of sync, as if copying my actions. I left the forge that night without finishing. The next day, I returned to find my work completed. The piece I had been shaping sat finished on my bench. The craftsmanship matched my own, but I had not completed it. I showed it to other blacksmiths. They confirmed the quality matched my usual work. But certain marks in the metal were not mine, a slightly different hammer strike pattern. I asked elders in the village about the forge. They told me a blacksmith worked here long ago. He died at his anvil, struck down while labouring. Some said his heart simply stopped mid-swing. They buried him in the churchyard. But apparently, he returned to his forge, unable to leave his work undone. I have made peace with this. The presence does not feel malevolent. It simply continues its craft, sometimes helping, sometimes observing. I no longer work alone, though I appear to. And occasionally, when I struggle with a piece, it comes out better than I could have managed. Michael O'Brien, Blacksmith County, Cavan, Ireland, 2nd March, 1633. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Church records confirm blacksmith Thomas Duffy died at this location in 1602. His gravestone notes he worked until his final breath. The forge remained in operation until 1847. Multiple smiths reported similar experiences over 2 centuries. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1609Q. Classification Vicar's Journal. Date of statement 18th November 1609. Location County Offaly, Ireland. Author Reverend Thomas Byrne. Journal entry The Churchyard Visitor. I, Reverend Thomas Byrne, do record events at my parish church. I have served this community for 7 years without disturbance. The church sits on land used for worship since ancient times. The churchyard contains graves dating back centuries. My duties include tending these graves and maintaining the grounds. Last month, I noticed something peculiar. Fresh flowers appeared on an old grave each morning. The headstone bore a name worn nearly smooth by time. I could make out only the year, 1472. No family had claimed this grave in living memory, yet someone placed flowers there daily. I asked parishioners if they knew who might visit. None admitted to leaving the flowers. I decided to observe the churchyard at night. I positioned myself where I could watch the old grave. The moon provided sufficient light to see clearly. Near midnight, a figure appeared among the headstones. A woman in dark clothing, moving slowly between the graves. She carried something in her hands. I watched as she approached the ancient grave. She knelt beside it and placed fresh flowers on the stone. Then she remained there, unmoving. I called out, asking if she required assistance. She did not respond or acknowledge my voice. I walked toward her across the churchyard. As I drew closer, I noticed the strange quality of her appearance. She seemed less solid than she should be. The moonlight passed through her in places. I stopped walking, suddenly afraid. The figure remained kneeling, her head bowed. I spoke again, offering prayers for whoever she mourned. She turned her head toward me. I saw her face clearly in the moonlight, beautiful but filled with endless sorrow. Then she faded, not walking away, but simply becoming less present, until nothing remained but the flowers on the grave. I examined them closely. Real flowers, freshly cut, not an illusion or trick of light. The next morning, I researched the church records. The grave belonged to a young woman who died in childbirth. Her infant died with her. The records noted her husband's grief drove him to madness. He tended her grave daily until his own death 20 years later. I believe she continues his vigil, still bringing flowers to mark what they lost. The flowers appear each morning without fail. I no longer try to discover their source. I simply accept this act of eternal devotion. Some loves transcend death itself. Reverend Thomas Byrne, County Offaly, Ireland. 18th November 1609, Archivist's Note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Parish burial records confirm the death of Eleanor Byrne, no relation to the vicar, in 1472. Fresh flowers documented on this grave by 3 subsequent vicars through 1688. The phenomenon ceased after the grave was damaged during Williamite conflicts. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1553R. Classification Weaver's account. Date of statement 26th April 1553. Location County Monaghan, Ireland. Author Siobhan McMahon, Weaver. Account of my loom. I, Siobhan McMahon, do give account of strange events in my workshop. I have worked as weaver for 20 years. My loom sits in the front room of my cottage. I produce cloth for the village and surrounding farms. The work is solitary, but I have never minded this. Until recently, I no longer work alone. It began 3 months ago. I started finding my loom operated during the night. Each morning, more cloth had been woven than I left. At first, I thought I misremembered my progress, but the additional work continued appearing. The weaving matched my own skill exactly. No errors or unusual patterns. Simply more cloth than I had time to produce. I mentioned this to my sister. She suggested I was working in my sleep. I dismissed this but decided to investigate. I carefully measured my progress one evening. I marked the cloth and counted the threads. In the morning, 2 feet of additional weaving had appeared. Perfect work, continuing my exact pattern. I knew I had not done this myself. That night, I remained awake. I sat in the corner of my room, watching the loom. Moonlight came through the window, illuminating the workspace. Near midnight, I heard the familiar sounds. The shuttle moving through the warp threads. The treadles creaking as they shifted. The steady rhythm of weaving. But I saw no one at the loom. The shuttle flew back and forth on its own. The threads moved as if hands guided them. But no weaver sat at the bench. I watched, frozen in fear and wonder. The invisible weaver worked with practiced skill, each movement precise and efficient. The cloth grew steadily, inch by inch. I must have made some sound. The weaving stopped abruptly. The shuttle hung in mid-air for a moment, then dropped to the floor. Silence filled the room. I remained still, hardly breathing. After a long while, I approached the loom. The new weaving was perfect, better than I could have done myself. I touched the fresh cloth. It felt cold beneath my fingers, cold like stone in winter. I have not worked at night since then. I leave my workshop as the sun sets. In the morning, I find new cloth waiting. The invisible weaver continues their work in darkness. I have stopped questioning this assistance. My productivity has increased remarkably, though I cannot take full credit for my output. Someone shares this craft with me, someone who knew weaving well in life, and cannot abandon it in death. Siobhan McMahon, Weaver County, Monaghan, Ireland, 26th April, 1553. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft McMahon family records indicate Siobhan's grandmother, also a weaver, died at her loom in 1532. The cottage remained in family use until 1601. Subsequent occupants reported hearing weaving sounds but found no supernatural cloth production. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1626 S classification. Doctor's notes. Date of statement 8th July 1626. Location County Lewis, Ireland. Author Dr. Patrick Walsh. Notes on collective delusion. I, Dr. Patrick Walsh, do record an unusual medical case. An entire household summoned me for consultation. They claimed their home was occupied by unseen guests. I expected to find signs of mental disturbance. What I encountered defies medical explanation. The family consisted of parents and 4 children. All appeared healthy and rational in every other respect. But they insisted others lived in their house. They heard conversations in empty rooms. Footsteps crossed floors where no one walked. Doors opened and closed without human touch. Most remarkably, they set places at meals for these invisible guests. I observed this directly during my visit. The mother prepared 8 settings for a family of 6. She explained this had become necessary. The unseen residents became agitated if not acknowledged. Objects would move or fall if places were not set. I suggested this might be collective imagination. The father invited me to observe during their evening meal. I agreed, curious about this shared delusion. We sat down to eat at dusk. The 2 extra places remained empty. Halfway through the meal, something changed. The chair beside me pulled back from the table. No one touched it, yet it moved clearly. I heard the creak of someone sitting down. The plate at that setting trembled slightly, as if hands rested on the table near it. I reached toward the empty chair. My hand encountered resistance, not solid, but present, like pushing through thick water. I withdrew my hand quickly. The youngest child spoke to the empty chair, asked if the food was satisfactory. We all heard the response. A woman's voice, clear but distant, saying the meal was well prepared. I looked around the table. Every family member heard it. This was no individual delusion. The father explained they had learned to coexist. The invisible residents caused no harm. They simply shared the house. Present but unseen, heard but not visible. I observed other phenomena during my stay. Footsteps on the stairs when all were accounted for. A door closing gently in an empty room. The sensation of someone passing behind my chair. I left the house deeply troubled. My medical training offered no framework for this. The family showed no signs of illness or madness, yet they lived with presences I could not deny. I heard them myself, even felt one briefly. I have made no official report. Who would believe such an account? But I cannot forget what I witnessed. Dr. Patrick Walsh, County Louth, Ireland. 8th July 1626. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Property records show the house was built over a medieval settlement in 1598. The family described sold the property in 1629. 3 subsequent owners reported similar phenomena before the house burned in 1670. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1587T. Classification Hermit's Confession. Date of statement 12th September 1587. Location County Leitrim, Ireland. Author Brother Dominic O'Rourke, Confession of Solitude. Brother Dominic O'Rourke, do confess what drove me from my hermitage. I chose the solitary life to grow closer to God. With my order's blessing, I built a small dwelling in the wilderness, far from any village, surrounded by forest and hills. I intended to spend my remaining years in prayer and contemplation. For the first month, I found the peace I sought. My days followed a simple rhythm: prayer at dawn, labor through midday, study in afternoon, prayer at dusk. The silence suited my purpose perfectly. Then the silence began to feel less empty. I sensed I was being observed. When I prayed, I felt eyes upon me. When I worked, I felt a presence nearby. At first, I attributed this to God's watchful care, but the feeling grew more oppressive. Whatever watched me did not feel holy. I increased my prayers and devotions. The sensation only intensified. One evening, I heard my name spoken, clear and distinct, though no one could be near. I called out, asking who addressed me. Silence answered. But the next night, my name came again. This time, I recognized the voice. It belonged to my brother, dead these 10 years. He had been a violent man, given to drink and anger. We were not close in life. I could not imagine why he would call to me now. The voice came nightly after that, sometimes pleading, sometimes angry, always speaking my name, always in my dead brother's voice. I tried to ignore it. I prayed more fervently, seeking protection, but the voice grew louder. Other voices joined it, people I had known who passed from this world, all calling my name in the darkness. I stopped sleeping properly. How could I rest when the dead called out? I saw shapes moving at the edge of my vision. When I turned to look, nothing was there, but I knew something occupied my hermitage with me. Not one thing, but many. The forest around my dwelling felt crowded, packed with invisible presence. During the day, I found objects moved. My prayer book opened to different pages. My water cup relocated across the room. Small disturbances that added to my distress. After 2 months of this, I admitted defeat. I could not maintain my devotions in such conditions. The solitude I sought had been invaded. By what, I cannot say with certainty, but I believe the dead gather in empty places. That wilderness holds more than the living can see. I have returned to the monastery. I will serve God among my brothers instead. The hermitage stands abandoned now. I will not return to it. Brother Dominic O'Rourke, County Leitrim, Ireland, 12th September, 1587. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Church records confirm O'Rourke's brief hermitage and return to monastery life. The dwelling site was investigated in 1982. Local folklore identifies the location as a mass burial site from the 1340s plague outbreak. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file. NOA 1648U classification. Land Agent's Report. Date of statement. 3rd December 1648. Location, County Longford, Ireland. Author, James Butler. Land Agent Report on Tenant Complaints. I, James Butler, do submit report on persistent tenant grievances. I manage several properties for an English landowner. One particular farm has proven difficult to lease. Tenants move in with optimism, but leave within months. All report similar problems with the land itself. The complaints center on one specific field, a plot of good soil suitable for crops. But nothing thrives there despite proper care. Seeds planted in spring fail to sprout. Those that do emerge grow twisted and sickly. By summer, the field lies barren while others flourish. Tenants have tried different crops, different methods, all with identical results. But the agricultural failure represents only part of the problem. Workers refuse to enter that field alone. They report feeling unwelcome there, a sensation of hostility from the land itself. Several described a pressure pushing against them, as if the field rejected their presence. I visited the property to investigate these claims. The field appeared normal to my eye. Good soil, adequate drainage, proper sun exposure. Nothing suggested why crops should fail. I walked the boundaries, examining the ground. As I crossed toward the center, I felt it. A wrongness in the air. Subtle but unmistakable. The temperature seemed colder there. Sound grew muffled, as if I walked underwater. I experienced strong unease without obvious cause. A desire to leave that intensified with each step. I forced myself to remain for several minutes. The discomfort increased steadily. My chest felt tight. Breathing became difficult. Not from exertion, but from the atmosphere itself. I retreated to the field's edge. The sensations vanished immediately. I consulted with local people about the property's history. An old woman told me the field once held different purpose, long before the current farm existed. She would not specify what happened there, only that the ground remembers, and some earth should not be disturbed. I interviewed the current tenant about his experience. He confirmed everything I had felt. His wife refused to walk past the field. His children had nightmares about it. He planned to leave before winter. I have advised the landowner that the field is unsuitable for cultivation. I recommended removing it from tenant obligations. Better to leave it fallow than lose reliable farmers. Some places resist human use. This field has made its position clear. James Butler, Land Agent, County Longford, Ireland, 3rd December 1648. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Land surveys from 1590 identify the field as a former execution site for criminals. Soil analysis in 1971 revealed elevated levels of human remains throughout the plot. The field was never successfully farmed and reverted to wilderness by 1720. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1574V. Classification Apothecary's record. Date of statement 21st March 1574. Location County Carlow, Ireland. Author Owen Kavanagh. Apothecary record of unusual consultation. I, Owen Kavanagh, do record a peculiar visit to my shop. A woman came seeking remedy for her husband. She described symptoms that troubled me greatly. He would not wake during certain hours, specifically between midnight and dawn. During these hours, no force could rouse him. She had tried everything without success. Yet when dawn broke, he woke naturally. This had continued for 3 weeks. I asked about his activities and health. She said he worked as a labourer, strong and healthy, but he grew increasingly exhausted, as if he never truly rested despite sleeping. I prepared a tonic to strengthen his blood. I advised her to ensure he slept in a blessed space. She thanked me and departed. A week later, she returned. The tonic had not helped. Her husband's condition had worsened. He now spoke in his unnatural sleep. Words she could not understand, sometimes weeping, sometimes laughing, but always unconscious, unreachable. She begged me to visit their home. I agreed, bringing various remedies. I arrived at dusk and examined the husband. He appeared tired, but otherwise well. We talked through the evening. He seemed a normal man, confused by his affliction. As midnight approached, I observed him carefully. His eyes grew heavy despite his efforts to stay alert. Then suddenly, he fell into deep sleep. I tried to wake him immediately. Shaking, shouting, even pain brought no response. His body remained completely limp, but his lips moved constantly, forming words in some unknown tongue. His eyes darted beneath closed lids, as if watching something in his dreams. I stayed through the night, monitoring him. Whatever state he entered, it held him completely. At dawn's first light, he gasped and woke. He remembered nothing of the night, no dreams, no awareness of speaking, simply falling asleep and then waking at dawn. I questioned him about recent events. Had he visited anywhere unusual, offended anyone, disturbed anything? He mentioned only that he had worked repairing an old tower, a structure abandoned for generations. While clearing debris, he found a small carved stone. He brought it home, thinking it interesting. I asked to see this stone. He produced it from his pocket. The moment I touched it, I felt cold spread through my hand. Not natural cold, but something else. An absence of warmth that went beyond temperature. I advised him to return the stone immediately, to place it exactly where he found it. He seemed reluctant, but agreed. I heard later that his condition improved once the stone was returned. The unnatural sleep ceased as suddenly as it began. Whatever he disturbed in that old tower, it wanted its possession back. Owen Kavanagh, Apothecary County, Carlow Island, 21st March, 1574. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The tower mentioned corresponds to a 13th century Norman structure. Archaeological investigation in 1934 found numerous carved stones with pre-Christian symbols in the foundation. Local tradition warns against removing anything from the site. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1615W. Classification: Soldier's account. Date of statement: 14th August, 1615. Location: County Westmeath, Ireland. Author: Captain Richard Nolan. Account of garrison disturbance. Why, Captain Richard Nolan, do record events at our garrison post. I command a small force stationed at an old fortification. We maintain the structure and patrol the surrounding territory. The fort dates back centuries, built on even older foundations. My men and I have served here for 6 months. Until recently, duty proceeded without incident. Then strange events began disrupting our routine. It started with sentries reporting movement, figures crossing the courtyard at night. When challenged, these figures would vanish. I attributed this to tired eyes and darkness. But the reports multiplied. Multiple sentries on different nights, all describing the same phenomenon. Figures in old-style armor, moving with purpose, walking through walls where doorways no longer existed. I decided to observe for myself. I took the midnight watch one cold night. The courtyard lay empty under moonlight. I positioned myself where I could see clearly. Near 1 o'clock, I saw them. A group of men crossing the yard. Their armor glinted in the pale light. They moved in formation, like soldiers on patrol. I called out the challenge. They did not respond. I called again, more forcefully. They continued walking, paying no attention. I drew my sword and moved to intercept. As I stepped into their path, they passed through me. Not around, but through my body. I felt intense cold as they did so, a chill that penetrated to my bones. I turned and watched them reach the far wall. They walked directly into the stone and disappeared. I stood shaking, not from cold, but from shock. I had seen ghosts, clear as day, the spirits of soldiers long dead, still performing their duties. I reported this to my superiors. They seemed unsurprised. The fort had a history of such sightings. Previous garrison commanders had documented similar events. I was not the first to encounter the phantom patrol. My men have become accustomed to these nightly visitors. We no longer challenge them. We simply let them pass. They mean no harm, merely continue their eternal watch. Sometimes I wonder if we will join them, if death might trap us here, bound to duty forever. The thought disturbs my sleep, but I remain at my post. The living must guard alongside the dead, it seems. Captain Richard Nolan, County, Westmeath, Ireland, 14th August, 1615. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Garrison, records document similar phenomena from 1580 through the fort's abandonment in 1691. The structure occupies the site of a Norman castle, where an entire garrison was massacred in 1224. Archaeological evidence confirms violent deaths of numerous soldiers at this location. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1568X. Classification: Fisherman's Statement. Date of statement: 9th May 1568. Location: County Wexford, Ireland. Author: Dermot Fitzpatrick, fisherman. Statement about the cove. I, Dermot Fitzpatrick, do make statement about the Southern Cove. I have fished these waters for 30 years. I know every inlet, every rock, every current. But I will no longer approach the Southern Cove, not since I learned what dwells there. The cove sits isolated, difficult to reach by land. Most fishermen avoid it anyway. The waters there are treacherous, full of hidden rocks. But when fish run scarce elsewhere, some venture there. I did so last month, desperate for a good catch. I entered the cove as the sun climbed high. The water lay calm and clear. I could see deep below my boat. I set my nets and waited. The catch came quickly, more fish than I expected. I grew pleased with my decision to fish there. Then I noticed the silence. No birds called, no water lapped at the rocks. Complete quiet surrounded me. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I looked toward shore and saw her, a woman standing on the rocks. She wore a long dress, soaked through with seawater. Her hair hung wet and dark around her face. She stared at me with hollow eyes. I called out, asking if she needed help. She did not respond. She simply raised one arm and pointed at my boat. At that moment, my nets grew suddenly heavy, far heavier than fish could make them. I struggled to pull them in. Something pulled back, fighting me for the nets. The rope burned my hands as it slipped through. I looked into the water. Shapes moved beneath my boat. Not fish, but human forms. Swimming circles around me, pulling at my nets. I released the rope immediately. Let the nets sink rather than fight whatever claimed them. The woman on the rocks remained motionless, still pointing, still staring. I took up my oars and rowed hard for open water. Behind me I heard splashing, the sound of many bodies breaking the surface. I did not look back. I rowed until my arms burned and my breath came ragged. Only when I reached safe waters did I stop. When I finally turned, the cove lay far behind, empty and still. Other fishermen have told me similar tales. The cove is cursed, they say. A ship wrecked there long ago. All hands were lost in the cold waters. They wait there still, resenting the living, trying to pull others down to join them. I believe this now. I will fish hungry before I return to that place. Dermot Fitzpatrick, Fisherman, County Wexford, Ireland 9th. May 1568. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Maritime records document the wreck of the merchant vessel Mary's Grace near this location in 1542. 43 lives were lost. Multiple drowning incidents occurred in the cove between 1542 to 1603, before locals ceased using it entirely. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1631Y. Classification: Constable's Report. Date of statement: 27th October 1631. Location: County Kilkenny, Ireland. Author: Constable Edmund Burke. Report on Public Disturbance 1. Constable Edmund Burke. Do report on disturbances at the crossroads. For 3 weeks, citizens have complained about the crossroads outside town. They report hearing sounds there after dark. Screaming, wailing, sounds of distress. Multiple witnesses have come forward. All describe the same phenomena. I initially suspected criminals using the location for misdeeds. I organized patrols to investigate. On the first night, we heard nothing. The crossroads lay silent and empty, but residents insisted the sounds continued. I decided to observe alone, thinking my presence deterred the source. I positioned myself near the crossroads at dusk. As full darkness fell, I maintained my watch. Near midnight, the sounds began, distant at first, like wind through trees, then growing louder, more distinct, a woman's voice crying out in pain. The sound seemed to come from the crossroads itself, not from the roads or surrounding fields, but from the very ground where the paths met. I searched carefully, but found no one. The screaming continued, rising and falling, joined by other voices, men shouting, children weeping, a chorus of distress emanating from nowhere. I have faced many dangers in my duties, but this unnerved me deeply. The sounds were not those of the living. They held a quality I cannot adequately describe, a wrongness that spoke of suffering beyond natural pain. I remained until the sounds faded near dawn. I made inquiries about the crossroads history. An elderly resident provided disturbing information. The crossroads served as execution site in previous times. Criminals were hanged there, their bodies displayed as warning. Many died at that spot over the years. The practice ended 2 generations ago, but apparently the screams did not end with it. I have recommended the crossroads be blessed. That church authority address what lingers there. Until then, I have posted warnings. Citizens should avoid the area after dark. The sounds continue nightly, a reminder of violence that once occurred there. The crossroads remembers, and the voices of the executed still cry out. Constable Edmund Burke, County Kilkenny, Ireland, 27th October 1631. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft County records confirm the crossroads served as execution site from 1503 to 1598. At least 70 documented executions occurred there. The crossroads was consecrated by the bishop in 1632, after which the phenomena reportedly ceased. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1592Z. Classification: Abbott's Record. Date of statement: 1st June 1592. Location: County Fermanagh, Ireland. Author Abbot Francis O'Donnell. Record of Brother Martin's experience. I, Abbot Francis O'Donnell, do record what Brother Martin reported. Brother Martin serves our monastery with dedication. He maintains the library and transcribes manuscripts. His work requires long hours of silent concentration. He has never caused concern until this month. He came to me reporting disturbances in the library. At first, small things he could easily dismiss. Books moved from where he left them, pages turning when no breeze blew, the sound of footsteps among the shelves. I suggested he was working too hard. That fatigue made him imagine things. He accepted this explanation and returned to his duties. But the disturbances escalated. He reported seeing a figure among the books. An old monk, he said, wearing robes from an earlier time. The figure would appear, take a book, and vanish. I accompanied Brother Martin to the library. We waited together through the afternoon. As evening approached, I felt the change in atmosphere. The air grew heavy, expectant. Then I saw him, an elderly monk moving between the shelves. His lips moved as if reading aloud, but no sound reached our ears. He selected a volume and carried it to a desk. He sat and opened the book. His finger traced the lines as he read. I approached slowly, uncertain how to proceed. As I drew near, he looked up at me. His eyes held no malice, only surprise. Then he faded from view. The book remained on the desk, still open. I examined the volume carefully. A theological text written in Latin. Nothing unusual about it, except that it had been this monk's favorite work in life. I recognized it from our records. Brother Augustine had copied this very manuscript. He died 30 years ago, still working in the library. He had devoted his life to preserving knowledge. Apparently, death had not ended his dedication. Brother Martin and I have observed him several times since. He appears most evenings, always reading, always studying. He seems content in his eternal scholarship. We have decided not to disturb him. The library was his home in life. It remained so after death. Brother Martin has grown comfortable with the presence. He says it helps him remember the sacred nature of our work. That knowledge transcends the boundaries of life itself. Abbot Francis O'Donnell County, Fermanagh, Ireland, 1st June 1592. Archivist's Note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Monastery records confirm Brother Augustine died in the library in 1562. Found at his desk with quill still in hand. Multiple monks reported similar sightings until the monastery's dissolution in 1607. The library building collapsed in 1621. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1624, AA classification. Merchant's Journal. Date of statement, 19th January 1624. Location, County Armagh, Ireland. Author, William O'Hanlon, Merchant Journal entry. The Stone Bridge on William O'Hanlon. Do record events at the Stone Bridge. My business requires regular travel across the county. One route involves crossing an old stone bridge. The bridge stands strong, built to last centuries. I have crossed it many times without incident, until last week when everything changed. I approached the bridge at twilight. My horse began acting strangely before we reached it, tossing his head, stepping sideways, refusing to move forward. I dismounted to lead him across. As I stepped onto the bridge, I felt it, a profound sadness that seemed to rise from the stones. So intense, it took my breath away. I stopped walking, overwhelmed by this sudden emotion. My horse pulled back, eyes rolling white. I forced myself to continue across. Each step felt heavier than the last. By the time I reached the far side, tears ran down my face. Grief consumed me, though I had no reason for it. Once off the bridge, the feeling vanished. As suddenly as it came, it left. I stood confused and shaken. My horse calmed immediately. I looked back at the bridge. It appeared normal in the fading light, but I knew something wrong dwelled there. I asked at the next village about the bridge's history. An old man told me of a tragedy there. 50 years passed during a hard winter. A family attempted to cross during a storm. The river had risen, flooding over the stones. They were swept away, all drowned. Parents and 3 children lost in the dark water. Since then, travelers reported strange feelings on the bridge, overwhelming sadness that came from nowhere. Some heard crying, though they saw no one. Others felt hands grabbing at their clothes, as if someone drowning tried to pull themselves up. I have crossed that bridge twice more since then. Each time, the same grief washes over me. Each time, I weep for people I never knew. The bridge holds their final moments, their terror and sorrow impressed into the stone. Every traveller who crosses feels it. The echo of that terrible night, when a family died in cold water, and the bridge remembered. William O'Hanlon, Merchant County, Armagh, Ireland, 19th January, 1624. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Parish Burial Records from 1573, document the drowning of the Byrne family at this bridge. 5 bodies recovered and buried in the churchyard. Multiple traveller accounts describe similar experiences on the bridge through 1702, when it was replaced. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1585AB. Classification: Stonemason's account. Date of statement: 6 March 1585. Location: County Down, Ireland. Author: Hugh McShane, stonemason. Account of the Abbey repairs. I, Hugh McShane, do give account of my work at the old Abbey. I was hired to repair crumbling stonework. The Abbey has stood for 400 years. Parts of it require constant maintenance. I arrived with my apprentice to begin work. The monks provided us with a room in the guest quarters. We would work for 6 weeks to complete the repairs. The first week passed normally. We worked during daylight hours on the exterior walls. The monks went about their routines. All seemed peaceful and orderly. But on the 8th night, something woke me. A sound of stone being worked, chisel against rock, steady and rhythmic. I assumed my apprentice had risen early, but he lay sleeping in the next bed. The sound continued from outside. I rose and went to investigate. The courtyard lay empty in the moonlight, yet the sound of stonework continued clearly. I followed it to where we had been working. No one stood there, but the sound seemed to come from the very walls. Hammer and chisel, working with practiced skill. I put my hand against the stone. I felt vibrations, as if someone indeed worked there. But I saw no one, no tools, no source. The following night brought the same sound. This time, I woke my apprentice to witness it. He heard it too, confirming I was not dreaming. We told the monks what we heard. They seemed unsurprised. The eldest monk explained. A stonemason died while working on the abbey. He fell from scaffolding 2 centuries ago. Since then, the sound of his work continues. Always at night, always near unfinished sections. as if he still laboured to complete his task. The monks had grown accustomed to it. They considered it a blessing, not a curse. The ghost mason's work was said to strengthen whatever he touched. Sections where his sounds were heard never crumbled. Stone he worked in death remained solid longer than any other. My apprentice wished to leave, but I decided to stay and complete our contract. Each night we heard him working, sometimes in one location, sometimes another, always where the abbey needed care. On our final night, I spoke aloud to the empty air. I thanked him for his dedication, for continuing his craft beyond death. The sound stopped abruptly. For a long moment, only silence. Then, 3 clear strikes of hammer on stone. A craftsman's acknowledgement. One artisan recognizing another across the boundary of death. Hugh McShane, Stonemason County Down, Ireland, 6th March, 1585. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Abbey, records confirm. Stonemason Conan McBride died during construction in 1382. Multiple accounts from visiting craftsmen describe similar phenomena through the Abbey's operation. The structure remained remarkably intact until its abandonment in 1612. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1642AC. Classification. Farmer's wife testimony. Date of statement. 17th July 1642. Location. County Antrim, Ireland. Author Bridget O'Neill testimony regarding my kitchen. I, Bridget O'Neill, do testify about events in my home. I have kept house for my husband and children for 20 years. I take pride in maintaining a clean and orderly home. My kitchen is the heart of our household. But recently, something has made my kitchen its own. It began with small disruptions. Pots moved from their hooks. Utensils misplaced during the night. Flour spilled across the table. I blamed my children at first, but the disturbances continued even when they were elsewhere. Then I began finding evidence of cooking. In the morning, the fire would be warm, as if someone had used it during the night. The smell of bread baking, though I had baked nothing. Flour dust on the table, shaped like handprints. My husband suggested I was working in my sleep, but I knew better. Someone else used my kitchen after dark. I decided to stay awake and watch. I sat in the corner, hidden in shadow. The house fell silent around me. Near midnight, I heard movement. The soft pad of feet on the floor. A figure entered the kitchen. An old woman in simple clothes. She moved with the confidence of someone in her own home. She did not seem to see me watching. She began to work, preparing dough. Her movements were practiced and efficient. I watched her knead and shape the bread. She placed it near the fire to rise. All done in complete silence. No words, no humming, just focused labor. I remained frozen, afraid to reveal myself. She worked for near an hour. Then, as suddenly as she appeared, she faded, growing less solid until she vanished entirely. But the bread dough remained, real and solid on my table. I touched it with trembling hands. It felt normal, ready for baking. In the morning, I baked that bread. It turned out perfectly, better than any I had made myself. My family ate it without knowing its strange origin. The old woman returns most nights now. Always working, always silent. I have stopped trying to prevent her. She means no harm. She simply continues what she did in life. My husband's grandmother lived in this house before us. She was known throughout the area for her bread. She baked until the day she died. I believe she never truly left her kitchen. Bridget, O'Neill County, Antrim, Ireland, 17th July 1642. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft family records confirm the death of Mayor O'Neill in 1638 in this house, known locally as an exceptional baker. The house remained in family ownership until 1723. Subsequent residents reported similar phenomena until the kitchen was remodeled. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1556AD. Classification Tanner's record. Date of statement 24th February 1556. Location County Derry, Ireland. Author Seamus O'Doherty, Tanner. Record of workshop disturbances. I, Seamus O'Doherty, do record troubles at my tannery. I have worked leather for 15 years. My workshop sits beside a stream, necessary for the trade. The building is old but sturdy. I took it over from the previous tanner when he retired. He mentioned nothing unusual about the place. For the first year, all went well. Then the disturbances began. Tools would disappear during my work. I would set down a knife and turn to find it gone. Hours later, it would reappear in a different location. This happened with such frequency, I thought I was losing my mind. I began marking where I placed each tool. Still they moved when I looked away. Then I started hearing the work sounds. Late at night, after I had closed the workshop. The distinct sounds of leather being cut and stretched. The scrape of a blade against hide. I investigated several times. Each time I found the workshop empty, but the sounds continued even as I stood there, coming from all around me, yet from no visible source. I asked neighbors if they heard anything. They confirmed the sounds carried from my workshop at night, but they thought I was working late. I assured them I was not. One evening, I remained in the workshop after dark. I wanted to observe whatever caused these disturbances. I sat quietly in the corner. As midnight approached, the sounds began. But this time, I saw something too. Tools lifted by invisible hands. Leather stretched across the workbench by nothing I could see. The blade moved in precise cuts, guided by phantom grip. I watched an entire process unfold, a belt being crafted from start to finish, all done by unseen hands in the darkness. When dawn came, I found the belt on my bench. Real leather, expertly crafted, better work than I could produce myself. I took the belt to the priest. He listened to my account and grew troubled. He asked if I knew who worked there before me. I said the previous tanner, who still lived in the village. The priest shook his head. Before him, another tanner worked there, a master craftsman known throughout the region. He died in that workshop, still laboring at his bench. They found him in the morning, tools in hand. The priest said some workers cannot abandon their craft. That skill and dedication bind them to their workspace. Even death cannot break those bonds. I have made peace with my invisible partner. He works at night, I work by day. Sometimes I find pieces completed that I had started, always done with greater skill than my own. I no longer fear the sounds. I have come to appreciate the company, even if I cannot see the one who shares my trade. Seamus O'Doherty, Tanner County, Derry, Ireland, 24th February. Go 1556 Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Guild Records identify Master Tanner Connor O'Neill, who died at this workshop in 1538, known for exceptional craftsmanship. The building operated as a tannery until 1704. with multiple owners reporting similar phenomena. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1619AE. Classification: Priest testimony. Date of statement: 11th September 1619. Location: County Tyrone, Ireland. Author: Father Brendan McLaughlin. Testimony of the burial grounds. Father Brendan McLaughlin, do testify about events at my church cemetery. I have served this parish for 12 years. Part of my duty involves maintaining the burial grounds. I visit the cemetery regularly to tend the graves. Until recently, I felt only peace in that place. But something has changed in the past months. I first noticed it during evening prayers. A sound coming from the cemetery, like many people whispering at once. Too quiet to make out words, but unmistakably voices. I investigated but found no one there. The graves lay undisturbed, the ground peaceful. Yet when I stood still, I heard the whispers. All around me, soft and constant, as if the dead conversed beneath the earth. I mentioned this to my housekeeper. She admitted she had heard it too. She avoided walking past the cemetery after dark. The whispers frightened her, she said. I decided to spend a night in the cemetery, to understand what occurred there. I brought candles and my prayer book. I positioned myself near the oldest graves. As darkness fell, the whispers began. Quiet at first, then growing louder. Not threatening, but insistent. Like many conversations happening simultaneously, I tried to focus on individual voices, to understand what they discussed, but the words remained just beyond comprehension. A constant murmur of indistinct speech. Then I noticed movement among the headstones, shadows that did not match the candlelight, forms moving between the graves, transparent, barely visible, but present. They seemed to gather in small groups, standing together as if in conversation. The whispers grew louder when they assembled. I realized I was witnessing something extraordinary. The dead, meeting in their resting place, still connected to one another after death. I stood and walked among them. They paid me no attention, absorbed in their own gatherings. I passed within feet of several figures, saw their faces, pale and indistinct. Some I recognized from funeral services I had performed. Others were strangers, dead long before my time. As dawn approached, they began to fade. The whispers decreased gradually. By the time the sun rose, all had vanished. The cemetery lay silent and still once more. I have returned several times since then. Each night brings the same gathering. The dead emerge to walk among their graves, to speak with one another in voices we cannot quite hear. I no longer find this frightening. Instead, I feel comforted. Death does not mean isolation. The departed remain together. Still a community, still connected. The cemetery is not just a resting place. It is a meeting ground. Father Brendan, McLaughlin County, Tyrone, Ireland, 11th September 1619. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The cemetery contains burials dating to the 11th century. Multiple parish priests documented similar phenomena in church records from 1590 to 1670. The burial ground remains in use, though modern witnesses report few supernatural occurrences. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1573AF. Classification: School teacher's account. Date of statement: 4th April, 1573. Location: County Donegal, Ireland. Author: Mistress Eleanor Fitzgerald. Account of the school bell. Mom, Mistress Eleanor Fitzgerald, do give account of troubles at my school. I teach children in a small building near the church. We have 20 students of various ages. The school day begins when I ring the bell. The children hear it from their homes and gather. We have followed this routine for 5 years without incident. But last month, the bell began ringing on its own. The first time, I thought a student arrived early, but I found no one there when I opened the door. The bell rope swung gently, as if just released. This happened again the next morning, and the morning after that, always before I arrived to ring it myself. The children began commenting on it. They said the ghost teacher called them to lessons. I dismissed this as childish imagination, but I could not explain the bell's behavior. One morning, I arrived especially early. I wanted to catch whoever rang the bell. I hid where I could observe the door. As the usual time approached, the bell began to ring. I watched the rope move up and down, pulled by invisible hands with steady rhythm, exactly as I would ring it myself. I emerged from hiding and called out. The ringing stopped immediately. The rope swung free and empty. I examined it carefully, but found nothing unusual. The next day, I asked the oldest residents about the school. One woman remembered a teacher before me, a young woman who loved teaching. She had rung that bell every morning for 10 years. Then she fell ill and passed away suddenly. They found a new teacher, me, to replace her. But perhaps she never truly left. Perhaps she still maintained her morning routine, calling children to their lessons from beyond death. I decided to conduct a test. One morning, I let the ghost ring the bell. I waited inside the school. When the children arrived, I greeted them as normal. Throughout the day, I felt a presence. Someone watching the lessons with approval. A colleague observing my teaching methods. I spoke aloud to the empty air. I said I hoped my teaching met her standards, that I would care for these children as she had. A book fell from my desk, not thrown, but placed gently on the floor. As if someone had set it down for me to see, I picked it up and found it marked. A passage about dedication to one's calling. I understood the message. Since then, I no longer mind the bell ringing itself. I consider it a blessing. The former teacher still watches over her school, still ensures the children are called to their lessons. I am honored to work alongside her, even if I cannot see her. Mistress Eleanor Fitzgerald, County Donegal, Ireland, 4th April, 1573. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Church, records confirm. Teacher Mary O'Sullivan died in 1567 while employed at the school. The bell continued ringing autonomously until it was replaced in 1602. The original bell was preserved and is held in diocesan storage. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA163 5AG. Classification: Baker's Statement. Date of statement: 16th December 1635. Location: County Cavan, Ireland. Author: Thomas Brennan, Baker. Statement regarding night baking. I, Thomas Brennan, do make statement about my bakery. I operate a small establishment in the village. I bake bread and pastries for the local community. My work begins before dawn to have fresh bread ready. I am accustomed to early hours and hard labor, but recently My work has been made easier. Someone else bakes in my ovens during the night. I first noticed when I arrived one morning to begin work. The ovens were already warm. Fresh loaves sat cooling on the racks, more than I had left the previous evening. I thought perhaps my apprentice had come early, but he insisted he had not entered the bakery. The next morning, I found the same thing. More bread, perfectly baked. The ovens warm, and the work already begun. I decided to sleep in the bakery to investigate. I made a bed in the back room. Near midnight, I heard sounds from the main room. The oven door opening and closing, the scrape of the bread peel on stone, the familiar sounds of baking. I rose quietly and looked through the doorway. The bakery was full of activity, but I saw no one. The bread peel moved through the air alone. Loaves shaped themselves and floated into the ovens. The oven door swung open and closed as needed, all accomplished by unseen hands. I watched in amazement as a full night's work progressed. The phantom baker worked with incredible efficiency. No wasted motion, no hesitation. The work of a master who had done this for years. I recognized the technique. It matched exactly how the previous baker worked, the man I bought this business from when he retired. Though he had not retired willingly. He died suddenly, collapsed at his oven one morning. The doctor said his heart simply gave out. But the baker had loved his work above all else. He took pride in every loaf he produced. I believe death did not end his dedication. He returned to the work that defined his life. In the morning, I examined the bread he had made. Flawless in every way. Better than my own usual standard. I have allowed this arrangement to continue. The ghost baker works at night. I arrive in the morning to find his work complete. I add my own baking to his production. Together, we produce more than I could alone. My business has prospered since he returned. Customers say my bread has never been better. I do not correct their assumption. They praise my skill, but half the credit belongs to him, the baker who loved his craft too much to abandon it. Thomas Brennan, Baker County, Cavan, Ireland, 16th December 1635. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Previous baker, Diarmid O'Reilly, died in 1634 as described. Multiple bakers operated this establishment through 1711, most reporting nocturnal baking phenomena. The building burned in 1712, after which no unusual activity was recorded at the rebuilt bakery. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1567AH. Classification Carpenter's Notes. Date of statement 29th August 1567. Location County Louth, Ireland. Author Michael Doherty, Carpenter. Notes on Unusual Commission. Why Michael Doherty? Do record events surrounding a recent commission. A widow hired me to repair her cottage. The roof needed new beams and the door hung poorly. Simple work that should take only days. I arrived on a Monday morning to begin. The widow seemed nervous, wringing her hands. She showed me what needed repair. Then she asked if I believed in spirits. I said I attended church and believed what the priest taught. She nodded, but seemed unconvinced this covered her meaning. I began work on the roof. Immediately, things felt wrong. My tools would not stay where I placed them. The hammer moved while I climbed the ladder. Nails scattered across the floor. I blamed my own carelessness. But the problems continued throughout the day. Every time I set down a tool, it relocated, sometimes to the other side of the room, sometimes hidden beneath other objects. The work that should take hours stretched endlessly. The widow brought me water at midday. She asked how the work progressed. I admitted it was going poorly. She nodded as if she expected this. She said the cottage had a resident who disliked change. Her late husband, she believed. He had built this cottage with his own hands. Every beam, every board placed by him. He took great pride in his craftsmanship. Since his death, she said, he objected to any alterations. It thought she was simply a grieving widow, that her imagination created comfort from her loss. But that afternoon proved otherwise. I was fitting a new beam when I felt resistance, not from the wood, but from something else. As if invisible hands pushed against my efforts, I stopped and spoke aloud. I explained I meant only to preserve his work, that repairs were necessary to maintain what he built. The resistance ceased immediately. I completed that repair without further trouble. But when I moved to the next beam, the problems resumed. Again, I spoke to the empty air. Again, I explained my purpose. Again, the interference stopped. I completed each repair this way, explaining my work to someone I could not see, asking permission before each change. The widow watched this with sad understanding. She had learned the same lesson. Her husband remained protective of his home. She had to negotiate with him for every alteration. I finished the work in 3 days. The widow paid me well. As I left, I turned back to the cottage. I thanked the builder for allowing me to help. The door swung closed gently, though no wind blew and no hand touched it. Michael Doherty, Carpenter County, Louth, Ireland, 29th August, 1567. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, the widow, Mary Doherty, maintained the cottage until her death in 1583. Subsequent owners reported difficulty making alterations to the structure. The cottage stood until 1640, when it finally collapsed, having outlasted similar structures by decades. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file: NOA 16218I classification. Magistrates account. Date of statement: 7th October, 1621. Location: County Monaghan, Ireland. Author: Magistrate Henry O'Connor. Account of Property Investigation Y, Magistrate Henry O'Connor. Do record investigation of an abandoned property. A farmhouse stood empty for 2 years. The previous tenants left without explanation. The landlord requested I determine why the property remained unoccupied. I arrived on a clear autumn morning. The house appeared structurally sound. The fields around it looked fertile and well positioned. No obvious reason explained its vacancy. I entered through the front door. The interior showed signs of hasty departure. Furniture remained, personal items scattered about, as if the occupants left in the middle of their daily activities. I began documenting the rooms. In the main room, I noticed the cold. Despite the warm day outside, the interior felt like winter. My breath formed clouds in the air. I moved to the bedroom. Here the cold intensified. Ice crystals formed on the window panes from inside. This made no natural sense. I heard footsteps above me, but I had observed no upper floor from outside. The house stood only 1 story tall. Yet clear footsteps walked back and forth overhead. I called out, asking who walked there. The footsteps stopped. Then they began again, faster this time. Running now, across a ceiling that should not exist. I went outside to confirm the house's structure. Only one level, as I thought. No attic, no second story. Yet the footsteps continued audibly from within. I re-entered, determined to understand this phenomenon. In the bedroom, I looked up. The ceiling appeared normal, but the sound came clearly from above it. Footsteps, and now other sounds. Furniture being moved, objects dropping heavily. The sounds of normal domestic activity, but occurring in a space that did not exist. I placed my hand against the ceiling. It felt ice cold, and I felt vibrations matching the footsteps. I interviewed neighbors about the property. An old man told me the history. A family had lived there 60 years ago. They died when the house burned. All trapped on the second floor. The house was rebuilt, but only one story. The second floor never replaced. But apparently, something still occupied that space. The family that died continued their routines, walking floors that no longer existed, living in rooms that were never rebuilt. The tenants who left 2 years ago, they heard the footsteps constantly, felt the impossible cold. They could not sleep knowing the dead walked above them. I recommended the property remain unoccupied. No amount of rent justified subjecting people to this. The landlord accepted my judgment. The house still stands empty. The family still walks their phantom second floor. Magistrate Henry O'Connor, County Monaghan, Ireland. 7th October 1621. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, fire records from 1561, confirm the deaths of the Murphy family. 5 people perished on the upper floor. The rebuilt structure lasted until 1710, when it was demolished. Multiple witnesses reported the footsteps phenomenon through its entire occupation. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1589AJ. Classification Midwife's record. Date of statement 13th May 1589. Location County Sligo, Ireland. Author Mistress Joan McHugh. Midwife. Record of difficult delivery. I, Mistress Joan McHugh, do record a troubling birth I attended. I was summoned to a cottage in the hills. The mother laboured with her first child. When I arrived, I found her in great distress, not from pain, but from fear. She claimed someone else was in the room, someone who whispered to her constantly. I saw no one but the mother and her husband. Yet she insisted she heard a woman's voice, telling her the child would not live, that she would lose it, as others had. I tried to calm her, to focus her on the work ahead, but she remained fixated on this voice. As labour progressed, I began to feel uneasy. Alice's room grew colder despite a good fire. The air felt heavy, oppressive. The mother suddenly screamed. She said hands touched her, trying to reach the child. I saw nothing, but her terror was real. The husband grew pale and asked what was happening. I could give him no answer. I focused on delivering the child safely. The birth proceeded with difficulty. The mother fought against her own body, as if something held the child back. I prayed aloud as I worked, asking God to protect mother and child. The moment I began praying, the mother relaxed. She said the voice stopped. The hands released her. The child came quickly after that, a healthy boy who cried lustily, but the mother wept as I placed him in her arms. She said the voice returned, telling her this child was borrowed, that he would be taken back. I stayed through the night to monitor them. The mother remained agitated, listening to something I could not hear. In the morning, I spoke with the husband privately. He revealed they built their cottage on old land, a place locals avoided. They thought the warnings mere superstition. But his wife had been troubled since moving there. She heard voices, felt presences. The pregnancy made it worse. I suggested they have the cottage blessed. Better yet, I said, consider moving. Some places do not welcome the living. The land had been used for something else before, something that left a mark. 3 months later, I heard the child had died. No clear cause, simply stopped breathing in his sleep. The couple moved away shortly after. The cottage stood empty for years. No one would live there. Those who tried reported the same whispering, the same cold presence. The land had claimed that place, and it resented those who built upon it. Mistress Joan McHugh, Midwife County, Sligo, Ireland, 13th May, 1589. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The cottage site corresponds to a medieval cemetery, abandoned in the 1300s. Ground surveys detected numerous unmarked burials. The structure eventually collapsed in 1612. No subsequent building has been erected at that location. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file. NOA 164 6AK. Classification. Shepherd's testimony. Date of statement. 22nd November 1646. Location, County Mayo, Ireland. Author, Conor McBride, Shepherd. Testimony of the mountain hut, Conor McBride. Do testify about the shepherd's hut on the high slopes. I work the mountain pastures during summer months. A stone hut provides shelter when weather turns. Shepherds have used it for generations. It sits alone on the mountainside, far from any settlement. I've stayed there many times without trouble. But last summer, something changed. I brought my flock up in early June. The first night in the hut, I slept poorly. I woke repeatedly, feeling watched. Each time I looked around, I saw nothing, just the stone walls and my small fire. But the feeling persisted through the night. The next evening, I heard them. Voices outside the hut, speaking in low tones, discussing matters I could not quite hear. I opened the door to see who approached. No one stood outside. The mountainside lay empty in the twilight. Yet the voices continued, coming from all directions, surrounding the hut. I retreated inside and barred the door. The voices grew louder. Now I could distinguish words. They spoke of sheep, of weather, of mountain routes, the conversations of shepherds. But no living shepherds were there. I realized I heard the echoes of those who came before, shepherds who had sheltered in this hut across the years. Their voices somehow trapped in this place, replaying their discussions from life. Through the night, the voices continued, sometimes arguing, sometimes laughing, always talking of their trade. I tried to sleep, but could not. The sound of so many conversations filled the small space. At dawn, they faded with the light. I emerged to find my flock undisturbed, but I was exhausted from the sleepless night. I considered leaving, taking my sheep down early, but I had obligations to fulfill. I stayed the summer as planned. Each night brought the same phenomenon. As darkness fell, the voices rose, past shepherds continuing their eternal discussions. I grew accustomed to it, eventually, even found some comfort in the company. Though I could not see them, I was not alone. Other shepherds had walked these slopes before me, had sheltered in this same hut, had worried about the same things. Their voices reminded me I was part of something larger, a tradition stretching back generations. On my final night, I spoke to them, thanked them for their company, promised I would return next summer. The voices seemed to acknowledge this. Growing warmer, almost welcoming, I left the mountain as autumn approached. But I will return to that hut. The company of phantom shepherds suits me, better than being truly alone on those heights. Connor McBride, Shepherd County, Mayo, Ireland, 22nd November 1646. Archivists. Note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The shepherd's hut remained in use until 1842. Multiple accounts from different shepherds describe identical phenomena. The structure collapsed in a storm around 1850. The stone foundation remains visible today. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 157 8AL classification. Miller's statement. Date of statement 8th January 1578. Location County Tipperary, Ireland. Author Rory O'Brien. Miller's statement about the grinding stones. I, Rory O'Brien, do make statement about my mill operation. I inherited the mill from my father. He operated it for 41 years before me. The grinding stones are old, brought from quarries far away. They have ground grain for over a century. My father taught me to respect them, to maintain them properly, and thank them for their work. I thought this mere tradition, empty courtesy, until I neglected them and learned otherwise. Last autumn I grew busy with repairs. I forgot the maintenance schedule for the stones, forgot to clean them as thoroughly as I should, forgot to speak the traditional thanks. The first sign came when the flour quality declined, not obviously, but subtly wrong. Customers complained it did not bake properly. I checked the stones and found nothing amiss. But the problems continued. Then the stones began making sounds. Not the normal grinding noise, but something else. A low moan as they turned, like something in pain or distress. I tried adjusting the machinery. The sound only grew louder. Other millers came to investigate. They heard it too, but could offer no explanation. One old miller asked if I maintained the proper observances. I admitted I had been lax. He said the stones remembered such things, that they had been worked for so long, they had absorbed something, a presence from the years of labor. They expected respect and proper care. I cleaned the stones thoroughly, performed all the maintenance I had neglected, and I spoke to them, apologized for my disrespect, promised to honor the old ways my father taught. The moaning stopped immediately. The flour quality returned to normal. I have maintained strict observance since then. Every week, I clean the stones properly. I thank them for their work, and I leave a small offering of grain. This sounds like superstition, I know, but the stones respond to these actions. They grind smoothly when properly maintained, both mechanically and ritually. My father understood something I initially missed. These stones have worked so long they have become more than stone. They have absorbed the work, the care, the dedication of generations. They remember when they are neglected, and they remind us of their importance. I will not forget again. Some traditions exist for reasons beyond understanding. Rory O'Brien, Miller County, Tipperary, Ireland, 8th January 1578. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The millstones described were quarried in 1442 and worked continuously until 1703. Multiple millers documented the necessity of traditional maintenance rituals. The stones were buried when the mill closed. following local custom for stones that had awakened. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file. NOA 1613 AM classification. Nun's account. Date of statement. 15th March 1613. Location. County Waterford, Ireland. Author. Sister Margaret O'Sullivan. Account of the convent garden. Why? Sister Margaret. O'Sullivan, do give account of our convent garden. Maintaining the garden falls under my duties. I grow vegetables and herbs for our community. The work brings me peace and connects me to God's creation. The garden has thrived under my care for 8 years. But recently, I have had help that comes from unexpected source. It began when I noticed improvements overnight. Weeds pulled that I had not gotten to. Soil turned in beds I planned to prepare. Seeds planted in neat rows. At first, I thought another sister helped me. I asked during our evening meal. No one claimed responsibility, yet the help continued. Every morning, I found more work completed. Always done expertly, following the best practices. I decided to watch the garden one night. I positioned myself where I could observe. As midnight approached, I saw her, a figure moving among the plants, dressed in the old style of habit our order once wore. She worked with practiced efficiency, tending each plant with obvious care and knowledge. I watched her for nearly an hour. Her dedication reminded me of my own passion for this work. Finally, I called out softly, asked if she needed anything. She turned toward me. Her face was kind but sad. She looked at me for a long moment. Then she simply faded from view, gone between one heartbeat and the next. But her work remained. Real plants, properly tended. I asked the Mother Superior about previous garden keepers. She consulted the convent records. 50 years ago, a sister had maintained the garden. Sister Anne, known for her exceptional skill with plants. She had transformed the garden into something remarkable. When she died, they buried her in the small cemetery beside the chapel. Her grave sat at the garden's edge. I visited her grave the next day. I spoke to her as one gardener to another. I thanked her for her help, told her I would honor her work by caring for these plants. That night, she appeared again. This time, she smiled. She walked to her own grave and knelt beside it. She touched the earth there gently. Then she looked back at me and nodded. She has not appeared since, but I feel her presence sometimes, especially when I work near her grave. A sense of approval, of shared purpose. The garden continues to thrive, better than I could manage alone. I believe she still tends it in ways I cannot see, still sharing her gift for growing things. Even death cannot end such dedication. Sister Margaret, O'Sullivan County, Waterford, Ireland, 15th March, 1613. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Sister Anne O'Malley died in 1563, documented as the convent's gardener. The garden remained productive until the convent's closure in 1649. Locals reported seeing a figure tending the abandoned garden until it was built over in 1702. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case. File. NOA 1594. And classification. Physician's Journal. Date of statement. 26 July, 1594. Location. County Cork, Ireland. Author. Dr. Benjamin Walsh. Journal entry on peculiar affliction. Dr. Benjamin Walsh, do record an unusual medical case. A farmer came to my practice complaining of exhaustion He said he could not rest properly despite sleeping long hours. Physical examination revealed no obvious illness. He appeared healthy, if tired. I prescribed a tonic and advised better sleep habits. He returned a week later, worse than before. Now he complained of aches throughout his body, as if he had engaged in hard labor while sleeping. His wife accompanied him this visit. She revealed something disturbing. Her husband walked in his sleep. Not simple wandering, but purposeful activity. He would rise and go outside. She followed one night and watched in horror. He worked in the fields, performing farm labor, all while deeply asleep. He showed no awareness of his actions. In the morning, he remembered nothing, but the work was done, and his body bore the strain. I found this account difficult to believe, yet his physical symptoms supported it. His hands showed blisters from tools. His muscles ached from exertion, all without conscious memory of activity. I consulted medical texts but found nothing comparable. I decided to observe him myself. With the family's permission, I stayed overnight. The farmer went to bed at normal hour. He fell asleep quickly, appearing restful. Then near midnight, he sat up abruptly. His eyes remained closed, but he rose and dressed. He walked outside with steady purpose. I followed at a distance. He went directly to his fields. He took up tools and began working, ploughing, planting, all done with practiced skill. But his eyes never opened. He worked in complete darkness, guided by something other than sight. I approached and spoke to him. He did not respond or acknowledge my presence. I tried to wake him, but he pushed past me, continuing his labor as if I were not there. I watched for 2 hours as he worked. Then suddenly, he stopped. He dropped his tools and walked back to the house. He returned to bed and lay down. His breathing deepened immediately into natural sleep. In the morning, I asked what he remembered. Nothing at all. He believed he had slept through the night. I examined the field where he worked. Clear evidence of fresh labor. Work completed while he was unconscious. I questioned him about recent events. Had he disturbed anything unusual? Found strange objects? Visited places he normally avoided? He mentioned only that he had cleared an old well. It had been sealed for generations. He reopened it, needing the water source. I went to see this well. An uncomfortable feeling emanated from it, a sense of wrongness that made me want to leave. I advised him to seal it again, to find water elsewhere. He resisted, but eventually agreed. Once the well was resealed, his condition improved. The night walking ceased. He returned to normal sleep. Whatever he disturbed in that old well, it had tried to use him, to work him like an animal. Only sealing it again broke that connection. Dr. Benjamin Walsh, County Cork, Ireland, 26 July, 1594. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The well mentioned appears in medieval records as a site of drowning deaths, sealed in 1492 after 3 children died there. Local tradition warns against disturbing sealed wells, as they often mark places of tragedy or curse. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1638AO. Classification: Constable's Notes. Date of statement: 3rd September 1638. Location: County Galway, Ireland. Author: Constable Patrick Murray. Notes on missing travellers. Why? Constable Patrick Murray. Do record concerns about a certain stretch of road. In the past year, 3 travellers have disappeared. All vanished along the same remote section. between the village of Clunmore and the next settlement, a distance of approximately 5 miles. The road passes through empty countryside, hills on one side, bog on the other. Few people travel it, especially after dark. Those who do report feeling uneasy, a sense of being followed, of eyes watching from the shadows. I investigated the area thoroughly, found no evidence of criminal activity, no bodies, no signs of struggle. Simply 3 people who never reached their destinations. One was a merchant traveling with goods. His horse was found wandering 2 days later, but no trace of the rider. The second was a young woman visiting family. She left one village heading to another, never arrived. The third was an older man, a tinker. Multiple people saw him set out on that road. He too vanished completely. I walked the road myself numerous times. During day, it appears normal, empty but unremarkable countryside. At night, the atmosphere changes dramatically. A heaviness settles over the area. Sound becomes muffled. Even my footsteps seemed absorbed by the ground. I felt the presence others described, something watching, following, never close enough to see, but undeniably there. On my 3rd night patrol, I heard it, singing, beautiful and haunting. Coming from somewhere ahead on the road, I followed the sound carefully. It led me toward the bog. As I approached, the singing grew louder. A woman's voice, singing in Old Irish. I could see nothing in the darkness, but the voice was clear and close. It beckoned, drew me forward. I felt an overwhelming urge to follow, to step off the road and seek the singer. With great effort, I resisted. I turned and hurried back to the village. I spoke with the oldest residents. They knew of the singing. Long ago, a woman drowned in that bog. She had been beautiful, known for her singing voice. Some said she was murdered, pushed into the water. Others claimed she went willingly, heartbroken over lost love. Regardless, she never left. Her voice still calls from the bog at night, luring travelers from the road. Those who follow never return. I have posted warnings at both ends of that road, advising travelers to pass through during daylight only, to ignore any sounds they hear after dark, to stay on the road no matter what they see or hear. Since these warnings, no more have disappeared, but the singing continues. On quiet nights, you can hear it from the village, beautiful and deadly, calling from the darkness. Constable Patrick Murray, County Galway, Ireland, 3rd September 1638. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Local records from 1587 document the death by drowning of Siobhan Neame Haile, renowned singer. Her body was recovered from the bog beside the road. Several disappearances in that area over the following century support the constable's account. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1561AP. Classification Friar's Testament. Date of statement 12th October 1561. Location, County Wicklow, Ireland. Author, Friar Timothy O'Byrne. Testament of the Cloistered Walk. Why, Friar Timothy O'Byrne? Do testify about our monastery's cloister. The covered walkway surrounds our central garden. Brothers use it for walking meditation and prayer. It has served this purpose for 3 centuries. I have walked there countless times myself. But recently, I am not alone in my walking. Others pace the cloister with me. Others I cannot see. It began a month ago. I walked my evening meditation as usual. The sun had set, and the cloister lay in shadow. I heard footsteps behind me. Another brother, I assumed, joining the meditation. I did not turn to look. Silence is observed during these walks, but the footsteps stayed perfectly matched to my own. When I slowed, they slowed. When I quickened pace, they quickened too. I completed my circuit and returned to my cell. At morning prayers, I asked who had walked with me. No other brother admitted being in the cloister. I thought perhaps I misheard, but the next evening brought the same experience. Footsteps following mine. This time, I stopped abruptly. The other footsteps continued for 2 more paces, then stopped as well. I turned quickly. No one stood there. The cloister stretched empty behind me. Yet I heard breathing, quiet but unmistakable. Someone stood there, invisible but present. I spoke aloud, asking who walked with me. No answer came, but the breathing continued. I finished my walk quickly and spoke to the prior. He listened gravely to my account. Then he revealed this had happened before. Many brothers over the years reported walking with unseen companions, always in the cloister, always during evening meditation. The prior believed they walked with the dead. Brothers who had lived in this monastery long ago, still maintaining their devotional routines, still pacing the cloister in prayer, unable or unwilling to stop. He said I should not fear them. They meant no harm. They simply continued what they had done in life. I have tried to accept this wisdom, but it unsettles me deeply. Each evening, I know they are there. Invisible monks walking their eternal meditation. Sometimes I hear one, sometimes many. The sound of numerous footsteps, all pacing the cloister in their own rhythms. I have grown to recognize patterns. One walker always stops at the same corner. Another completes 3 circuits before continuing elsewhere. They have their routines, as we have ours. I try to focus on my own prayers, to ignore the phantom brothers, but I cannot forget they are there, cannot stop wondering when I die. Will I join them in endless walking? Will I become one more invisible presence, forever pacing these stones? The thought troubles my prayers. Friar Timothy O'Byrne, County Wicklow, Ireland, 12th October, 1561. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The monastery operated from 1267 until dissolution in 1611. Multiple accounts of phantom footsteps exist in the records. The cloister ruins remain standing. Visitors in modern times report hearing footsteps when the site is empty. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1649AQ. Classification Brewer's Record. Date of statement 21st February 1649. Location County Kilkenny, Ireland. Author Seamus Fitzgerald, brewer. Record of brewery operations. Why Seamus Fitzgerald do record unusual assistance at my brewery. I produce ale and beer for the local market. The work is demanding, requiring careful timing and attention. I manage the business alone since my partner's death. Or so I thought. After my partner died last year, I continued operations. The work felt heavier without his help, but I managed to maintain production. Then I started noticing things. Tasks completed that I did not remember doing. Barrels moved during the night. The brewing fire tended when I thought it had gone out. At first, I attributed this to fatigue, working too hard, becoming forgetful. But the occurrences continued too frequently. One morning, I found a new batch started. I had planned to begin it that day, but someone had already done the work. The mash prepared perfectly, the timing exact. I recognized the technique. My partner's method, distinctive and precise. I spoke aloud to the empty brewery, asked if he remained here somehow. A barrel lid fell with a sharp crack. Nothing had touched it. But I understood the message. Since then, I have accepted his continued presence. I arrive each morning to find work progressed. Not completed, but advanced. As if he worked through the night to help me. The quality of our ale has remained consistent. Customers notice no decline since his death, because he never truly left. He continues working, helping maintain what we built together. Sometimes I hear him. The sound of his particular way of moving about, the rhythm of his work, familiar after years of partnership. I no longer feel alone in the brewery. He is here, still contributing, still ensuring our business succeeds. I brew the ale. He does what he can from beyond death. Together we continue. Seamus Fitzgerald, Brewer County, Kilkenny, Ireland, 21st February, 1649. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Brewing partner, Liam O'Connor, died in 1648. The brewery continued operation until 1687 under Fitzgerald family ownership. Multiple brewers reported sensing O'Connor's presence and finding work completed overnight. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1597 AR. Classification Blacksmith's Journal. Date of statement 5th June 1597. Location County Limerick, Ireland. Author Declan Murphy, blacksmith. Journal entry, The Anvil's Memory. Why? Declan Murphy, do record strange events at my smithy. I purchased this forge from a retiring blacksmith. He sold it cheaply, seeming eager to be rid of it. I thought I had found a bargain. The forge was well equipped with quality tools. The anvil particularly impressed me. Heavy and old, it showed centuries of use. The previous owner said it had been there longer than anyone remembered. I began work immediately, taking on commissions. For the first week, all went smoothly. Then I noticed something peculiar about the anvil. When I struck iron upon it, I sometimes heard 2 strikes. My hammer, and an echo that came a fraction later, as if someone struck just after me. I checked the anvil's placement, thinking vibration caused it, but the sound persisted regardless of adjustments. One evening, working late on a complicated piece, I grew frustrated. The iron would not shape as I needed. I stepped back, considering my approach. Then, I watched the iron move on the anvil. Subtle shifts, as if invisible hands repositioned it, into exactly the angle I required. I approached cautiously and struck where it now lay. The piece shaped perfectly. I continued working, and the phenomenon continued. The iron moved slightly before each strike, guided by unseen hands to optimal position. My work improved dramatically with this assistance. Pieces came out better than I could normally achieve. I asked the previous owner about the anvil's history. He reluctantly told me the truth. A master smith had worked there for 50 years. He died at that very anvil, hammer in hand. Since then, every blacksmith reported the same thing. The anvil remembered the master's technique. His hands still guided the work. Some found it unsettling and left. Others, like me, learned to work with the presence. I have grown comfortable with my invisible mentor. He corrects my errors before I make them. positions the iron where it needs to be. I provide the strength. He provides the precision. Together, we create work finer than I could alone. Customers praise my craftsmanship. They do not know half the credit belongs to a dead man, a smith who loved his trade too much to abandon it. I sometimes speak to him while working, thank him for his guidance, tell him about the pieces we create together. A hammer strike echoes in response, his way of acknowledging our partnership. I will work this forge as long as I am able, and when I die, perhaps I too will remain, unable to leave the work I love, adding my hands to his in guiding future smiths. The anvil has room for many memories, many hands shaping iron across the centuries. Declan Murphy, Blacksmith County, Limerick, Ireland, 5th June, 1597. Archivists note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Master Smith Owen McCarthy worked this forge from 1520 to 1572, dying at his anvil as described. The forge operated until 1803, with all subsequent smiths documenting the guiding phenomenon. The anvil is preserved in the Limerick Museum. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 162, 8AS classification. Abbott's Testament. Date of statement 17th November 1628. Location County Kerry, Ireland. Author Abbot Michael Marlowe Sullivan. Testament of the Chapter House. I, Abbot Michael O'Sullivan, do testify about our chapter house. This room serves as our meeting space. The brothers gather here for important discussions and decisions. The room has witnessed centuries of monastic life, countless debates, prayers, and deliberations within these walls. Recently, we have become aware we are not alone during meetings. The first indication came during a heated discussion. We debated a matter of monastery finances. Opinions divided sharply among the brothers. Voices rose as we argued our positions. Then suddenly, all fell silent. We had not decided to stop speaking. Rather, we found ourselves unable to continue. An overwhelming sense of disapproval filled the room, as if the walls themselves objected to our discord. After a moment, the feeling passed. We resumed discussion, but more calmly. This happened several more times over the following weeks. Whenever we argued, the silencing presence returned, forcing us to pause to reconsider our tone. Then one evening, during Vespers in the chapter house, I saw them. The room seemed fuller than the number of brothers present. Shadowy figures occupied empty seats. They sat in postures of attention, as if listening to our prayers. I counted them carefully. 12 additional figures among our 8 living brothers. I said nothing but watched throughout the service. The figures remained until we concluded. Then they faded as we departed. I researched our monastery's history. Over the centuries, many distinguished abbots led this house. 12 of them were particularly renowned for their wisdom. Their leadership brought prosperity and spiritual depth. All were buried in our cemetery. I believe they continue to attend our meetings. Watching over the monastery they served in life, ensuring we maintain the standards they established. When we stray toward anger or pride, they intervene, not with words, but with that silencing presence. A reminder that these walls hold more than stone. They hold the accumulated wisdom of generations. I told the brothers what I observed. Some admitted they had sensed the additional presences. Others claimed to have seen the figures themselves. We discussed how to respond to this revelation. We decided to embrace it rather than fear it. Before each meeting, I now acknowledge our predecessors. I ask their blessing on our deliberations, request their guidance in maintaining the monastery's mission. Since then, the atmosphere has changed. We feel supported rather than judged. The silencing still comes when needed, but it feels like gentle correction from wise elders, not punishment, but loving guidance. Our decisions have improved. We consider not just immediate needs, but how our choices honor those who came before, and what legacy we leave for those who follow. The chapter house connects past, present, and future, all gathered in service to the same purpose. Abbot Michael O'Sullivan, County Kerry, Ireland, 17th November 1628. Archivists note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Monastery records list 12 distinguished abbots between 1320 and 1610. The chapter house remained in use until the monastery's dissolution in 1652. Several accounts describe the phenomenon of enforced silence during contentious meetings. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1565. At classification. Widow's account. Date of statement 23rd August 1565. Location County Roscommon, Ireland. Author Widow Mairead O'Connor. Account of my husband's return. Mairead D. O'Connor, do give account of events since my husband's passing. Thomas died 6 months ago after a brief illness. We had been married 32 years. He was a good husband, a careful farmer. He loved our land and worked it with devotion. After his death, I expected to struggle with the farm alone. Our children had moved to their own holdings. I faced the work with resignation. But Thomas did not abandon his responsibilities. He returned to help me. The first sign came a week after his burial. I woke to find the animals already fed. The work I had dreaded facing was complete. I thought perhaps a neighbor had helped without telling me, but it continued every morning. Someone tended the animals before I rose. Then I began finding other work done. Fences repaired that I had not touched. Tools organized in Thomas's particular way. The vegetable garden weeded according to his method. I knew then who helped me. My husband had returned to his farm. One evening, I stayed awake and watched from the window. As midnight passed, I saw him. Thomas walking across the yard as he always had, moving toward the barn with his characteristic gait. I went outside to speak with him. He turned at my approach. His face held the gentle expression I knew so well. I asked if he was truly there or if grief deceived me. He did not speak, but he smiled. The same smile he gave me 1,000 times in life. He reached out as if to touch my face. I felt nothing, but the gesture conveyed everything. Then he returned to his work. I watched him tend the animals. His movements precise and practiced. The same routine he followed for decades. When he finished, he walked toward the fields, fading into the darkness like morning mist. I returned inside, comforted rather than frightened. Thomas continued caring for what he built in life. He would not abandon me to manage alone. Since then, I have grown accustomed to his presence. I speak to him as I work. Tell him about my day, share my concerns. He does not answer in words, but I find solutions to problems I mentioned, tools left where I need them, work completed that I worried about. His way of showing he still listens and cares. The neighbors do not understand. They think grief has confused my mind, but I know the difference between memory and presence. Thomas is here, as real as he ever was. simply existing in a form I cannot quite touch. I am not lonely on this farm. My husband still walks beside me, still tends the land he loved. Death has not separated us. It has only changed how we work together. Widow Mairead O'Connor, County Roscommon, Ireland, 23rd August, 1565. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Thomas O'Connor, died in 1565 as stated. Mairead lived on the farm until her death in 1581. Her children reported their mother maintained the property remarkably well for a widow working alone, suggesting the assistance described continued throughout. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1643AU. Classification Merchant's Report. Date of statement 9th December 1643. Location County Westmeath, Ireland. Author Robert Fitzpatrick. Merchant Report on the Market Square. Why Robert Fitzpatrick. Do report unusual activity in the Market Square. I operate a stall there 3 days each week, selling cloth and other goods to townspeople. The market has operated in this location for centuries. Generations of merchants have conducted business here. Recently, I have noticed something strange. On days when the market is closed, the square is not empty. Not physically empty, but not quiet either. I first observed this when I arrived early one market day. Dawn had not yet broken when I reached the square. I heard the sounds of commerce already underway. Voices haggling, coins clinking, carts rolling. The familiar sounds of market day. But I saw no one there. The square lay empty in the pre-dawn darkness. Yet the sounds continued all around me, as if an invisible market conducted business beside me. I stood listening, trying to understand what I heard. The voices spoke older forms of language, discussing prices in obsolete currency, offering goods no longer sold. I realized I heard the echoes of past markets, centuries of trade compressed into simultaneous sound. All the merchants who ever worked this square, still calling out their wares to customers long dead. As the sun rose, the phantom sounds faded. Real merchants arrived to set up their stalls. The present-day market began. But I could not forget what I heard in the darkness. I mentioned this to older merchants. Several admitted they had experienced the same thing. The square held the memory of every market day. On quiet mornings, those memories surfaced. One elderly woman told me of her experience. She arrived before dawn one winter morning. She not only heard the phantom market, she saw it. Transparent figures moving through the square. Merchants and customers from different eras, all occupying the same space. A medieval farmer selling beside a Tudor cloth merchant, all unaware of each other, trapped in their own times. She watched them for nearly an hour. As dawn broke, they faded one by one, until only the empty square remained. I have tried to witness this myself, arriving earlier each week. So far, I have only heard them, but the sounds grow clearer each time. I hear individual voices now, specific conversations across the centuries. A merchant worried about rain ruining his grain. A customer seeking cloth for her daughter's wedding. Transactions completed hundreds of years ago, still echoing in this space. The market square remembers everything. Every trade, every negotiation, every moment of commerce. We current merchants add our voices to that chorus. One day, perhaps, future merchants will hear us, will listen to our ghost transactions, will wonder at the prices we charged, the goods we sold to customers they cannot see. Robert Fitzpatrick, Merchant, County Westmeath, Ireland 9th. December 1643. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The market square has operated continuously since at least 1200. Multiple accounts describe phantom market sounds from different time periods. The square remains in use today. Some early morning visitors still report hearing the echoes. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1582AV. Classification Priest's record. Date of statement 14th March 1582. Location County Clare, Ireland. Author Father Eamon Gallagher. Record of the confessional I. Father Eamon Gallagher. Do record distressing events in my confessional. Hearing confessions is a sacred duty I have performed for 15 years. The confessional provides privacy for parishioners to unburden their souls. I thought I knew all who came to confess, but recently I have heard from others who no longer live. It began on a cold evening in January. I sat in the confessional awaiting any who needed counsel. The church was empty, my last parishioner having departed. I prepared to close when I heard someone enter. The screen prevented me from seeing who came, but I heard them kneel on the other side. I spoke the traditional words of greeting. A voice responded, beginning, "Confession." But the voice sounded strange, distant, as if speaking from far away, and the sins confessed were old, transgressions from decades past, references to events I knew only from history. I listened carefully, uncertain what to make of this. The confession continued for several minutes, then ended with a request for absolution. I gave it, as is my duty for any penitent. The voice thanked me. Then I heard footsteps leaving. But when I emerged from the confessional, the church was empty. No one could have departed so quickly. The doors remained closed as I left them. This happened again the following week. A different voice, different sins. But again, the confession spoke of old transgressions, events from generations ago. I began keeping record of what I heard. The dates mentioned, the names referenced. I cross-checked them with church records. Every confession matched real people. Parishioners who died years or decades ago, still seeking absolution for their earthly sins. I consulted with my bishop about this. He listened gravely to my account. He said some souls cannot rest. They remain bound to earth by guilt or fear. They return to seek the forgiveness they need to move on. He advised me to continue hearing these confessions, to offer absolution to any who sought it. Living or dead, all needed God's mercy. I have followed his guidance. Now I remain in the confessional later each evening, making myself available to any who need me. The phantom penitents come more frequently now, sometimes 3 or 4 in a single evening, all confessing sins from their earthly lives, all seeking the peace they could not find in death. I grant absolution to each one, and pray they find the rest they seek. The confessional serves those beyond life, as much as those still living. Father Eamon Gallagher, County Clare, Ireland, 14th March 1582. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Father Gallagher served this parish until his death in 1604. His successor reported similar experiences with phantom confessions. The practice of remaining late in the confessional continued for generations. The church was rebuilt in 1720 on a different site. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1617AW. Classification: Fisherman's testimony. Date of statement: 27th May 1617. Location: County Donegal, Ireland. Author: Padraig O'Donnell, fisherman. Testimony of the phantom boat Uarti. Padraig O'Donnell: do testify about what I see on the water. I have fished these coastal waters for 30 years. I know every inlet, every current, every danger. The sea has been both generous and cruel to me, but I have always respected it and its mysteries. 2 years ago, I began seeing another boat. It appears in the early morning mist, a fishing vessel of old design, the type my grandfather described from his youth. It moves through the water silently, no sound of oars or sail, simply gliding across the surface like a ghost. The first time I saw it, I called out, thinking perhaps someone needed assistance. The boat made no response. It continued on its course, passing within 20 feet. I saw no crew aboard. The deck stood empty, yet the boat moved with clear purpose. I followed it briefly, but it outdistanced me despite my rowing hard, moving faster than any boat should without wind or oars. Then it vanished into a bank of fog. When I reached that spot, nothing remained, only empty water and mist. I have seen it many times since, always in the same area, always in early morning when mist rises from the water. Other fishermen have seen it too. We speak of it quietly among ourselves. The phantom boat, we call it. Some believe it brings bad luck to follow. Others say it marks good fishing grounds. I have noticed it appears more often before storms, as if warning us to return to shore. I have learned to heed this warning. When the phantom boat appears, I head home. Within hours, rough weather always follows. The boat seems to patrol these waters, still watching over fishermen after all these years. One morning, the mist was particularly thick. I nearly collided with the phantom boat. It appeared suddenly, directly ahead of me. I stopped rowing, stunned by its proximity. For a long moment, I stared at it. Then I saw them. Figures on the deck, transparent and pale. 4 men working the nets, moving in the practiced way of experienced fishermen. They paid no attention to me, focused entirely on their eternal task. I recognized their clothing, the style my grandfather wore in his youth. These were fishermen from generations past, still working the waters they knew in life. One looked up and met my eyes. His expression was peaceful, not frightening. He nodded once, a greeting between fellow fishermen. Then the mist thickened and the boat disappeared. I remain convinced they watch over us. These ghost fishermen who cannot leave the sea. They warn us of danger, guide us to safety in their own way. I am grateful for their presence. The water is less lonely knowing they are there. Padraig O'Donnell, Fisherman, County Donegal, Ireland, 27th May, 1617. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Maritime records document multiple fishing accidents in these waters during the 1540s. 4 boats and their crews were lost in a single storm in 1547. Sightings of the phantom boat continue to be reported by local fishermen today. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1576X. Classification: Innkeeper's statement. Date of statement: 1st July 1576. Location: County Offaly, Ireland. Author: Thomas McAvoy, innkeeper statement. Regarding guest encounters, I, Thomas McAvoy, do make statements about my inn. The Red Stag has served travellers for over a century. I inherited it from my father, who had it from his father. We maintain clean rooms and serve good food. Our reputation brings steady business, but guests sometimes report unusual experiences, particularly in the oldest part of the building. 3 rooms occupy the original structure, built when the inn first opened in the 1400s. These rooms have a particular atmosphere. Guests often request different accommodations after one night there. They report feeling unwelcome, as if the rooms already have occupants, not hostile but firmly present. One merchant described it clearly. He woke in the night to find someone sitting in the chair, an old man watching him sleep. When the merchant lit his candle, the figure vanished, but the chair still held the impression of someone sitting. A noblewoman complained of similar experience. She felt hands adjusting her blankets during the night, tucking them around her as a mother would a child. When she opened her eyes, no one was there, but the blankets had indeed been rearranged. A soldier reported the strangest encounter. He woke to find his belongings organized, his weapons cleaned and his clothes neatly folded. Work he had not done before sleeping. He claimed a woman in old-fashioned dress stood near the door. She smiled at him, then walked through the wall. I investigated the history of these rooms. My grandfather kept records of the inn's operation. In those old rooms, several guests died over the years. Natural deaths, mostly from illness or age. They were given proper burial in the churchyard, but apparently some chose to remain. They continue to occupy their rooms, sitting in favourite chairs, tidying up after guests, maintaining the hospitality they knew in life. I have stayed in each room myself. I felt the presences they described, not threatening, but unmistakably there. In one room, I heard someone breathing beside my bed, slow, peaceful breaths of someone sleeping. But I was alone. I have learned to accept this. The phantom guests cause no real trouble. They simply continue their stay, unaware that their earthly journey ended long ago. Some current guests find it charming. They enjoy the idea of sleeping in a room with history. Others prefer the newer additions, where the only occupants are the living. I accommodate both preferences. The inn has room for all kinds of guests, those who pay in coin, and those who paid long ago, but never truly checked out. Thomas McAvoy, Innkeeper County Offaly, Ireland, 1st July 1576. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Red Stag Inn operated until 1823. Guest ledgers document deaths of 3 guests in the old rooms between 1470 to 1530. Multiple accounts describe benevolent phantom activity. The building was demolished in 1830, after which no phenomena were reported. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1634AY. Classification: Physician's Notes. Date of statement: 19th September 1634. Location: County Leitrim, Ireland. Author: Dr. James O'Rourke. Notes on sleeping sickness. I, Dr. James O'Rourke, do record a puzzling medical case. A family brought their daughter to me. She was 12 years old, healthy in all respects, but she claimed to leave her body while sleeping. Not dreams, she insisted, but actual departure. Her spirit wandering while her body rested. The parents dismissed it as imagination, but the girl provided disturbing details. She described places she had never visited, conversations she could not have heard, events occurring while she slept. I investigated her claims carefully. She said she walked through the village at night, invisible to others, observing them. She described a merchant counting his money. I verified this with the merchant. He confirmed he counted his earnings late that evening, alone in his locked shop. No one could have observed him. Yet the girl described the exact amount. She told me about a woman weeping in her kitchen. The woman's husband had just left on a journey. Again, I confirmed these details. The woman admitted she cried that night, in private, telling no one of her distress. The girl could not have known these things, unless she truly walked unseen through their homes. I examined her thoroughly. No physical ailment explained her condition. She appeared healthy and sound of mind, but her nighttime wanderings continued. She described my own house, details of my study she had never seen, books on my shelves, papers on my desk, all accurately observed. I began to believe her claims. Her spirit did separate from her body, traveling while she slept. I consulted with the priest about this. He knew of such cases in old writings. Saints and mystics reported similar experiences, but this girl was neither. Simply a child who could not remain in her body. The priest suggested prayer and fasting to bind her spirit more firmly to the flesh. We attempted this for a month. The wandering decreased but did not stop. The girl seemed torn between two states, unable to remain fully in her body, unable to depart completely. She grew thin and tired. The strain of existing between worlds weakened her. Her parents took her to holy wells and sacred sites, seeking any cure for this affliction. I lost track of the family after they moved away. I heard later the girl died young, as if her spirit finally chose to depart permanently, unable to remain tethered to earthly form. The case haunts me still. I found no medical explanation, no remedy in my learning. Some conditions exist beyond the body, beyond the reach of my craft. Dr. James O'Rourke, County Leitrim, Ireland, 19th September, 1634. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Medieval accounts describe similar phenomena as soul wandering or spirit walking. The condition appears in folklore across cultures. No modern medical explanation adequately addresses reported cases of consciousness apparently separating from the physical form. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1562AZ. Classification Stonemason's record. Date of statement 10th April 1562. Location County Kilkenny, Ireland. Author William Shortall, stonemason. Record of Cathedral Work 1, William Shortall. Do record events during cathedral repairs. I was commissioned to restore damaged stonework. The cathedral has stood for 4 centuries. Time and weather have worn some sections. My task was to repair and preserve the structure. I began work on the exterior walls. The first week proceeded normally. I worked alone, as is my preference. The second week brought the visitor. An old man appeared each morning. He watched me work without speaking. I assumed he was interested in the craft. Many people enjoy observing stonemasons. I did not mind his presence, but I noticed something unusual. He wore clothing from an earlier time, the style of dress from my grandfather's generation, and he never seemed to arrive or depart. He was simply there when I looked up, gone when I looked again. One morning, I spoke to him. asked if he had questions about the work. He smiled and pointed to a section of wall, indicated I should examine it closely. I did so and found hidden damage. Stone that appeared sound from outside, but cracked and weakened beneath the surface. It would have failed within years. I thanked him for pointing it out. He nodded and gestured to another area. Again, I found concealed problems. He guided me to every weak point, showing me issues I would have missed. I realized he knew this cathedral intimately, better than anyone living could. I asked if he had worked on this building. He smiled again, but did not answer. Instead, he knelt beside my tools. He mimed the motion of setting stone. The specific technique used in this cathedral's construction, a method no longer commonly practiced. I understood then. He was one of the original builders, dead for centuries, but still concerned with his work, still watching over the cathedral he helped create. I worked according to his guidance, repairing sections he indicated, using methods he demonstrated. Together, we preserved his creation. The work took 3 months. He appeared most days, observing and guiding. On the final day, I completed the last repair. I stepped back to admire the finished work. He stood beside me, also looking up. For the first time, he spoke. One word only, good. His voice sounded distant but clear. Then he walked through the cathedral door. I followed, but found the interior empty. He had not simply left. He had finished his task, ensuring his cathedral was properly maintained. Now he could rest. William Shortall, Stonemason County, Kilkenny, Ireland, 10th April, 1562. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Cathedral construction records identify the master mason Garrett O'Shea, who oversaw building from 1180 to 1220. Shortall's repairs used O'Shea's original techniques. The cathedral remains standing today, testament to both the original construction and Shortall's restoration. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1647BA. Classification Farmer's account. Date of statement 25th October 1647. Location County Meath, Ireland. Author Hugh Kennedy. Farmer account of the Harvest Helper. Why Hugh Kennedy do give account of assistance during harvest. I farm land that has been in my family for generations. The work is hard, especially during harvest season. This year, I faced the harvest alone. My sons had gone to war. My wife's health prevented her from heavy labor. I worried I could not bring in the crop before weather turned. Then help arrived from unexpected source. The first morning of harvest, I woke before dawn. I went to the fields to begin cutting grain, but I found work already underway. Someone had cut 3 rows while I slept. I thought perhaps a neighbor helped without telling me, but when I asked around, no one admitted to it. The next morning brought more completed work. 5 rows cut and bundled properly. This continued throughout the harvest. Each dawn revealed progress I had not made. I decided to watch through the night, to discover my mysterious helper. I hid where I could observe the fields. Near midnight, a figure appeared, walking from the direction of the old graveyard. He moved to the grain and began working, cutting with practiced efficiency. His movements were those of an experienced farmer. The moon provided enough light to see him clearly. I recognized the way he worked, the specific technique my father used. Then I recognized him entirely. It was my father, dead these 10 years, yet working my fields, helping me as he did when he lived. I stepped forward, calling to him. He looked up and smiled. The same warm smile I remembered. He did not speak, but beckoned me to join him. Together, we worked through the night, father and son, as in the old days. He showed me shortcuts I had forgotten, better ways to bundle the grain. We completed the work twice as fast together. As dawn approached, he stopped. He placed his hand on my shoulder. I felt the pressure, solid and real. He nodded toward the house, indicating I should rest. Then he walked back toward the graveyard, fading in the growing light. The harvest continued this way for 2 weeks. He came each night to help, never speaking, but his presence said everything. When the last of the grain was stored, he came once more. He walked through the fields, examining our work. Satisfied, he nodded to me. Then he departed. I have not seen him since. His task was complete. He ensured his family's survival one final time, then returned to his rest. I thank him in my prayers each night for coming back when I needed him most. Hugh Kennedy, Farmer County, Meath, Ireland 25th, October 1647. Archivists note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Patrick Kennedy, died in 1637, documented in parish records. Hugh Kennedy's harvest that year was reportedly exceptional despite his working alone. The family maintained the farm successfully through subsequent generations. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1586BB. Classification: Schoolmaster's Notes. Date of statement: 7th February 1586. Location: County Armagh, Ireland. Author: Master Patrick O'Neill. Notes on the school library. Master Patrick O'Neill. Do record events in our school library. We maintain a small collection of books for student learning. The room is quiet, used for reading and study. I often work there preparing lessons. Recently, I have not been alone. Someone else uses the library, someone I cannot see. It began with books being moved. I would shelve a volume in one location. The next day, I would find it elsewhere, not randomly, but purposefully relocated. Books on similar subjects grouped together, better organization than my own system. Then I noticed books opened on tables, specific passages marked as if for study, pages held open by invisible weights, always sections relevant to current lessons, as if someone prepared materials for me. I started finding notes in the margins, written in old script I could barely read, comments on the text, scholarly observations, added by a hand from another time. One evening, I remained late in the library. I wanted to observe what happened. I sat quietly, reading by candlelight. The room was still and peaceful. Then I heard pages turning. Across the room, a book lay open. Its pages moved as if someone read, turning steadily, one after another. I approached slowly. The pages continued turning as I drew near. I reached out to touch the book. The page turning stopped immediately. I felt a presence withdraw, not fleeing, but politely stepping back. I spoke aloud to the empty room. I said I meant no disrespect, that I appreciated the help with organizing. A book fell from the shelf, not violently, but gently placed on the floor. I picked it up and examined it. A treatise on teaching methods, written a century ago. I understood the message. My invisible colleague was a teacher, someone who had taught in this building long ago, still pursuing knowledge even after death. I have grown comfortable with this presence. I leave books out that might interest them. In the morning, I find them read, sometimes with helpful notes added. We share the library peacefully, two scholars separated by death, but united in love of learning. Master Patrick O'Neill, County Armagh, Ireland, 7th February 1586. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft School records identify Master Colum McMahon, who taught at this location from 1460 to 1492, known for his extensive library and scholarly pursuits. The school operated until 1603, with multiple teachers reporting the helpful presence in the library. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1623 BC. Classification Merchant's Journal. Date of statement 13th November 1623. Location County Wexford, Ireland. Author Daniel Walsh. Merchant Journal entry The Counting House. Daniel Walsh. Do record events at my place of business. I operate a shop in the town centre. The building includes my shop floor and a counting house above. I use the counting house for tallying accounts and storing records. It is a private space where I manage my business affairs. But recently, I have noticed discrepancies. My accounts balance better than they should. I am careful with numbers, but I make errors. All merchants do. Yet when I review my books, I find mistakes corrected, errors fixed in my own handwriting. But I did not make these corrections, at least not that I remember. I began marking my books carefully, noting exactly where I stopped each evening. In the morning, work was completed beyond my marks. Calculations finished, totals verified, all in script matching my own. I decided to hide in the counting house overnight, to catch whoever accessed my records. I concealed myself behind stacked goods. From there, I could observe the desk. Hours passed in silence and darkness. Near midnight, I heard movement. Someone climbing the stairs to the counting house. The door opened, though I had locked it. A figure entered carrying a candle. He sat at my desk and opened my ledger. He began working on my accounts. His movements were practiced and efficient. I watched as he completed calculations I had started, verified totals with careful attention, the work of an experienced merchant. I stepped from my hiding place. The figure did not react to my presence. He continued his work, focused entirely on the task. I moved closer, examining him. His features were familiar. Then I recognized him, my uncle, who owned this shop before me. He taught me the merchant's trade. He died 5 years ago, leaving me the business, but apparently he never truly left. He continued to manage the accounts, to ensure my success as he did in life. I spoke his name. He looked up then, directly at me. His expression was kind, approving. He gestured to the ledger, showing me an error I had missed, a calculation that would have cost me money. I thanked him. He nodded and returned to his work. I sat beside him and we worked together, as we did when he trained me, uncle and nephew reviewing the accounts. When dawn approached, he stood. He placed his hand on my shoulder briefly. Then he descended the stairs and departed. I have not hidden since. I accept his presence gratefully. He built this business over decades. Why should death end his interest? Daniel Walsh, Merchant County, Wexford, Ireland. 13th November 1623. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Thomas Walsh died in 1618. documented in the Merchant Guild records. Daniel Walsh operated the business successfully until his death in 1651, maintaining exceptionally accurate accounts throughout his tenure. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 157-1BD. Classification: Miller's testimony. Date of statement: 28th June, 1571. Location: County Lewis, Ireland. Author: Brian O'More, Miller. Testimony of the Mill Wheel. Brian O'More, do testify about my watermill. The mill wheel has turned here for 300 years. It grinds grain for surrounding farms and villages. The wheel depends on the river's flow. Without water, the wheel stands still. But for the past month, the wheel has turned on its own. The river ran dry due to drought. No water flowed to power the wheel. Yet the wheel continued rotating. Slowly, steadily, as if water still flowed. I first noticed this one morning. I arrived expecting to find the mill idle. The drought had lasted 3 weeks. No rain had fallen. No water moved in the riverbed. Yet I heard the wheel turning, the familiar creaking and splashing. I went outside to investigate. The wheel rotated against the dry stones. No water touched it. No mechanism drove it. It simply turned, defying all natural explanation. The grinding stones inside moved with it. I could operate the mill despite the drought. Farmers brought grain, and I ground it as always. The wheel provided power, though no water flowed. I told no one at first, fearing they would think me mad. But the drought continued and my mill kept working, while other mills stood idle. Eventually, people questioned how I continued operations. I had no explanation to offer. The wheel turned because it chose to. Because it had turned for so long, it could not stop. One night, I remained at the mill. I wanted to understand what powered the wheel. I sat beside the riverbed, watching. The wheel turned above me in the darkness. Then I saw them. Figures in the river that was not there. Transparent forms moving through empty air, carrying water that did not exist. Pouring it over the wheel, keeping the mill working through the drought. I recognized the way they moved, the specific manner of managing water flow. They were former millers, men who had worked here across the centuries. They could not let the mill stand idle, could not abandon their work even in death. They provided phantom water for a phantom river, to keep the wheel turning, to maintain the mill's purpose. When the rains finally returned, the ghost departed. Real water flowed again. The wheel turned naturally once more. But I know they remain close, ready to return if needed, to ensure the mill never stops. Brian O'More, Miller County, Lewis, Ireland, 28th June, 1571. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The mill's continuous operation during the 1571 drought is documented in local records. Several millers are buried in the adjacent cemetery, their graves dating from 1280 to 1550. The mill operated until 1814, when it was destroyed by flooding. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 164-1BE. Classification: Bailiff's account. Date of statement: 4th August, 1641. Location: County Carlow, Ireland. Author: Richard Butler, Bailiff. Account of estate management: Richard Butler. do give account of managing the Blackwood estate. The property passed to new owners after the previous family died. My duty involved preparing the manor for the new residents, ensuring the grounds and buildings were properly maintained. I arrived to find the estate in remarkable condition. Despite standing empty for 2 years, the gardens showed no overgrowth. The buildings appeared freshly cleaned. Someone had been maintaining the property, but the estate employed no staff. I questioned neighbours about who tended the grounds. They claimed no one visited the property, that it stood abandoned since the family's passing. Yet the evidence contradicted this. I decided to stay overnight and observe. I made my bed in the main house. As darkness fell, I heard activity beginning. Footsteps throughout the building, the sounds of cleaning and maintenance. I lit a candle and investigated. I saw them throughout the house, servants going about their duties, transparent forms moving from room to room, dusting furniture, sweeping floors, maintaining the estate as they had in life. I watched a maid polish the banister. She worked with practiced efficiency, taking pride in her task. She seemed unaware of my presence, focused entirely on her work. In the kitchen, I saw a cook preparing food, phantom ingredients, phantom pots, going through the motions of meals never eaten. Outside, groundskeepers tended the gardens, trimming hedges that needed no trimming, weeding beds that held no weeds. The entire household staff continued their routines, serving a family that no longer existed. I spoke to them, but received no response. They simply continued their eternal service. I reported my observations to the new owners. They chose not to occupy the property, unwilling to live with a phantom household. The estate has remained empty since. The ghost servants continue their work, maintaining standards their employers expected, unable to abandon their posts. Even death did not release them from service. Richard Butler, Bailiff County Carlow, Ireland, 4th August, 1641. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Blackwood family died in a house fire in 1639. 12 servants perished with them. The estate was sold in 1643, but never occupied. The buildings gradually fell to ruin, though some accounts describe it as remarkably well preserved into the 1700s. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1614BF. Classification Weaver's Testament. Date of statement 11th January 1614. Location County Cork, Ireland. Author Siobhan McCarthy. Weaver Testament of the Loom Song. I, Siobhan McCarthy, do testify about the singing in my workshop. I weave cloth for the village and surrounding farms. My loom sits in the front room where light is best. I have worked this craft since childhood. My mother taught me, as her mother taught her. The loom itself is ancient, passed through generations. It has woven cloth for over a century. Recently, I have heard it sing, not the normal sounds of weaving, but actual singing, clear and beautiful. It began 3 months ago. I was working late, finishing a commission. The house was quiet, except for the loom's rhythm. Then I heard a voice joining that rhythm, a woman's voice, singing in Old Irish. The melody wove through the sound of my work. I stopped weaving to listen. The singing continued without me. The voice came from the loom itself, or from the space around it. I could not determine which. The song was one I recognized, a weaving song my grandmother sang. Words meant to keep rhythm and bring luck. but my grandmother died before I was born. I knew the song only from my mother's teaching. I resumed weaving, listening carefully. The voice continued, matching my pace. When I worked faster, the tempo increased. When I slowed, the singing slowed with me. It was as if someone wove beside me, singing as they worked, as weavers always had. This has continued ever since. Whenever I work the loom, the singing comes. Sometimes quiet, barely audible. Other times, clear and strong. Always the old weaving songs. Songs that kept time and told stories. Songs that made the long hours pass easier. I asked my mother about the loom's history. She said it belonged to my great-grandmother, a weaver renowned throughout the region. She sang constantly as she worked. Her voice was famous, beautiful, and true. She died at her loom, weaving until the end. Her last breath spent singing a weaving song. My mother said she sometimes heard it too, the ghost of her grandmother's voice, still singing the songs she loved, still keeping rhythm with the loom. I am no longer alone in my work. My great-grandmother weaves with me in spirit. Her voice guides my hands. Her songs remind me of the tradition I continue. Sometimes I sing along with her. Our voices blend, past and present. Two weavers, 2 generations apart, united by the loom and the ancient songs. My children hear it too. They ask who sings with mother. I tell them about their great-great-grandmother, how she loved weaving so much she cannot leave it, how her voice remains in the loom, in the very threads we create. They are not frightened. Instead, they feel connected to their history, to the long line of weavers in our family. The loom carries more than thread. It carries memory, tradition, and love, and the voice of a woman who could not stop singing. Even death has not silenced her joy. Siobhan McCarthy, Weaver County, Cork, Ireland, 11th January 1614. Archivists note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Mayor Ni Charthe, identified as the great-grandmother, died in 1547 at her loom, known locally as Mayor of the Songs. The loom remained in family use until 1702. Multiple family members documented hearing the singing across 5 generations. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 155-3BG. Classification Constable's Report. Date of statement 27th March 1583. Location County Fermanagh, Ireland. Author Constable Owen Maguire. Report on the bridgekeeper Y. Constable Owen Maguire. Do report on the old stone bridge. The bridge spans the river at the edge of town. It has stood for 3 centuries, well built and solid. Recently, travellers report encountering someone on the bridge, an old man who stops them to ask questions. He appears suddenly, blocking the path. He asks where they are travelling and why. Most answer out of courtesy. Then he steps aside and lets them pass. But some find the encounter unsettling. The man appears and disappears without walking. Simply there one moment, gone the next. I investigated these reports personally. I crossed the bridge multiple times. During day, I saw nothing unusual. But at dusk, I met him, an elderly man in outdated clothing. He stood in the middle of the bridge, leaning on a walking stick, watching me approach. I greeted him and asked his business. He said he kept the bridge, that he had done so for many years. I asked his name. He smiled, but did not answer. Instead, he asked where I travelled. I told him I was on patrol. He nodded, satisfied with this answer. Then he simply vanished, not walking away, but disappearing, as if he had never been there at all. I made inquiries about the bridge's history. An elderly woman told me about the keeper. 60 years ago, a man lived in a cottage by the bridge. He maintained it, ensuring safe passage. He took pride in his work, asking travellers about their journeys. He wanted to know his bridge served them well. When he died, the town did not replace him. The bridge needed little maintenance. But apparently, the keeper never left. He continues his watch from beyond death, still ensuring travellers cross safely, still asking about their journeys. I have encountered him 3 more times, always at dusk, always in the same spot. He asks his questions with genuine interest, seems pleased when I answer. Then he disappears once I pass. Other constables report similar experiences. The bridgekeeper has become familiar to us. We greet him, answer his questions, consider him part of our patrol route. He causes no trouble, simply continues the work he loved. Travellers who understand this feel comforted. The bridge has a guardian who never sleeps, who watches over all who cross. Those who do not understand may feel frightened, but I assure them the keeper means no harm. He simply maintains his post. As he did in life, so he does in death. Constable Owen Maguire, County Fermanagh, Ireland, 27th March 1583. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Bridgekeeper, Thomas O'Brien died in 1523, documented in town records. His cottage stood until 1590, when it collapsed. Sightings of the phantom bridgekeeper continued through 1820, when the bridge was replaced with a newer structure. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1639BH. Classification: Physician's account. Date of statement: 15th July 1639. Location: County Longford, Ireland. Author: Dr. Marcus O'Farrell. Account of shared dreams. Dr. Marcus O'Farrell do record an unusual medical phenomenon. An entire family came to me with identical complaints. Parents and 4 children, all experiencing the same dreams. Not similar dreams, but exactly the same visions. Each night, they dreamed of walking through a house, a grand manor they had never seen in waking life. Room after room, corridor after corridor. They explored it together in sleep, moving through it as a family, all seeing the same details, the same furnishings. They would wake and compare their dreams. Every detail matched between them. The number of windows in each room, the pattern of the floor tiles, the portraits on the walls. All 6 family members saw identical things. This continued for 2 weeks before they sought my help. I could find no medical explanation. All appeared healthy in body and mind. No fever, no illness that might cause delirium. Yet they continued dreaming the same dream. I decided to investigate the house they described. Perhaps it existed, and they had seen it without remembering. I asked them to describe it in detail. They sketched the layout, listed features. I recognized nothing from their description. Then I showed the sketches to an elderly local. He grew pale when he saw them. He said this was Blackwood Manor, a grand house that burned 30 years ago. The entire family perished in the fire. Parents and 4 children, matching the number in this family. He said the ruins still stood on the estate. I visited the site with the family. The foundation remained, showing the house's layout. It matched their dream drawings exactly. Rooms positioned where they described, windows where they had seen them. The family stood among the ruins, disturbed. They had dreamed of a house they never knew existed, a house that burned before they were born. That night, the dreams changed. Now they saw the house burning. All six woke, screaming, describing flames and smoke, feeling heat though their bodies showed no burns. They begged me to help them escape these visions. I consulted with the priest. Together, we blessed the family and the ruins. We prayed for the souls lost in the fire, asked God to release them from whatever bound them. The dreams stopped that night. The family slept peacefully for the first time in weeks. I have no explanation for what occurred. How 6 people shared dreams of a place they never saw, a place where another family died decades ago. Perhaps the dead Blackwood family reached out, trying to show others what happened to them, seeking witnesses to their tragedy. Or perhaps some places impressed themselves on the living, bleeding through the barrier between past and present. Dr. Marcus O'Farrell, County Longford, Ireland, 15th July 1639. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Blackwood Manor burned in 1609. Parish records confirm 6 family members perished, parents and 4 children. The dreaming family's composition exactly matched. No rational explanation addresses how they accurately envisioned a structure they never saw. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1569BI classification. Nun's record. Date of statement 3rd September 1569. Location County Tipperary, Ireland. Author Sister Bridget O'Dwyer. Record of the infant voices. It is why Sister Bridget O'Dwyer. Do record events at our convent. I serve in the infirmary, caring for 6 sisters. The work is demanding but fulfilling. I consider it my sacred calling. 2 months ago, I began hearing children, infant cries coming from the empty chapel. I thought perhaps a village woman brought her child, seeking prayers or blessing for the baby. But when I investigated, the chapel stood empty. Yet the crying continued, clear and close. I reported this to the Mother Superior. She listened gravely to my account. Then she revealed what I did not know. Our convent was built on older ground. Long ago, this site held a different purpose, an orphanage for unwanted children. Many infants died there, lacking proper care. They were buried on the grounds without ceremony. When our order built the convent, we unknowingly disturbed their rest. The Mother Superior said others had heard the crying, but they kept silent, fearing to speak of it. She asked me to pray for these forgotten children, to acknowledge their existence and suffering. I began spending time in the chapel at night, praying for the souls of children who died unnamed. As I prayed, the crying would begin. Multiple infants, their voices overlapping, some wailing loudly, others whimpering softly. The sound filled the chapel, echoing off stone walls. I continued praying, speaking to them gently, telling them they were not forgotten, that God knew each of them by name. Gradually, the crying changed. Less distressed, more peaceful. As if the children were being comforted, other sisters joined me in these prayers. Together we kept vigil for the forgotten infants, offering them the care they never received in life, the recognition they were denied in death. After 6 weeks, the crying ceased. The chapel fell silent once more, but we continued our prayers. remembering those who had no one to remember them. We placed a stone in the convent garden, marking it as a memorial to unnamed children. Sisters pause there to offer prayers, ensuring these forgotten souls are finally acknowledged. I believe our prayers gave them peace, released them from whatever bound them here. They cried because no one had listened in life. No one marked their passing or mourned their loss. Now they have been heard. Now they are remembered, and they can rest. Sister Bridget O'Dwyer County, Tipperary, Ireland. 3rd September 1569. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Historical records confirm an orphanage operated at this site from 1480 to 1540. High infant mortality rates documented. The convent was established in 1552. The memorial stone remains in the garden today, regularly tended by visiting sisters. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1627BJ. Classification Shepherd's Notes. Date of statement 21st November 1627. Location County Sligo, Ireland. Author Finn O'Hara. Shepherd. Notes on the mountain path. I, Finn O'Hara, do record observations from the high pastures. I tend sheep on the mountain slopes each summer. The work requires following traditional paths, routes used by shepherds for centuries. These paths are worn deep by countless feet, both human and animal, walking the same way. This summer, I encountered other travelers on those paths, travelers from different times. I first saw them in early morning mist, figures walking the path ahead of me, moving slowly, as shepherds do with flocks. I called out in greeting. They did not respond or turn. I quickened my pace to catch them. But no matter how fast I walked, they remained ahead, always the same distance away. As the mist cleared, they vanished. But I saw them many more times, always in mist or twilight, always walking the shepherd's paths. I began to recognize patterns. One figure always stopped at the same boulder, resting there before continuing on. Another always paused at a particular vista, looking out over the valley below. They followed routines worn into the mountain, eternal circuits of paths they walked in life. One evening, the mist came down thick. I could see barely 10 feet ahead. I heard footsteps approaching. Another shepherd, I thought, seeking shelter. But as the figure passed, I saw through him. Transparent, like colored mist, he wore clothing from my grandfather's time, and he drove sheep I could barely perceive. Phantom animals following a phantom shepherd, all walking a path they could no longer leave. I spoke to him, but he gave no sign of hearing, simply continued his eternal journey, driving his flock through mist and memory. I mentioned these encounters to my grandfather. He was not surprised. He said he saw them too in his shepherding days. The mountain remembers everyone who worked it, shepherds who walked these paths over centuries. They cannot leave the mountains they knew so well. They continue their work in death as in life, following the same routes, the same routines. My grandfather said I should not fear them. They mean no harm to the living. They simply cannot stop doing what they always did. I have grown accustomed to their presence. Sometimes I feel I walk among a great crowd, dozens of shepherds across time, all walking the same mountain paths, all tending their flocks, all bound to the work they loved. The mountains are never truly empty. The paths are always occupied by those who can be seen and those who cannot. All shepherds together across centuries. Finn O'Hara, Shepherd County, Sligo, Ireland, 21st November, B. 1627. Archivists note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. These mountain pastures have supported shepherding since at least the 9th century. Numerous accounts describe phantom shepherds on traditional paths. The phenomenon continues to be reported by modern hill walkers and shepherds in the region. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1579BK. Classification: Apothecary's Testament. Date of statement: 8th May 1579. Location: County Waterford, Ireland. Author: Margaret Doyle. Apothecary Testament of the Herb Garden. Wise Margaret Doyle. Do testify about my medicinal garden. I maintain herbs for preparing remedies. The garden provides plants for treating various ailments. I tend it carefully, ensuring each plant thrives. My knowledge comes from my mother. She taught me which plants heal and which harm, how to grow them, harvest them, prepare them. She worked this garden before me for 40 years. When she died, I inherited both garden and knowledge. But she did not entirely leave. I see her working among the plants, not often, but regularly enough. Always in early morning or late evening, times when light is soft and uncertain. She kneels beside the beds as she always did, tending the plants with practiced care. Her hands move through the soil, though they disturb nothing. Her form is transparent, barely visible, but I recognize her posture, her movements, the particular way she examined each plant. I spoke to her once, asking if she needed rest. She looked up at me and smiled, the same gentle smile she gave in life. Then she returned to her work. She has not spoken, but her presence is clear. Sometimes I find plants moved, not randomly, but purposefully. Weak plants relocated to better positions, new plants appearing that I did not sow. Always useful herbs, properly placed. My mother continues improving the garden, sharing knowledge even after death. I have learned to watch where she works. Those areas always produce the best plants. The strongest remedies come from sections she tends. Patients comment that my medicines seem more effective. They do not know my mother still prepares them, that her expertise guides my hands. I maintain records of the garden's yields. They have increased since her death, not decreased as one might expect. She works harder now than when she lived, no longer hindered by aging body or tired hands. She gives the garden her full dedication. I am grateful for her continued presence. Many daughters lose their mothers completely. I still work beside mine, learning from her still, benefiting from her lifetime of knowledge. The garden thrives under our joint care, past and present working together, mother and daughter as we always were. Death has not separated us. It has simply changed how we communicate. She teaches through action rather than words, but I understand her lessons clearly. Margaret Doyle, Apothecary, County Waterford, Ireland, 8th May, 1579. Archivists note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Catherine Doyle, Margaret's mother, died in 1576, after 40 years practicing herbal medicine. The garden remained productive under Margaret's care until her death in 1601. Both women are buried adjacent to the former garden site. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1644BL. Classification: Mason's Journal. Date of statement: 12th February 1644. Location, County Monaghan, Ireland. Author, Patrick McMahon, Mason Journal. Entry, the Abbey Ruins. Patrick McMahon, do record my work at the old Abbey. I was hired to salvage stone from the ruins. The Abbey has stood empty for 30 years. Dissolution closed it, dispersing the monks. Now the stone will be repurposed for new buildings. I began work with my apprentices last month. We started carefully removing usable stones. The first week proceeded normally, but on the 8th day, something changed. We arrived at dawn to find our work undone. Stones we had removed were back in place, not thrown randomly but carefully reset, as if someone rebuilt what we demolished. We thought perhaps locals objected to our work, that they restored the Abbey during the night. But the next day brought the same result. Again, our work was reversed. Stones we removed returned to their positions. We decided to work longer hours, to complete sections before leaving, making it harder to undo our progress. But it made no difference. Each morning showed our work reversed. The Abbey rebuilt itself during darkness. My apprentices grew frightened. They claimed the Abbey did not wish to be destroyed, that something protected it from our efforts. I scoffed at such superstition, but I agreed to stay overnight and watch. We completed our work and then hid nearby. As midnight approached, we heard it, the sound of stone being worked, chisel on rock, blocks being moved. We watched from our hiding place. The stones lifted and moved on their own, floating through the air, returning to their original positions. And we saw the workers, transparent figures dressed as monks. They rebuilt the Abbey with practiced skill, working together as they must have in life, each knowing his task, each dedicated to preserving their home. We watched for hours. They worked until dawn, then faded, leaving the Abbey restored. I approached the landlord with my report. I could not complete the work, I explained. The monks would not allow their Abbey destroyed. He thought me mad or lazy, until he visited the site himself. We showed him our tools scattered where we left them, the stones back in place despite our efforts. He spent one night watching with us. He saw the phantom monks at their labor. He abandoned the salvage project. The Abbey ruins remain standing, protected by those who built and lived there. They will not let their life's work be destroyed. Patrick McMahon, Mason County, Monaghan, Ireland, 12th February 1644. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Abbey was dissolved in 1614. Multiple attempts to salvage building stone failed as described. The ruins remain largely intact today, remarkably well preserved compared to similar structures. Local tradition warns against disturbing the site. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1588BM. Classification Doctor's Notes. Date of statement 26th August 1588. Location County Down, Ireland. Author Dr. Thomas Russell. Notes on Phantom Pain 1. Dr. Thomas Russell do record an unusual medical case. A man came to me complaining of severe pain. He said his right leg caused him constant agony. I examined him carefully. His right leg appeared perfectly healthy. No injury, no swelling, no visible cause for pain. I prescribed remedies for general aches. He returned a week later, no better. The pain had intensified, he claimed. He could barely walk, yet his leg showed no symptoms. I palpated carefully, seeking hidden injury. He reported no tenderness. The pain, he said, was deep inside, in bones and muscle that seemed entirely sound. I was mystified. Then he revealed additional information. He had lost his right leg 2 years ago. An accident with a cart had crushed it beyond saving. I amputated above the knee. He had healed well and learned to manage with a wooden leg. But now he felt pain in the leg that no longer existed. I examined his stump. It had healed cleanly with no infection. Yet he insisted the missing leg hurt terribly. I had heard of such cases. Phantom limb pain, some physicians called it. The body remembering what was lost, sending pain signals for flesh no longer present. I tried various treatments, medicines for pain, poultices, even prayer. Nothing provided relief. The man grew desperate. The pain consumed his life. He could not work or sleep. Then he told me something strange. He felt the leg moving, not the wooden leg, but the missing one. He felt toes wiggling, muscles flexing, as if the leg still existed somewhere, still moved and felt invisible but real. I began to wonder if part of him truly remained, if the flesh was gone but something else persisted, a spiritual limb where the physical one had been. I consulted with the priest. Together we performed prayers over the man, asking God to grant peace to all parts of him, both the living and the lost. We blessed the place where his leg was buried, speaking words of release and rest. The next week, the man returned. The pain had lessened, he reported. Not gone, but bearable now. He felt his missing leg growing quiet, as if it was finally settling into rest. Over months, the pain faded gradually. His phantom leg stopped moving, stopped demanding his attention. I have no medical explanation for this improvement. The prayers seemed to help where medicine failed. Perhaps the body has memory in more than flesh. Perhaps what we lose continues existing somehow, until it is properly released. Dr. Thomas Russell County, Down Ireland, 26th August, 1588. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, phantom limb. Pain remains documented but poorly understood in modern medicine. Russell's approach of addressing the spiritual component aligns with some contemporary therapeutic techniques. The phenomenon of sensing absent body parts persists across medical literature. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1618BN. Classification. Merchant's account. Date of statement 4th October 1618. Location County Antrim, Ireland. Author William O'Neill. Merchant account of the market ghost. Why? William O'Neill. Do give account of unusual market days. I sell goods at the weekly market. The market has operated in the town square for centuries. Every Thursday, merchants gather to trade. I have participated for 15 years. But recently, I have noticed an additional merchant, a man who appears only briefly, always in the same location, always selling the same goods. He stands at the far end of the square. His stall displays fabrics and ribbons, quality goods, from what I can see. But no customers approach him. They seem not to notice his presence. I tried approaching him once, thinking to introduce myself as a fellow merchant. But as I drew near, he faded from view, simply dissolved like morning mist. His stall disappeared with him. The next week, he appeared again. Same location, same goods. I watched him throughout the morning. He stood there patiently, never calling out to customers, simply waiting for business that never came. I asked other merchants if they saw him. Most said no, but one elderly woman nodded. She said he had been there as long as she could remember. A merchant who died at his stall decades ago. Heart gave out while selling his wares. He has appeared every market day since, still trying to complete his business, still waiting for customers, unable to accept that his market day has ended. I observe him now with sadness. He maintains his eternal vigil, displaying goods no one will buy, standing in a market that moved beyond him. Other merchants pass through his space unknowingly, setting up stalls where he stands. They feel nothing, notice nothing, but he's pushed aside by their tables and goods, a ghost among the living, still trying to work, still unable to leave. I have begun acknowledging him, nodding in his direction each market day. Sometimes he seems to notice, a slight turn of his head, a brief focus on me. Then he returns to waiting. I wonder what would release him, what would allow him to finally close his stall, to accept that his trading days are done. Perhaps he needs someone to buy from him, to complete one final transaction. But I cannot interact with him long enough. He fades before I can reach him, so he remains week after week, the eternal merchant, forever waiting for customers, forever trying to make one more sale. William O'Neill, Merchant, County Antrim, Ireland, 4th October, 1618. Archivist's Successivist's Note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Town Records document merchant Thomas Blake, who died at the market in 1577. Guild Records note he fell dead while selling ribbons. Multiple merchants reported similar sightings through 1720. The market moved locations in 1725, after which no more sightings occurred. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1566BO. Classification Farmer's Statement. Date of statement 17th December 1566. Location County Galway, Ireland. Author Conor Burke. Farmer statement about the well. I, Conor Burke, do make statement about the well on my property. The well has provided water for generations. My family has drawn from it for over a century. Clear, cold water that never runs dry. But the well demands respect. This I learned when I violated its rules. My grandfather taught me the proper way. Always greet the well before drawing water. Thank it after. Never take water angry or in haste. Never spill water carelessly. I thought these mere old customs, superstitions from a simpler time. Last summer, I grew careless. I drew water without speaking to the well. I was busy and dismissed the old courtesies. Nothing happened immediately, but that night I heard weeping. A woman crying, the sound coming from outside. I investigated and found the sound came from the well. Deep, sorrowful weeping echoed up from the water. I called down, asking who was there. The weeping stopped. Then a voice spoke from the darkness. It said I had shown disrespect, that the well had served my family faithfully, asked only for courtesy in return. I apologized, feeling foolish but also frightened. The voice fell silent, but the next morning, the well was dry. For the first time anyone remembered, it held no water. My family faced hardship without our water source. We carried from the river a long walk. After a week, I returned to the well. I spoke to it formally, as my grandfather taught. I apologized for my disrespect, promised to honor the old ways. I left an offering of bread and milk, as my grandfather said was proper. That night, the weeping came again, but softer this time, less sorrowful. By morning, water had returned to the well. I drew carefully, speaking my gratitude. The water was colder and clearer than ever. Since then, I have not forgotten. I teach my children the proper courtesies. They greet the well each morning, thank it for the water it provides. They understand it is not merely a hole in the ground. Something dwells there, something that remembers and responds, something that deserves our respect. The well serves us faithfully. We must serve it in return. Connor Burke, Farmer County, Galway, Ireland, 17th December, 1566. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft wells were often sites of pre-Christian reverence, later adapted into folk Catholic practices. Many Irish wells have associated spirits or guardians in local tradition. The Burke family well remained in use until 1840, when it finally dried permanently. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1636BP. Classification Prior's record. Date of statement 21st July 1636. Location County Limerick, Ireland. Author Prior Edmund Fitzgerald. Record of the refectory gathering. Prior Edmund Fitzgerald. Do record events in our refectory. The dining hall serves our monastic community. Brothers gather there for meals 3 times daily. We maintain silence during eating, as our rule requires. The refectory has witnessed centuries of such meals. Countless brothers breaking bread together. Recently, we have noticed our meals are crowded. More brothers seem present than our current number. I first noticed during evening meal. I counted the seated figures. We have 18 living brothers, but I counted 23 at table. The extra figures sat among us, transparent, barely visible, but unmistakably present. They went through the motions of eating, raising phantom spoons to phantom mouths, maintaining the same reverent silence we observe. I looked around at my living brothers. None seemed to notice the additions, or perhaps they noticed but said nothing. After the meal, I consulted our records. I learned that many brothers had died at this monastery. Over 4 centuries, hundreds had lived here, all following the same routines, all eating in this same refectory. Apparently, some never left. They continue attending meals from beyond death, still maintaining the communal life they loved. I began watching for them regularly. Different phantom brothers appeared at different meals, sometimes 5 extras, sometimes 10. Once I counted 15 ghostly presences, all sitting peacefully among the living, all participating in our ritual. I mentioned this to the older brothers. Several admitted seeing them too. One elderly monk said they had always been there, that the dead maintained vigil over the living, ensuring the monastery's traditions continued properly. I find their presence comforting rather than frightening. We are not 18 brothers but hundreds, spanning centuries of devotion, all united in prayer and purpose, the living and the dead, side by side. During particularly solemn moments, I sense them strongest. When we pray before meals, when we give thanks after, the refectory fills with presence. Generations of monks joining in worship. Their voices blend with ours, creating a chorus that spans time. I believe this is as it should be. The monastery is not just for the living. It remains home to all who served here, an eternal community, where death does not mean departure, only a change in how one participates. Prior Edmund Fitzgerald, County Limerick, Ireland, 21st July 1636. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The monastery was founded in 1272 and operated until dissolution in 1651. Over 300 monks are recorded as having lived and died there. Multiple accounts describe phantom brothers attending meals and prayers throughout the monastery's history. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1591BQ. Classification: Widow's testimony. Date of statement: 9th March 1591. Location: County Derry, Ireland. Author: Widow Catherine O'Doherty. Testimony of the rocking chair, Catherine O'Doherty. Do testify about my late husband's chair. He sat in it every evening after work, a simple rocking chair beside the fire. He would sit there for hours, reading, thinking, or simply resting. The chair knew his weight, his rhythm, the particular way he rocked while considering problems. When he died last winter, I could not bear to remove the chair. I left it in its place, empty but still his. 3 weeks after his death, the chair began moving, not dramatically but gently, the slow rock of someone sitting peacefully. I watched it move with no one there, back and forth, back and forth. The exact rhythm my husband used. I spoke his name. The rocking stopped briefly, then resumed as if in answer. This has continued every evening since. As dusk falls, the chair begins to rock. My husband keeping his routine, sitting by the fire as he always did, invisible but undeniably present. My children want me to remove the chair. They find it unsettling, but I refuse. My husband is still with me, still sitting in his chair each evening. Why should I deny him this comfort? I have grown accustomed to it. I even speak to him as the chair rocks. Tell him about my day, share concerns and small news. The rocking sometimes changes pace. Faster when I mention worries, slower when I speak of pleasant things, as if he responds to my words. Friends think grief has confused my mind, that I imagine connection where none exists. But I know my husband. I know his presence. The chair does not rock randomly. It moves with purpose and awareness. He sits there still, keeping me company through long evenings. I am less lonely with the rocking chair, less alone in this quiet house. Death took my husband's body, but not his place by the fire, not his evening routine, not his presence in our home. The chair continues rocking, and I continue talking to the man I loved. Widow Catherine O'Doherty, County, Derry, Ireland, 9th March, 1591. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Seamus O'Doherty, died in 1590, as stated. Catherine maintained the household until her death in 1608. Family records note the rocking chair was passed to descendants, who reported it occasionally moved on its own for several generations. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1648BR. Classification: Bailiff's Notes. Date of statement: 14th April 1648. Location: County Tyrone, Ireland. Author: Bailiff Sean McLaughlin. Notes on the Courthouse Eye. Bailiff Sean McLaughlin. Do record observations from our courthouse. I maintain order during proceedings. Ensure witnesses appear, documents are filed. The courthouse has served justice for over a century. Countless cases heard within its walls. Recently, I have noticed something unusual. During certain trials, the courtroom fills beyond capacity. More people present than the room should hold. Yet when I count carefully, the numbers match the registry. The sensation of crowding comes from others. Others I can almost see, but not quite. I first noticed during a land dispute, a complicated case involving old claims. As the plaintiff presented evidence, I felt the room grow, dense, packed with unseen observers. I glanced around and saw them briefly, flickering figures standing along the walls, dressed in styles from decades past, all watching the proceedings intently. They appeared most solid near the judge's bench, as if drawn to authority and justice. I mentioned this to the judge after. He nodded slowly. He said he felt them too, particularly during complex cases. He believed they were past judges and lawyers, still interested in the law they served in life, still attending court to observe justice. I pay attention now to when they appear. They come for cases involving old disputes, matters that echo previous judgments, as if they want to ensure consistency, to see that precedent is properly followed. During one murder trial, the crowd was overwhelming. The room felt packed to suffocation. Every past judge seemed present, witnessing this most serious matter. The defendant claimed innocence, but the phantom crowd seemed to disagree. A heaviness pressed down on him. He grew agitated, looking around wildly. He said he felt judged by more than those present, by eyes he could not see. The verdict came swiftly, guilty. The phantom crowd seemed satisfied. The pressure lifted as the man was led away. I have come to trust this presence. When they gather thickly, I know the case is significant. When the room feels light, the matter is simple. The courthouse remembers every case, every verdict, every sentence. And those who serve justice continue their vigil, ensuring the law remains respected, ensuring justice, once done, stays done. Bailiff Sean McLaughlin, County Tyrone, Ireland, 14th April, 1648. Archivists note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The courthouse operated from 1540 until destruction during conflicts in 1688. Records document numerous judges and legal officials who worked there. Multiple accounts describe the sensation of phantom observers during significant trials. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1572 BS. Classification. Vintner's statement. Date of statement 25th September 1572. Location County Kilkenny, Ireland. Author Thomas Butler. Vintner statement about the wine cellar. Thomas Butler do make statement about my wine cellar. I operate a tavern that has served the town for generations. The cellar beneath stores our wines and ales. The space is old, built into natural caves, cool and dark, perfect for storing drink. But I do not like going down there alone. Someone else occupies that space. Someone who was there long before my tavern. I first encountered them 2 years ago. I went down to fetch wine for customers. As I selected bottles, I heard breathing. Someone stood behind me in the darkness. I turned with my lamp raised. No one was visible, but the breathing continued. Close, enough to feel on my neck. I left quickly, sending my boy down instead. He returned pale and shaken. He too had felt the presence. Since then, we always go down in pairs. The presence seems less aggressive with 2 people, but it never entirely leaves. We hear it moving through the cellar, footsteps on the stone floor, the sound of casks being moved, though nothing is ever disturbed. I researched the cellar's history. The caves beneath are ancient. People lived in them long before the town existed. Some say they were used for burial, that bones still lie deep in unexplored passages. One old woman told me a story. In times past, a hermit lived in these caves. He shunned human contact, preferring darkness. When he died, no one found him for months. He was buried in the caves he called home. Perhaps he resents our use of his dwelling, our tramping through his final resting place. I have tried to show respect. I speak greeting when entering the cellar, apologize for the intrusion, thank the space when leaving. This seems to help. The presence feels less hostile, more resigned to sharing the space. My customers know nothing of this. They drink happily upstairs, never suspecting what dwells below, never knowing their wine comes from a hermit's tomb. I continue operating my tavern, but I will not expand the cellar, will not dig deeper or explore further. Some spaces belong to the dead. We use them only by permission, and that permission can be withdrawn. Thomas Butler, Vintner County, Kilkenny, Ireland, 25th September, 1572. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Archaeological surveys confirm ancient habitation in caves beneath this location. Human remains discovered during 1950s construction work support the burial theory. The tavern operated until 1804, with multiple vintners documenting the cellar presence. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1558BT. Classification Priest's account. Date of statement 6th November 1558. Location County Mayo, Ireland. Author Father Dermot O'Malley. Account of the Bell Tower. While Father Dermot O'Malley. Do give account of events in my church tower. The bell calls my parishioners to Mass each Sunday. I have rung it faithfully for 10 years. The tower is old, built when the church was founded. Narrow stairs spiral up through darkness. Only one small window lights the bell chamber. I have always felt uneasy climbing those stairs, a sense of being followed, of eyes watching. Last month, this feeling intensified. I climbed to ring the morning bell. As I reached for the rope, I heard breathing. Someone stood behind me in the small chamber. I turned quickly. No one was there, but the breathing continued, close and steady, as if someone stood beside me. I spoke aloud, asking who was present. The breathing stopped. Then I heard weeping, a man crying, the sound echoing in the stone chamber. I have heard much sorrow in my priesthood, but this weeping held a quality beyond ordinary grief. Despair so complete it seemed to fill the tower. I descended quickly and consulted church records. I learned something that troubled me greatly. 40 years ago, a priest served this parish, Father Aidan McBride, beloved by his congregation. But he fell into despair over sins he believed he committed. He climbed the bell tower one morning. He rang the bell as usual. Then he threw himself from the window. His body was found on the stones below. The church gave him burial, though suicide complicated matters. Some questioned whether he deserved Christian rites. The bishop allowed it, believing despair had stolen his reason. But perhaps Father Aidan's soul found no peace. Perhaps he remains in the tower, reliving his final moments. I have climbed the stairs many times since. Each time, I feel his presence more strongly. The weeping comes most mornings. Sometimes I hear footsteps approaching the window. the sound of someone preparing to jump, but when I turn, I see nothing. Only the empty chamber and the bell rope. I have begun speaking to him during my climbs, reminding him that God's mercy exceeds all sin, that despair itself was his true enemy, not his actions. I pray for his soul each time I ring the bell, asking God to grant him the peace he could not find in life. The weeping has grown quieter, less desperate, more sorrowful, as if my words bring some comfort. I do not know if this helps him, but I will continue. A priest must serve all souls in his care, both the living and those who cannot rest. Father Aidan died in despair, but perhaps persistent prayer can still reach him, can still offer the hope he lost. The tower remains cold and dark, but I no longer fear climbing it. Instead, I see it as an opportunity to minister to one who needs help most. Father Dermot, O'Malley County, Mayo, Ireland, 6 November 1558. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft church records confirm Father Aidan McBride's death in 1518 as described. Subsequent priests documented similar phenomena in the tower. The bell tower remained in use until 1702, when it partially collapsed during a storm. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1632BU. Classification. Midwife's notes. Date of statement 18th May 1632. Location County Westmeath, Ireland. Author Mistress Anne Brennan, midwife. Notes on a phantom birth 1. Mistress Anne Brennan. Do record an extraordinary event. I was summoned to attend a birth in the village. A messenger came in the night, urgently requesting my help. He said a woman laboured in a cottage near the church. I gathered my supplies and followed him. The night was dark, with heavy fog. I could barely see the path ahead. The messenger walked quickly, not speaking. We arrived at a small cottage. Light showed through the window. I could hear a woman's cries from within. I entered to find her on the bed, clearly in distress. An older woman sat with her, offering comfort. I began my examination and preparations. The labour progressed normally at first, but something felt wrong about the scene. The cottage seemed oddly bare. No fire burned, though the room felt warm. No food or water stood ready. The older woman never spoke to me. Despite this, I focused on my work. The birth proceeded with difficulty. The mother strained and cried out. I coached her through each contraction. Finally, the baby emerged, but the infant made no sound. I worked quickly to clear the airways. The baby remained silent and still. I realized with sorrow that the child was lost. I turned to tell the mother, but she was gone. The older woman was gone. I stood alone in an empty cottage. No bed, no birthing mother, no elderly attendant. Only bare walls and dusty floor. And in my arms, nothing. The infant I had delivered had vanished. I fled the cottage in terror. In the morning, I returned with others. The cottage stood abandoned. No one had lived there for years, but I saw signs of my presence. Footprints in the dust where I had stood. Marks where the bed had been. I asked in the village about the cottage. An old man told me its history. 20 years ago, a young woman lived there. She died in childbirth, along with her baby. Her mother had attended the birth but could not save them. Both were buried in the churchyard. Since then, the cottage stood empty. But some nights, people heard crying from within. The sound of a woman in labour. I realized what happened. I had been called to attend a birth long finished, to help a mother who died 2 decades ago. The phantom messenger led me to a phantom birth, and I delivered a baby that never lived. I do not know why this happened. Perhaps the mother's spirit needed to try again, needed to attempt the birth one more time, with someone there to help. I have not been summoned since. Perhaps my presence gave her peace, or perhaps she will call another midwife someday, still trying to bring her child into the world. Mistress Anne Brennan, Midwife County Westmeath, Ireland, 18th May, 1632. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Parish Burial Records confirm Margaret Dillon died in childbirth in 1612 at the cottage described. Her mother attended the failed birth. The cottage was demolished in 1650. No further reports of phantom summons exist after that date. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1575BV. Classification: Farmer's Record. Date of statement: 23rd July 1575. Location: County Louth, Ireland. Author: Michael O'Reilly. Farmer Record of the Boundary Stone. Why? Michael O'Reilly. Do record troubles with my neighbour. Our properties share a boundary marked by an ancient stone. The stone has stood for longer than anyone remembers. It marks the division between our lands clearly. But my neighbour claimed I moved it, that I encroached on his property by moving the boundary. I insisted I had not touched the stone. It stood where it always had. We argued bitterly over this matter. He threatened to take me before the magistrate. I suggested we ask others to verify the stone's position. But before we could, something else happened. Both of us witnessed it. On a misty morning, we each checked the boundary. We arrived from opposite directions at the same time. As we stood arguing, the stone moved. Not by our hands, but on its own. It slid across the ground with a grinding sound, stopping exactly between us. We both stepped back in shock. Then we saw him. An old man standing beside the stone. His hand rested on it possessively. His face was stern, displeased. He looked at both of us with clear disapproval. Then he spoke. His voice sounded like wind through dry grass. He said the stone stood where he placed it, that neither of us had the right to move it, that our petty dispute dishonored the land. He told us the stone marked more than property. It marked a trust passed down through generations. We were guardians, not owners. Then he faded, becoming transparent. The stone remained where he moved it. My neighbour and I stood in stunned silence. Finally, I spoke. I apologized for our quarrel. My neighbour did the same. We agreed to honour the boundary as the old one set it, to stop fighting over land that was never truly ours. I researched the stone's origin. An elderly woman told me it was placed by her grandfather. He established the boundary when the land was divided. He died 50 years ago, but apparently he still watches over it, still ensures the boundary is respected. My neighbour and I maintain peace now. We meet at the stone occasionally, not to argue, but to check on it, to ensure it remains undisturbed. Sometimes we sense his presence there, the old farmer who set the boundary, still watching over his work, still ensuring his legacy is honoured. We have learned our lesson. Some things are not ours to change. Some boundaries were set by those wiser than us, and they watch to ensure we respect that wisdom. Michael O'Reilly, Farmer County Louth, Ireland, 23rd July, 1575. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Land surveys confirm the boundary stone's ancient origin. Local records identify Connell McBride as establishing the boundary in 1520. Both families maintained peaceful relations after 1575. The stone remained in place until agricultural consolidation in 1840. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1616BW. Classification: Innkeeper's Journal. Date of statement: 4th December 1616. Location: County Carlow, Ireland. Author: James Kavanagh, innkeeper. Journal entry: The Eternal Guest, I, James Kavanagh. Do record observations about a particular guest. The Crown Inn has operated for 60 years. We serve travellers passing through the county. Most guests stay 1 or 2 nights and move on, but one guest never leaves. He has been here as long as I have owned the inn. Every night, he occupies the same room, room 5, at the end of the upper corridor, but I have never seen him enter or depart. I only know he is there by the signs. Each morning, the bed appears slept in. The chair moved to face the window. A depression in the mattress, as if someone rested there. But no payment is left. No belongings remain. The first time I noticed, I thought someone stayed without paying. But no one had checked into that room. The door remained locked, yet the room showed use. This continued night after night. I began asking previous owners about room 5. An old man who sold me the inn nodded knowingly. He said room 5 always had a guest, a gentleman who came to the inn 50 years ago. He was travelling to meet his betrothed. But he fell ill on the journey. He took a room to rest, planning to continue the next day. But his illness worsened. Within 3 days he passed away in that room. They buried him in the churchyard. His intended never knew he had died so close to their meeting. Since then, he has never left. Each night, he returns to his room, still waiting to continue his journey, still planning to reach his beloved, unable to accept that his journey ended in that room. I have grown accustomed to his presence. I no longer try to rent room 5. It is his room, has been for decades. Guests in neighbouring rooms sometimes report sounds, footsteps pacing back and forth, quiet weeping in the night, the sounds of someone in distress. I explain that the inn is old and makes noises. They accept this and think no more of it. But I know the truth. A man waits in room 5, still hoping to recover enough to continue his journey, still believing he will reach his destination, unable to understand that death has claimed him. Sometimes I stand outside his door. I speak to him gently through the wood. I tell him his beloved has long since passed, that she waits for him elsewhere now, that he can stop waiting and go to her. The pacing stops when I speak, as if he listens to my words. But the next night, he returns, still waiting, still hoping, still unable to leave. I have accepted this. The Crown Inn has many guests, most visible, one invisible. All deserve shelter and kindness, even those who died 50 years ago. James Kavanagh, Innkeeper County Carlow, Ireland, 4th December, 1616. Archivist. Vist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Inn records from 1566 document the death of merchant Thomas Dillon in room 5. His intended bride, waiting in the next county, never learned of his death. The inn operated until 1801. with all subsequent owners maintaining room 5 for its permanent guest. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1584BX. Classification: Physician's Statement. Date of statement: 29th January 1584. Location: County Armagh, Ireland. Author: Dr. Patrick Kearney. Statement on sympathetic illness. I, Dr. Patrick Kearney, do make statement about an unusual case. Twin sisters came to my practice. Both complained of identical symptoms: pain in the chest, difficulty breathing, weakness. I examined them carefully. One sister showed clear signs of illness. Her heart was failing, I determined, a condition that would worsen over time. But the other sister was perfectly healthy. No physical signs supported her complaints. Yet she insisted she felt everything her twin felt. The same pain, the same weakness, as if they shared one body between two forms. I treated the sick twin with what remedies I could, but her condition declined steadily, and as she worsened, her healthy twin suffered more, though no illness afflicted her. The family begged me to help both, but I could find nothing wrong with the healthy sister. Her symptoms were real to her, but invisible to my examination. 3 months after my first visit, the sick twin died. Her heart finally gave out. The family sent for me immediately, not to attend the deceased, but her sister. The healthy twin had collapsed at the exact moment of death. She lay as if dead herself. No breath, no pulse, no sign of life. I examined her thoroughly. Medically, she had died. Yet her body remained warm. Her color had not yet faded. I stayed with the family through the night. Near dawn, she suddenly gasped, drew breath as if surfacing from deep water. Her eyes opened, confused and frightened. She said she had gone somewhere with her sister, had traveled to the edge of death, but her sister pushed her back, told her it was not yet her time, that she must return and live. The healthy twin recovered fully. No more sympathetic symptoms, no more shared pain, but she mourned deeply, said she felt incomplete now, as if half of herself had been torn away. Twins share bonds I do not fully understand, connections that go beyond the physical. They feel each other's pain, share each other's experiences. Even death does not immediately sever these bonds. I have no medical explanation. No text describes what I witnessed, but I saw it clearly. Two souls so closely bound that one nearly followed the other. Only the deceased twin's will sent her sister back, saved her from dying of sympathetic grief. The surviving twin lived many more years, but she was never quite whole again, always searching for the presence she had lost. Dr. Patrick Kearney, County Armagh, Ireland, 29th January 1584. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records confirm the death of Maeve O'Neill in 1583. Her twin sister Bridget lived until 1612. Multiple physicians have documented unusual phenomena with twins, including shared pain and sympathetic illness, though no mechanism adequately explains these occurrences. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1645B. Classification: Miller's account. Date of statement: 11th June 1645. Location: County Monaghan, Ireland. Author: Rory McMahon Miller. Account of the night grinding Y, Rory McMahon, do give account of events at my mill. I operate a water mill that has ground grain for centuries. The work is demanding but reliable. I close the mill each evening at dusk, secure the building, and return to my house. But for the past year, the mill has continued working at night. I first noticed when I arrived one morning. The grinding stones were warm. Flour dust covered surfaces I had cleaned the evening before. Someone had operated the mill during the night. I checked the locks and found them intact. No one had forced entry, yet clearly the mill had worked. I began asking neighbors if they heard anything. Several confirmed hearing the mill wheel turning at night, the grinding stones working, all the normal sounds of operation. But they assumed I was working late. I assured them I was not. I decided to watch the mill overnight. I hid myself where I could observe. As midnight approached, I heard the familiar sounds begin. The wheel started turning. The grinding stones engaged, all without water flowing to power them. I watched in amazement as the mill operated itself. Then I saw them. Phantom workers moving through the building, carrying phantom sacks of grain, pouring them into the hopper, collecting phantom flour from below. They worked with practiced efficiency. Each knew his task exactly. They had done this work countless times before. I recognized the clothing they wore, styles from my grandfather's time and earlier. These were millers from past generations, still operating the mill they worked in life, still grinding grain that no longer existed, unable to stop their labor. I stepped into the open, making myself visible. The phantom workers paid me no attention. They continued their tasks, focused entirely on their work. I spoke to them, greeting them as fellow millers. One looked up briefly, made eye contact with me, nodded once in acknowledgement, then returned to his work. That simple nod contained volumes. Recognition of shared calling, understanding that the work must continue, acceptance that some labor never ends. I no longer try to stop the night grinding. The phantom workers cause no harm. They simply cannot rest, cannot abandon the work they knew so well. The mill benefits from their eternal dedication. It runs smoother than any I have known, as if maintained by invisible hands, as if centuries of expertise guide every movement. I work my days, they work their nights. Together, we keep the mill running. A partnership across the boundary of death. Rory McMahon, Miller County, Monaghan, Ireland. 11th June, 1645. Archivist na Tutsirei. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, the mill operated from approximately 1400 until destruction in 1691 during Williamite Wars. Multiple generations of millers documented the night grinding phenomenon. The shared dedication to craft apparently transcended individual lifetimes. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1563BZ. Classification: Constable's Record. Date of statement: 7th August, 1563. Location: County Wexford, Ireland. Author: Constable Hugh Furlong. Record of the Crossroads Travellers. Constable Hugh Furlong do record unusual observations at the crossroads. The crossroads outside town marks the meeting of 4 roads. Travellers from all directions pass through that point. I patrol the area regularly as part of my duties. Recently, I have noticed travellers who do not follow normal patterns. They appear suddenly at the crossroads, walk a short distance, then vanish before reaching any destination. The first time, I thought my eyes deceived me. A man appeared at the center of the crossroads. He looked around as if confused, then walked north toward the town. I turned to check traffic on another road. When I looked back, he was gone. No side roads offered escape. He simply vanished along the main path. This has happened repeatedly. Different figures, different directions, but all follow the same pattern: appear, walk briefly, disappear. I began watching more carefully. I noted details about these strange travelers. Their clothing often seemed outdated, styles from decades past. Their faces held a quality of confusion, as if they did not understand where they were. One evening, I approached one directly. A woman walking east from the crossroads. I called out, asking if she needed assistance. She turned to look at me. Her face showed no recognition, as if she could not see or hear me. She continued walking. I moved to intercept her. My hand passed through her arm. She was not solid, but transparent. A ghost walking a road she once knew. I stepped back in shock. She continued several more steps, then faded completely from view. I consulted with the priest about what I witnessed. He said crossroads are places of power, where different paths meet and diverge. They attract spirits who are lost, who do not know which direction to take. The dead return to crossroads, trying again and again to choose the right path, to continue journeys that ended long ago, but they remain confused, unable to see that their traveling days are done. I have grown accustomed to these phantom travelers. I see them several times each week. All appear at the crossroads. All walk a short distance. All fade before reaching anywhere. Trapped in eternal indecision, unable to choose a path that will lead them home. I no longer try to help them. They are beyond my assistance, beyond any earthly guidance. They must find their own way, or remain forever at the crossroads, walking the same few steps, again and again through eternity. Constable Hugh Furlong, County Wexford, Ireland, 7th August, 1563. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft crossroads feature prominently in Irish folklore as liminal spaces where the living and dead intersect. Similar accounts of phantom travelers exist from multiple crossroads throughout Ireland. The phenomenon represents souls unable to complete their final journey. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1625CA. Classification: Blacksmith's notes. Date of statement: 19th October 1625. Location: County Cork, Ireland. Author: Eamon McCarthy, blacksmith. Notes on the teaching hammer Y, Eamon McCarthy, do record the peculiar assistance I receive. I am young for a master blacksmith. I inherited the forge when my father died suddenly. I have skill, but not his years of experience. Some techniques still challenge me, but when I struggle, help arrives. My hammer moves with guidance beyond my own. I first noticed during a difficult commission. I was forging a decorative gate. The ironwork required precise technique. I positioned the piece on the anvil, raised my hammer to strike, but my hand moved differently than I intended. The angle changed slightly. The force adjusted. The strike landed perfectly, better than I could have done myself. This continued throughout the work. Each time I prepared to strike, my hand corrected. Guided by knowledge I did not possess, the gate came out beautifully. better than I thought myself capable of producing. I have felt this guidance many times since, particularly when attempting techniques my father specialized in. My hammer moves with his precision. My hands shape iron as his did. I am learning from him still, though he lies buried in the churchyard. Sometimes I speak to him while working, thank him for his continued teaching, ask questions about difficult pieces. I receive answers not in words but in action. My hands show me what my father would do. The hammer falls where he would place it. Iron takes shape according to his knowledge. Other blacksmiths have noticed my improvement. They comment that my work resembles my father's, that I have inherited not just his forge, but his skill. I do not correct their assumption, but I know the truth. My father continues training me from beyond death, unwilling to leave his son unprepared, unable to stop teaching the craft he loved. I am grateful for this gift. Many sons lose their fathers before learning everything. I continue to learn daily. Every difficult piece teaches me more. Every challenging technique reveals his wisdom. My father was a master blacksmith. Death has not ended his mastery, only changed how he shares it. One day, I will be the master he was. And perhaps then, when my son inherits this forge, I too will guide his hammer from beyond the grave, continue teaching what I learned in life, ensure the knowledge passes forward, generation after generation, hands guiding hands across the boundary of death. Eamon McCarthy, Blacksmith County, Cork, Ireland, 19th October, 1625. Archivists, note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Diarmid McCarthy, Eamon's father, died unexpectedly in 1624. Guild records show Eamon's rapid advancement in skill following his father's death. The forge remained in McCarthy family operation until 1750, with multiple generations reporting similar guidance. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1593 CB. Classification: Widow's account. Date of statement: 3rd February 1593. Location: County Kerry, Ireland. Author: Widow Nora Sullivan. Account of the garden visitor, Nora Sullivan. Do give account of my late daughter's presence. My daughter Mare died 2 years ago. She was 12 years old, taken by fever. Her loss nearly destroyed me. She loved my garden above all else, spent hours helping me tend the plants, learning the names of flowers, the needs of each herb. She had a gift for growing things. After her death, I could not bear to work the garden. It reminded me too sharply of her absence. I let it grow wild through the first year. But the second spring, I forced myself to return. The garden needed care. Mare would not have wanted it neglected. As I worked, I felt her presence. Not imagination, but actual presence. She was there with me, among the plants. I sensed her moving through the rows, examining flowers she once tended. Sometimes I saw her from the corner of my eye, a glimpse of movement, a flash of her dress. But when I turned to look directly, nothing was there. Yet I knew she remained. I began speaking to her as I worked, telling her about each plant, how they fared through winter, which needed special attention. She seemed to listen. The air around me felt attentive, focused. One morning, I found a flower blooming out of season. Mare's favorite flower, growing in her favorite spot. Impossible timing, impossible location. I had not planted it there. Yet there it bloomed, perfect and beautiful. I understood this was her gift to me, her way of showing she still cared for the garden, still wanted me to know she was present. Since then, I find signs of her regularly, plants arranged in patterns she favoured, flowers blooming where she always wished they would. The garden thrives better than ever before, as if tended by invisible hands. My grief remains, but it has changed. I know she has not truly left me. She works beside me still, sharing the garden we both loved. Death took her body, but not her spirit, not her love for growing things, not her presence in this place she cherished. I am no longer alone in my garden. My daughter accompanies me, teaching me now as I once taught her, showing me miracles in growing things. I will tend this garden until my own death, and perhaps then I will join her. Two gardeners working together, mother and daughter reunited in the work we love. Widow Nora, Sullivan County, Kerry, Ireland, 3rd February 1593. Archivists note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records confirm Mary Sullivan died of fever in 1591 at age 12. Nora maintained the garden until her death in 1608. Neighbours reported the garden's unusual productivity and off-season blooms throughout this period. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1611CC. Classification Shepherd's Testament. Date of statement 21st April 1611. Location County Donegal, Ireland. Author Seamus O'Donnell, Shepherd. Testament of the Mountain Guide. I, Seamus O'Donnell, do testify about my work on the mountains. I tend sheep on the high slopes during summer months. The work is dangerous in fog and storms. Many shepherds have died on these mountains, lost in mist, fallen from cliffs, caught in sudden weather. This year, I nearly joined their number, but someone saved my life, someone who died decades ago. I was bringing my flock down as winter approached. Fog descended suddenly, thick and impenetrable. I could see no more than a few feet ahead. I knew cliffs lay somewhere nearby, but I could not remember exactly where. Fear gripped me as I realized I was lost. My sheep huddled together, equally confused. Then I saw him, an old shepherd standing in the mist. He gestured for me to follow. I hesitated, uncertain, but he began walking with clear purpose. I followed, having no better option. He led me away from where I stood. Within minutes, I heard rushing water below, a waterfall marking a steep cliff. I had been walking directly toward it. The old shepherd had steered me away. He continued leading me through the fog, taking paths I could not see, avoiding dangers I could not perceive. After an hour, we reached safe ground. The fog began to lift. I could see the path to lower pastures. I turned to thank my guide, but he was gone, vanished as completely as the fog. In the village, I described the man who saved me. An elderly shepherd recognized my description. That was old Connor, he said. Connor McSweeney, finest shepherd these mountains ever knew. He died 30 years ago, lost in fog, fell from a cliff. They found his body a week later. Since then, other shepherds report seeing him, always in dangerous weather, always guiding lost men to safety, unable to rest while others risked the same fate he suffered. I returned to the mountains the following summer. Several times in difficult conditions, I saw him, always distant, always watching, ensuring I stayed safe. I am not alone on these slopes. Old Connor still tends his flock. All shepherds are his flock now. He guides us through danger, prevents us from dying as he did. His death made him eternal guardian of these mountains. I thank him whenever I see him. Though he never responds or approaches, he simply watches, ensuring we remain safe. A shepherd who cannot stop caring for his sheep, even when those sheep walk on two legs. Seamus O'Donnell, Shepherd, County Donegal, Ireland, 21st April 1611. Archivists note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Connor McSweeney died in 1581, as described. Multiple shepherds documented similar life-saving encounters over the following century. The phenomenon ceased after 1700, suggesting Connor's spirit finally found rest after helping enough lost shepherds. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 157 7 CD. Classification Priest's Record. Date of statement 15 September 1577. Location County Clare, Ireland. Author Father Colum O'Brien. Record of the Phantom Congregation I. Father Colum O'Brien. Do record unusual attendance at Mass. I serve a small rural parish. My congregation numbers about 30 souls. They gather each Sunday for worship, but recently I have noticed additional attendees. People I do not recognize, dressed in styles from past generations. They sit among my regular parishioners. I first noticed one Sunday in spring. During the opening prayers, I looked out at the congregation. A woman sat in the third row. I did not know her face. Her clothing seemed oddly old-fashioned, but she appeared devout, following the service attentively. After Mass, I greeted parishioners at the door. I watched for the unknown woman, but she never emerged. I asked others if they saw her. None had noticed anyone unusual, yet I had seen her clearly during service. This continued in following weeks. More unknown faces appeared, always sitting among my regular congregation, always participating in prayers and responses, but never present when Mass concluded. I began counting attendees, my regular 30 parishioners, plus 5 to 10 unknown figures, all transparent if I looked carefully, but solid enough to seem real. I realized these were former parishioners, people who worshipped here during their lives, returning to attend Mass after death, unable to break their Sunday habit. I consulted the parish records. I found records of many burials, generations of Catholics who attended this church, all now resting in the graveyard outside. But apparently, not all of them rest. Some continue coming to Mass, maintaining the devotion they practiced in life. I have grown comfortable with this. My congregation is larger than it appears. The living and dead worship together, united in faith across death's boundary. I now count them when I survey the church, not just my 30 living parishioners, but all the faithful who gather here, both seen and unseen. During the consecration, I feel them most strongly. The church fills with presence, dozens, perhaps hundreds of souls, all focused on the sacred mystery, all participating in communion, even if they cannot consume the physical elements. I serve a parish that spans centuries. Every person who ever worshipped here remains part of this community. Death is not the end of membership, only a change in how one participates. Father Colum O'Brien, County Clare, Ireland, 15 September 1577. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The parish church was established in 1320. Over 250 years of burials surround the building. Multiple priests documented similar phenomena. The church remained in use until 1821, when a larger structure was built to accommodate the growing living congregation. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1637CE. Classification. Bailiff's testament. Date of statement 8th November 1637. Location: County Sligo, Ireland. Author: Bailiff Thomas Brennan. Testament of Property Disputes I. Bailiff Thomas Brennan. Do testify about unusual court proceedings. I attend trials involving property and land disputes. My duty is to ensure order and proper procedure. Recently, I have noticed additional observers at these trials. People who take great interest in land cases, but who are not officially present. During a recent boundary dispute, I saw them clearly. Two men stood at the back of the court, watching the proceedings intently. When the plaintiff showed old property maps, both men leaned forward, examining the documents with obvious interest. They seemed to disagree with what they saw, shaking their heads, gesturing to each other. But they made no sound, filed no objection. After the verdict, they faded from view, simply disappeared while I watched. I asked others if they saw the two men. No one else had noticed them, yet I saw them clearly throughout the trial. I began noticing similar presences at other land cases, different figures, but always watching intently, always focused on property boundaries and ownership. I realized these were former landowners, men who owned these properties during their lives, still concerned about what happens to their land, still watching to ensure justice is served, unable to rest while disputes continue. During one particularly contentious case, the court filled with phantoms, more ghostly observers than living attendees, all watching the judge with intense focus. The case involved land that had changed hands many times. Each previous owner seemed present, witnessing the latest chapter in their property's history. The judge ruled fairly according to law. The phantom observers seemed satisfied. They faded as the verdict was announced, released from their vigil by just resolution. But some cases end poorly, when the judge makes obviously unjust decisions. The phantom observers grow agitated. The courtroom feels heavy, oppressive. Even the judge seems uncomfortable, as if the weight of judgment presses on him. I believe the dead still care about earthly justice, especially regarding land they once owned. They watch to ensure their legacies are honored, that their property passes properly to rightful heirs. I am more careful now when involved in land disputes. I know more than the living watch these proceedings. The dead observe too, and they remember every injustice. Bailiff Thomas Brennan, County Sligo, Ireland, 8th November 1637. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Land disputes in Ireland often involve multiple generations of contested ownership. The phenomenon described aligns with cultural beliefs that the dead maintain interest in earthly property. Similar accounts exist from courts throughout Ireland during this period. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1581CF. Classification: Weaver's Record. Date of statement 27th December 1581. Location: County Waterford, Ireland. Author: Deirdre O'Brien, weaver. Record of the teaching hands. I, Deirdre O'Brien, do record how I learned my craft. I am a weaver, trained by my grandmother. She taught me from childhood until her death. But her death did not end my education. She continues teaching me still. I feel her hands guiding mine, showing me techniques she never finished explaining. After she died, I struggled with certain patterns, complex weaves she had started teaching me, but I had not mastered them before her passing. I attempted them alone with poor results. Then, one day, as I worked, I felt warmth on my hands, as if someone placed their hands over mine. My fingers moved with sudden confidence, weaving patterns I thought I did not know. The work came out perfectly. I recognized my grandmother's technique, her distinctive method of handling the shuttle. She was there, guiding me, teaching me what she had not finished in life. This has continued for 3 years. Whenever I attempt something difficult, she comes. Her presence wraps around me like a warm cloak. Her hands move mine with gentle pressure. Together, we create cloth I could not make alone. I am learning faster than I did when she lived. She can teach more directly now. Her hands show mine exactly what to do. No need for words or demonstrations, just direct guidance from master to apprentice. Other weavers comment on my improvement. They say I work with my grandmother's skill. They do not know how right they are. I work with her skill because I work with her. She has not abandoned her craft or her granddaughter. She continues both from beyond death. Sometimes I sense her satisfaction when a piece turns out particularly well. When I master a technique she taught me, I feel her pride in my progress, her joy that the knowledge continues. I will pass this knowledge to my own granddaughter, teach her as I was taught, and perhaps one day, when I die, I too will return to guide her hands, to continue teaching from beyond the grave, ensuring our craft survives generation after generation. Hands guiding hands across the centuries. Deirdre O'Brien, Weaver County, Waterford, Ireland, 27th December, 1581. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Mayor O'Brien, Deirdre's grandmother, died in 1578. Known as Master Weaver throughout the region, Deirdre's work was documented as achieving similar mastery by 1585. The family maintained weaving tradition through 6 generations. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1629CG. Classification: Apothecary's account. Date of statement: 10th March 1629. Location: County Offaly, Ireland. Author: Brian O'Connor, Apothecary. Account of the Healing Garden. I, Brian O'Connor, do give account of my medicinal garden. I grow herbs for preparing remedies. The garden provides plants I need for healing. I tend it carefully, ensuring each herb thrives. But someone else tends it more carefully still, someone who knows plants better than I ever will. I first noticed when plants improved overnight. Weak specimens suddenly flourishing, diseased leaves cleaned and healthy. Better growth than my care alone could produce. I thought perhaps I underestimated my skill, but the improvements continued beyond natural explanation. Plants repositioned to better locations, new herbs appearing that I did not plant, always useful species, always properly placed. I began watching the garden at different hours, trying to discover who helped me. One evening at dusk, I saw her, an old woman kneeling among the plants. Her hands moved through the soil with practiced ease. She examined each plant with expert attention, adjusting, pruning, encouraging growth. I approached slowly, not wanting to startle her. But as I drew near, she faded, becoming transparent, then invisible. Yet I still heard her working. The rustle of leaves, the sound of digging. Work continuing, though I saw no one. I asked the previous owner about the garden. He said it belonged to his aunt. She maintained it for 60 years, a renowned healer who knew every plant's use. She died in that garden, tending her herbs, found peacefully among the plants she loved. Since then, the garden has thrived unusually well, better than anyone else could maintain it, because she never left. I have accepted her presence gratefully. She knows far more than I do. Her lifetime of knowledge guides the garden. Sometimes I find plants arranged in specific patterns, groupings that suggest remedies for particular ailments, as if she still practices healing, still prepares medicine for those who need it. I follow her guidance in my work. When I am uncertain which herb to use, I walk the garden. Often I find a plant freshly marked, leaves disturbed, stem bent, drawing my attention to the right remedy. My patients benefit from her continued care. They think I am a skilled apothecary. They do not know a master healer works through me, guiding my choices from beyond death. I speak to her sometimes while working, thank her for her help, tell her about patients who recovered. I feel her satisfaction in the garden's warmth, her pleasure that healing continues, that her knowledge still serves the living. One day, I too will die. Perhaps I will return to tend this garden, add my knowledge to hers, continue the healing work across generations. The garden will never lack for caretakers. Those who loved it in life cannot abandon it in death. Brian O'Connor, Apothecary County, Offaly, Ireland, 10th March, 1629. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Kathleen O'Connor, died in 1615 while working in her medicinal garden. Known throughout the region for herbal expertise, the garden remained remarkably productive until its destruction during Cromwellian conflicts in 1650. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1574-CH. Classification: Farmer's Statement. Date of statement: 22nd July 1574. Location: County Tipperary, Ireland. Author: Daniel Kennedy. Farmer Statement. About the ox. Y. Daniel Kennedy. Do make statement about my working ox. The animal served me faithfully for 12 years. Strong and steady, he ploughed my fields each season. We worked together so long we understood each other. No words needed, just shared purpose. Last spring, he died while working. Simply collapsed in the field and passed. I buried him at the field's edge, marking his grave with stones. But his death did not end his work. He returns each ploughing season. I see him walking beside me in the furrows, not solid, but visible enough. A shadow ox pulling a shadow plough, working the fields as he always did. The first time shocked me greatly. I was ploughing with my new ox, young and strong, but not yet trained properly. The work went slowly and poorly. Then I looked back and saw him. My old ox, walking in the next furrow, pacing me as he used to do. I stopped, uncertain what I witnessed, but the phantom ox continued working, ploughing invisible ground beside me. My new ox seemed to notice him too. He calmed immediately, watching the older animal, following his pace and rhythm, learning from the master who came before. Since then, the phantom appears each ploughing time, teaching the new ox what he knew, helping him understand the work. Other farmers have commented. They say my new ox learned remarkably fast, works with the steadiness of an experienced animal. I do not tell them why, that a ghost ox trains the living one, that my old friend continues his work from beyond, unable to rest while fields need ploughing. I am grateful for his presence. The new ox benefits from his teaching, and I have my old companion back, even if I cannot touch him, even if he is only shadow and memory. He walks beside me still, steady and faithful as he always was. Some bonds transcend death, the connection between farmer and working animal, built over years of shared labor, cannot be broken by mere dying. When my new ox grows old and dies, perhaps he too will return, walking beside the next ox, teaching the work he learned from a ghost, an endless chain of phantom oxen, each teaching the next across generations. Daniel Kennedy, Farmer County, Tipperary, Ireland, 22nd July, 1574. Archivist. Note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, accounts of phantom working animals are rare but documented across agricultural communities. The bond between farmer and beast after years of labor appears to create persistent phenomena. Kennedy maintained the farm until his death in 1601. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file. NOA 1646CI. Classification. Nun's testimony. Date of statement. 5th September, Gebp. 1646. Location, County Limerick, Ireland. Author, Sister Mary McMahon. Testimony of the Singing Chapel 1. Sister Mary McMahon. Do testify about music in our chapel. Our convent maintains hours of prayer throughout the day. We gather in the chapel to sing the offices. Our voices rise together in worship. But recently, other voices have joined our singing, voices from beyond our community. At first, I thought sisters from our orders past joined us. Then I realized these voices came from much longer ago. We sing in Latin, following the liturgy, but the additional voices sing in older forms, plain song from centuries past, chants that predate our order's founding. They blend with our singing beautifully, creating harmonies richer than we could produce alone. The voices seem to come from the walls themselves, as if the chapel remembers every prayer sung within it, every voice that lifted in worship. All those voices continue, layered through time, creating an eternal song of praise. I mentioned this to the Mother Superior. She said she heard them too. The chapel has always sung, she told me, even when empty of living voices. The stones remember the prayers. The air holds echoes of devotion. We sing with countless sisters across centuries, all united in worship. I listen carefully now during our offices. I can distinguish different eras in the phantom voices. Some sing in styles from my grandmother's time. Others use forms from much earlier. Medieval chants blending with our modern prayers, all creating one continuous act of worship. The chapel is never truly silent. Even when we depart, the singing continues. I have stayed late to hear it. The phantom voices maintaining the offices, ensuring prayer never ceases, even when no living sister is present. This brings me great comfort. Our devotion connects us to all who came before, all who dedicated their lives to prayer. they have not stopped praying. Death did not silence their worship. They continue the liturgy eternally, and we join them when we sing, adding our voices to the accumulated centuries, contributing to a prayer that began long ago and will continue long after we die. One day, my voice will join the phantom chorus. I will sing from the walls as they do now, contributing to the eternal worship, helping future sisters feel connected to the long tradition of devotion. The chapel is a place outside time, where all who ever prayed here remain present, united in ceaseless worship, singing praise that never ends. Sister Mary McMahon, County Limerick, Ireland, 5th September, 1646. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The convent chapel was consecrated in 1280. Over 350 years of continuous worship before this account. Multiple sisters documented the phantom singing. The convent operated until dissolution in 1652, though the chapel building stands today. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1564CJ. Classification Magistrates' Notes. Date of statement 13th October 1564. Location County Roscommon, Ireland. Author Magistrate William Burke. Notes on the witness I, Magistrate William Burke, do record unusual court proceedings. A case came before me involving disputed inheritance. Two brothers claimed their father's estate. Each insisted the father intended him to inherit. No will existed to clarify the matter. I required evidence to make my judgment. Both brothers presented arguments. Both seemed equally entitled. I struggled to determine the just outcome. Then an additional witness appeared. An old man entered the courtroom. He walked slowly, leaning on a staff. His clothing appeared outdated, well worn. He approached the bench and addressed me directly. He said he knew the deceased, had been his closest friend for 30 years. He knew the father's true wishes. The elder son should inherit, he testified. The father always intended this, made his wishes clear in conversation, though never formalized in writing. The witness provided specific details, dates, conversations, witnesses to discussions. Everything aligned with known facts. His testimony was thorough and credible. I asked the brothers if they knew this man. Both said they did. Their father often spoke of him, but he had died 5 years ago. I looked at the witness sharply. He met my eyes calmly. Then he simply faded from view, disappearing while I watched. The courtroom fell silent. Everyone had seen him. Everyone heard his testimony. A dead man had returned to ensure justice. I took a moment to collect myself. Then I rendered judgment. The elder son would inherit, based on the witness testimony, even if that witness was a ghost. The brothers accepted this. Neither challenged a judgment supported by their father's friend, even from beyond the grave. I have presided over many cases, but never before did the dead testify. Yet his testimony was valid, more trustworthy than the living brothers, who each sought advantage for themselves. The ghost sought only justice, only the truth he knew from life. Since then, I have seen other unusual witnesses, people who should not be present in the courtroom, but who appear to ensure justice is served. I no longer question such appearances. If the dead wish to testify, if they have knowledge that serves truth, I will hear them as I hear the living. Justice should not be limited by death. Magistrate William Burke County, Roscommon, Ireland, 13th October, 1564. Archivists note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Court records confirm this case and judgment. The witness described Matches Connor O'Connor, friend of the deceased, who died in 1559. Similar accounts of phantom testimony exist in legal records from multiple jurisdictions during this era. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1619CK. Classification: Physician's Journal. Date of statement: 27th November 1619. Location: County Lewis, Ireland. Author: Dr. Edmund Walsh. Journal entry: On phantom consultation why Dr. Edmund Walsh do record a remarkable consultation. I was called to attend a patient in a remote farmhouse. The family described serious illness, fever, weakness, difficulty breathing. I arrived prepared to treat respiratory ailment, but when I examined the patient, I found something else entirely. A growth in the abdomen causing the symptoms. I had limited experience with such conditions. I was uncertain how to proceed. As I pondered, someone entered the room, an elderly physician carrying a medical bag. He introduced himself as Dr. Malcolm O'Neill, said he practiced in this area for many years. He asked to examine the patient. I stepped aside, grateful for consultation. He conducted a thorough examination. Then he turned to me with advice. He described a surgical procedure, detailed and precise instructions, a technique I had read about, but never performed. He said he had done it successfully several times. He believed the patient could survive it. I asked questions, seeking clarification. He answered each one patiently, demonstrating techniques with his hands. After an hour of instruction, he departed. I thanked him and began preparing for surgery. The family asked who the other doctor was. I told them Dr. O'Neill had consulted. They looked at each other strangely. Dr. O'Neill died 10 years ago, they said. But he was their physician for decades, a skilled surgeon who saved many lives. I realized then what had happened. The old doctor had returned to help, unable to ignore a case he could have treated, unable to let his knowledge die with him. I proceeded with the surgery following his instructions, each step exactly as he demonstrated. The operation succeeded. The patient recovered fully over the following months. I have thought much about that consultation. A dead physician teaching a living one, ensuring his knowledge continued serving patients, even after his death. I wonder how many times this happens, how often the dead guide the living, in moments of need, in crises of uncertainty. Do they watch us, struggle with what they knew? Do they step in to help when they can? I believe they do. I believe Dr. O'Neill still practices medicine, still saves lives through those he teaches. His death ended his physical practice, but not his calling to heal. Dr. Edmund Walsh, County Lewis, Ireland, 27th November 1619. Archivists note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Dr. Malcolm O'Neill died in 1609 after 40 years of practice. Known for pioneering surgical techniques, multiple physicians in the region reported similar consultations with his phantom through 1650, suggesting his teaching continued decades after death. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1587CL. Classification: Merchant's account. Date of statement: 4th February 1587. Location: County Galway, Ireland. Author Patrick Flaherty, merchant account of the ship. Manifest why Patrick Flaherty. Do give account of unusual business records. I operate a shipping business in the port. I keep careful records of all cargo. Manifest listing every item loaded and delivered. But recently, my records contain entries I did not make. Additional shipments listed in my own handwriting. Yet I have no memory of recording them. The first time, I thought I forgot that I recorded a shipment while distracted, but the entries continued appearing, multiple times each week. Shipments I never recorded, in handwriting matching my own exactly. I began locking my record books, keeping them secured when not in use. Still the entries appeared, added during the night while I slept. I compared them to actual shipping records. The phantom entries were accurate. Shipments that truly occurred, recorded by someone with detailed knowledge. I showed the records to my father. He had operated this business before me. He looked at the entries carefully. Then he said they were his writing, not mine. The hand was similar to mine because we shared blood, but the specific style was his. Small differences I had not noticed. My father built this business over decades. He kept meticulous records until his death. Apparently, death has not ended his record keeping. He continues documenting shipments, ensuring the business maintains his standards. I have tested this. I deliberately left gaps in my records. The next morning, those gaps were filled. Every detail correct, as if my father reviewed my work, corrected my oversights, ensured nothing was missed. I find this both comforting and frustrating. Comforting because I have help maintaining records. Frustrating because my father still corrects my work, even from beyond the grave. But I cannot argue with his dedication. The business thrives under our combined efforts, my day-to-day management, his oversight and record-keeping. Together, we maintain what he built. Customers comment that I run the business well. They say I inherited my father's attention to detail. They do not know how literally true that is. I work with my father still. He reviews my records each night, ensures everything is properly documented, maintains the standards he established. I wonder if this will continue after I die. Will I return to review my son's records? Will generations of Flahertys work together, each adding their knowledge to the business? An eternal partnership across death's boundary. Patrick Flaherty, Merchant County, Galway, Ireland, 4th February, 1587. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Hugh Flaherty, died in 1583, documented in Merchant Guild records. The shipping business operated successfully under Patrick until 1615. Business records show remarkably few errors or discrepancies during this period, supporting Patrick's account of supernatural oversight. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1633CM. Classification: Schoolmaster's record. Date of statement: 17th June 1633. Location: County Down, Ireland. Author: Master Robert McCarthy. Record of the extra student Y. Master Robert McCarthy. Do record observations about my class. I teach 23 students in the village school. Children from ages 6 to 14. I know each child, each family. But recently, I have counted 24 students. An additional child sits among the others, a boy of about 10 years old. He appears during lessons but never during roll call. I first noticed him during a reading lesson. He sat in the back, following along attentively. I did not recognize him. I thought perhaps a new family had arrived. After the lesson, I tried to speak with him, but he was gone when I turned around. The other students seemed unaware of him. This has continued for several months. He appears during different subjects, always attentive, always engaged, never disruptive or demanding attention, simply present, learning alongside the others. I have tried approaching him multiple times. He always disappears before I can speak, fading from view when I look directly at him. I asked students if they noticed an extra classmate. Most said no, but one girl nodded. She said the boy had always been there. She thought he was shy and quiet. That is why he never spoke. I investigated the school's history. I learned that 12 years ago, a student died, a boy of 10, killed in an accident. He loved school, his parents said, attended every day despite family hardship. Learning was his greatest joy. I believe he has returned to continue his education. Unable to accept that his schooling ended, he sits among the living students, still trying to learn, still attending the lessons he loved. I have stopped trying to confront him. Instead, I make sure my teaching includes him. I speak to all 24 students, even though one remains invisible to most. I write lessons that address his level, include material he might find interesting. Sometimes I sense his satisfaction, a warmth in the room when a lesson goes well, as if he appreciates being included, being allowed to continue learning. Death took him from school, but it could not take the school from him. He returns daily to the only place he wanted to be. Master Robert McCarthy County, Down Ireland, 17th June 1633. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Parish. Records confirm the death of Owen O'Neill in 1621 at age 10. Known as an eager student despite family poverty. The schoolhouse operated until 1701, with multiple teachers noting an inexplicable sense of an additional student during lessons. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1595CN. Classification: Constable's statement. Date of statement: 21st August 1595. Location: County Antrim, Ireland. Author: Constable James O'Neill. Statement on the night patrol. Why? Constable James O'Neill, do make statement about my patrol duties. I walk the town each night maintaining order, ensuring doors are locked, fires are safely banked, watching for trouble or those who need help. But I do not patrol alone. Another constable walks with me, though he died 20 years ago. I first encountered him on my third night of duty. I heard footsteps matching mine on the cobblestones. I turned to see who followed. A man in constable uniform stood nearby, older style, but clearly the same office. He nodded to me in greeting, then continued walking his own patrol. Our paths crossed several times that night. Each time he acknowledged me with a nod, but never spoke, never approached, simply continued his rounds. I asked the previous constable about this. He smiled knowingly. That would be old Michael, he said. Michael O'Hara, finest constable this town ever had. He served for 30 years, knew every street, every family. He died while on patrol. Heart failed while walking his rounds. They found him at dawn, still upright, as if he stopped to rest and never woke. Since then, he has continued patrolling, unable to abandon his duty, unable to stop protecting the town he loved. Every constable since has encountered him, walking his eternal rounds, maintaining watch through the night. I have grown accustomed to his presence. Sometimes we walk parallel routes, I on one street, he on another, meeting at corners, nodding in recognition, partners across death's boundary. When I encounter trouble, he appears nearby, as if drawn to any disturbance, ready to assist if needed. Though I have never seen him intervene directly, just his presence provides comfort. I am not alone in the dark streets. A veteran constable walks with me, watching, guiding, supporting, ensuring I perform my duties correctly. Other constables tell similar stories. All have walked with Michael. All have benefited from his continued service. He watches over all who take this office, ensuring the town remains protected, even by those of us less experienced. I thank him sometimes during my rounds, speak aloud to the empty street, tell him I appreciate his partnership. The footsteps beside me pause briefly, then continue with what feels like satisfaction. Constable James O'Neill, County Antrim, Ireland, 21st August, 1595. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Michael O'Hara died in 1575 as described. Town records document his 30 years of service. Multiple constables reported his continued presence through 1710. The phenomenon ended when the constabulary reorganized under new British authority. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1649CO. Classification: Widow's record. Date of statement: 9th December 1649. Location: County Cavan, Ireland. Author: Widow Eileen O'Reilly. Record of my son's voice. I, Widow Eileen O'Reilly, do record what I hear each evening. My son died in the war 3 years ago. He was 19 years old, full of life. His death shattered my world. I thought I would never hear his voice again, but I was wrong. Each evening at dusk, he calls to me, not from outside, but from memory itself. His voice echoes through the house, calling mother as he always did. The same tone, the same affection, so real I sometimes forget he's gone. The first time, I ran through the house searching, certain he had returned. The reports of his death were mistaken, but I found no one, only emptiness and my own grief. Yet his voice called again, clear and close, full of life. I stopped running. I simply stood and listened. Let his voice wash over me, grateful for even this small mercy. Now I wait for it each evening. I sit quietly as the light fades, and he calls to me across death's boundary, his voice unchanged by dying, still carrying the warmth I remember. My neighbors think grief has confused my mind, that I imagine his voice, creating comfort from desperation. But I know the difference between memory and presence. Memory is silent, internal. This voice sounds from outside myself, real enough that others have heard it. My sister stayed with me one evening. She heard him call. She went pale and crossed herself. But I smiled. My son still calls to his mother, still lets me know he exists somewhere, still maintains the bond between us. I do not know where he is, do not understand how his voice reaches me, but I'm grateful it does. Each evening brings a moment of reunion, brief but precious, a reminder that death is not the end, that love transcends all boundaries. Some mothers lose their children completely. Silence falls after death, final and terrible. But I still hear my son, still receive his greeting, still know he thinks of me, as I think constantly of him. One day I will die. Perhaps then I will find where his voice comes from, where he waits, still calling, and I will answer in person. Until then, I cherish these evening calls, these brief moments when death seems less absolute, when my son reaches across the void, to remind me he still exists, still loves his mother. Widow Eileen O'Reilly, County Cavan, Ireland, 9th December 1649. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Connor. O'Reilly died in Confederate Ireland conflicts in 1646, confirmed in military records. Eileen lived until 1658, maintaining she heard her son's voice daily until her own death. The house passed to other family who reported no such phenomena. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1578CP. Classification. Prior's account. Date of statement 15th March 1578. Location County Wicklow, Ireland. Author Prior Thomas Byrne. Account of the scriptorium. Why Prior Thomas Byrne. Do give account of our monastery scriptorium. This room houses brothers who copy manuscripts, sacred texts, religious works, historical documents. The work requires patience, precision, dedication. Our 3 scribes labor here daily, but they are not the only ones working. Others occupy the scriptorium as well, former scribes who cannot stop their work. I first noticed during evening prayers. I walked past the scriptorium afterward. Candlelight showed through the door. I entered to extinguish the candles, but I found someone still working. A monk hunched over a manuscript, his quill moving steadily across parchment. I apologized for interrupting. He did not respond or look up, simply continued writing. I stepped closer to see his work. The parchment was blank. No ink showed, though his quill moved constantly. Then I realized I could see through him, transparent, barely visible in the candlelight. A ghost scribe, copying a phantom text. I watched for several minutes. His dedication was complete, focused entirely on work that no longer existed. I have observed him many times since. He appears most evenings, taking his place at the desk, writing texts invisible to my eyes. Other phantom scribes have appeared as well. I have counted as many as 5, all working diligently, all copying manuscripts that are not there. Our living scribes sometimes sense them. They feel crowded though the room holds only 3. They hear quill scratching though they work alone. They find their work corrected overnight. Errors fixed by invisible hands. Improvements made to their copies. The phantom scribes maintain quality even in death, ensuring the work continues to high standards. I have accepted this situation. The scriptorium serves its purpose across time. Scribes from different generations work together, some visible, some not, all dedicated to preserving knowledge, all continuing the sacred work of copying texts. Death has not released them from their calling. They remain bound to the desk and quill, to the patient labor of transcription. I believe they are content. They do what they loved in life, what gave their existence meaning. Why should death change that? The scriptorium is their home, was then, is now, will be always. Prior Thomas Byrne, County Wicklow, Ireland, 15th March 1578. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The monastery scriptorium operated from 1320 until dissolution in 1612. Over those centuries, dozens of scribes worked there. Multiple accounts describe phantom scribes continuing their work. The room itself was demolished in 1625. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 162 2CQ. Classification: Miller's testimony. Date of statement: 3rd July 1622. Location: County Meath, Ireland. Author: Connor O'Brien, Miller. Testimony of the grain quality Y. Connor O'Brien. Do testify about unusual grain assessment. I operate a mill, grinding grain for local farmers. Part of my duty involves assessing grain quality, determining fair price based on the grain's condition. But recently, my assessments have been corrected by someone with greater expertise than my own. Farmers bring their grain for evaluation. I examine it carefully, check moisture content, cleanliness, kernel quality. I offer a fair price based on my assessment. But sometimes I find my judgment questioned, not by the farmer, but by something else. A voice speaks in my mind, correcting my evaluation, noting things I missed, pointing out qualities I overlooked. At first, I thought this was my own doubt, second-guessing my judgment. But the voice provides details I did not know, specific knowledge about grain I do not possess. I have learned to trust this voice. When it speaks, I adjust my assessment, always in favor of accuracy, not profit. Sometimes paying farmers more when the voice insists, sometimes offering less when the voice notes problems. Always the voice seeks fair dealings. I asked the previous miller about this. He nodded with understanding. My father, he said, your predecessor at this mill. He died 5 years ago, but he knows grain better than anyone. Spent 60 years assessing quality. He cannot stand by while poor judgments are made. He corrects us from beyond death, ensuring farmers receive fair treatment, ensuring the mill maintains its reputation. I have accepted his guidance. I am learning from a master, even though he no longer lives. My assessments have become more accurate. Farmers trust my judgment. They say I evaluate fairly, like the old miller used to do. They do not know I have his help, that he whispers corrections in my mind, that he guides my assessments still. I wonder what happens when I die. Will I continue judging grain quality? Will I guide the next miller? Will generations of millers work together, each adding their knowledge to the next? An eternal partnership ensuring fairness. Connor O'Brien, Miller County, Meath, Ireland. 3rd July 1622. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Seamus O'Brien died in 1617 after 60 years operating the mill. Known for exceptionally fair dealings with farmers, the mill operated under Connor until 1650, maintaining the reputation for accuracy and fairness established by his predecessor. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1567CR. Classification: Fisherman's Record. Date of statement: 28th of September 1567. Location: County Donegal, Ireland. Author: Eamon McSweeney, fisherman. Record of the storm warning. Why, Eamon McSweeney, do record a life-saving encounter. I fish the coastal waters with my boat. The work is dangerous when storms arise. Many fishermen have died in sudden weather. Last month, I nearly joined their number, but someone warned me in time. I was fishing far from shore. The morning was calm, the sea peaceful. No sign of dangerous weather. I focused on my nets, checking the catch. Then I heard a voice, clear and urgent, calling my name. I turned to see who spoke. A man stood in my boat, older, weathered by years at sea. He pointed toward shore. Go now, he said. Storm coming fast. I looked at the horizon. Still calm, still clear. But something in his voice compelled me. I pulled in my nets and turned toward shore. The man remained, watching the sky. As I rowed, I glanced back. He had vanished from my boat, but dark clouds boiled up where he pointed. Within minutes, the storm hit with terrible force. I barely reached shallow water before it struck. Wind and rain such as I have never seen. Boats still at sea were lost. 3 fishermen died that day. I survived only because of the warning. In the village, I described the man. An old fisherman nodded in recognition. That was Sean McSweeney, he said. Your grandfather's brother. Lost at sea 30 years ago. Caught by a storm like the one today. Since then, he appears to warn family members, trying to prevent others from dying as he did. My grandfather said Sean saved him twice, appeared before dangerous weather, gave warning in time to reach safety. I have fished these waters all my life. Now I watch for Sean. Grateful for his protection. He guards our family still, unable to rest while we remain at risk. Other fishermen have similar guardians, ancestors lost to the sea, returning to warn their descendants. The ocean remembers those it takes, and sometimes it gives them back, not in body, but in purpose. Still fishing, still working the water, still protecting those who follow after. Eamon McSweeney, fisherman, County Donegal, Ireland, 28th of September, 1567. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Sean McSweeney died in a storm in 1537, confirmed in church records. Multiple McSweeney family members documented storm warnings attributed to Sean's ghost through 1650. The family maintained fishing tradition through several more generations. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 163-8CS. Classification Bailiff's Notes. Date of statement 11th April 1638. Location County Kilkenny, Ireland. Author Bailiff Michael Butler. Notes on eviction prevention. Why? Bailiff Michael Butler. Do record unusual interference with my duties. Part of my work involves evicting tenants who cannot pay rent, an unpleasant but necessary task. Recently, I have been prevented from completing evictions by someone who died 50 years ago. I was sent to evict a widow from her cottage. She owed 6 months' rent with no means to pay. The landlord demanded she leave. I arrived with proper notice and documents. The widow wept, but accepted her fate. As I prepared to remove her belongings, he appeared. An old man standing in the doorway, blocking my path with arms crossed. I asked him to move aside. He said this woman would not be evicted. I explained I had legal authority. He said he did not care. She had lived here 40 years. This was her home. The landlord would have to kill him first. I tried to push past him. My hands passed through his body. He was not solid, but transparent. A ghost defending the widow's home. I stepped back, uncertain how to proceed. He remained in the doorway, immovable. Other tenants gathered to watch. They recognized the old man. That was old Patrick, they said. He built these cottages, rented them fairly to good people. He died before a cruel landlord bought the property. Now he protects his tenants from beyond death. I reported this to the landlord. He thought me mad or lazy. He came to complete the eviction himself. But old Patrick appeared to him as well. The landlord fled in terror. The widow remains in her cottage. Old Patrick stands guard still. I have encountered him at other evictions, always protecting tenants he considers worthy, always blocking unjust removals. I have learned which evictions he will prevent, those involving genuine hardship, tenants who always paid when able, families with children and no options. These he protects fiercely, but tenants who simply refuse to pay, those who cheat or damage property, for these evictions he does not appear. He maintains justice, not mere obstruction. I respect his judgment. Often I find his presence makes my work clearer. If he appears, I know the eviction is wrong. If he does not, I proceed with confidence. A ghost bailiff, enforcing fairness, ensuring justice for those without power. Bailiff Michael Butler, County Kilkenny, Ireland, 11th April 1638. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Patrick Ryan built and managed the cottage properties from 1560 to 1598, known for fair dealing with tenants. After his death, the property passed to a less scrupulous landlord. Multiple accounts document Ryan's phantom preventing unjust evictions through 1660. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1559CT. Classification: Priest's notes. Date of statement: 12th January 1559. Location: County Leitrim, Ireland. Author: Father Brendan O'Rourke. Notes on the baptismal font: Father Brendan O'Rourke. Do record events at our baptismal font. The font has stood in this church for 3 centuries. Countless children received baptism at this sacred vessel. Recently, I have witnessed something extraordinary. The font fills itself with water, not from any earthly source, but from somewhere beyond. I first noticed one morning before Mass. I arrived to find the font full, clean water, perfectly still. I had emptied it the previous evening. No one had access to the church during the night, yet somehow water appeared. This continued for several weeks. Each morning, the font held fresh water. Even when I locked the church securely, even when I dried the font completely before leaving. Then I began seeing her, a woman kneeling beside the font, her hands cupped, lifting phantom water. She appeared to be washing something. Her movements were tender, careful, as if holding a precious infant. I realized she was baptizing a child only she could see. I consulted the church records. I found a tragic entry from 60 years ago. A woman came to the church in labor. She delivered a child on the church steps. The baby lived only minutes. The mother begged the priest to baptize her dying infant, but the priest refused. The child was already beyond saving. He would not waste the sacrament. The mother and baby both died that night. Neither received proper rites. Since then, this mother returns. She performs the baptism herself, unable to accept that her child died unbaptized, unable to rest without completing this sacred act. Each night, she fills the font. Each night, she washes her phantom child. Each night, she speaks the words of baptism, trying to save her baby's soul. I have begun leaving the font full for her, making her eternal task easier. I speak the blessing over the water each evening, ensuring it is properly consecrated. If she must baptize her child endlessly, at least she can use blessed water. Sometimes I arrive early. I watch her complete the ceremony. Her face shows such love and sorrow, such desperate hope that this time will work, that this baptism will finally save her child. When she finishes, she cradles the invisible infant, rocks it gently, singing a lullaby. Then both mother and child fade, gone until the next night. When she returns to try again, I have prayed for her release, asked God to accept her devotion, to count her efforts as valid baptism, to grant both mother and child peace. But still she returns. Still she fills the font. Still she performs the sacrament, unable to stop, unable to believe her child is saved. I will continue blessing the water, continue witnessing her eternal vigil, until God grants her the peace she seeks. Father Brendan O'Rourke, County Leitrim, Ireland, 12th January 1559. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Church records confirm the death of Mary O'Connor and her unnamed infant in 1499. The priest's refusal to baptize is noted. Multiple priests documented the phenomenon through 1650. The church was rebuilt in 1702, after which no further sightings occurred. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1612CU. Classification: Blacksmith's account. Date of statement: 29th August 1612. Location: County Fermanagh, Ireland. Author: Cormac Maguire, Blacksmith account of the broken tools. I, Cormac Maguire, do give account of my repaired tools. I work as blacksmith, crafting and repairing metalwork. Tools wear out, break, require maintenance. Part of my work involves repairing damaged implements, but recently my repairs are being corrected by someone with greater skill than mine. A farmer brings me a broken plough blade. I repair it according to my knowledge. The farmer takes it away satisfied, but he returns days later with questions. He says the repair I made was changed, that someone improved my work, made it stronger than I had done. I examined the blade carefully. Indeed, someone modified my repair, using techniques I did not employ, creating a stronger, more lasting fix. This has happened repeatedly. Tools I repair are later improved, always while in my shop, always during the night. I decided to observe what occurred. I pretended to close the shop, but I hid myself in the shadows. Near midnight, I heard the forge come alive. The fire lit itself. Tools lifted and moved to the anvil. Hammer strikes rang out, all without visible hands wielding them. I watched phantom repairs being made, invisible hands correcting my errors, improving my techniques, creating work finer than I could achieve. I recognized the style, the specific methods used. They belonged to my master, the blacksmith who trained me. He died 2 years ago, but apparently death has not ended his teaching. He continues correcting my work, ensuring I learn properly, refusing to let poor craftsmanship stand. I stepped forward from my hiding place, spoke his name aloud. The hammering stopped, then resumed with what felt like satisfaction. As if he was pleased I recognized him. Since then, I work differently. I attempt my repairs carefully, knowing he will review them, knowing he will correct my mistakes, but also knowing he will teach me. Each correction shows me better methods. Each improvement demonstrates proper technique. I am still his apprentice, even though he is dead. Even though I am now the master, he will not rest until I work to his standards, until I achieve the skill he demands. I am grateful for his continued instruction. Many apprentices lose their masters too soon, before learning all they need to know. I continue to learn daily. My master ensures I develop properly. One day, I will work to his satisfaction. Will need no more corrections. then perhaps he can rest, knowing his craft lives on through me. Cormac Maguire, Blacksmith County, Fermanagh, Ireland, 29th August, 1612. Archivists note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Owen Maguire, Cormac's master, died in 1610 after 40 years as blacksmith, known for exceptional standards and thorough teaching. Cormac maintained the forge until 1640, achieving mastery-level reputation. The teaching phenomenon apparently ceased around 1620. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1585CV. Classification: Widow's Statement. Date of statement: 6th March 1585. Location: County Longford, Ireland. Author: Widow Sarah. O'Farrell Statement: About my daughter's loom. Widow Sarah O'Farrell. Do make statement about my late daughter's possessions. My daughter Margaret died in childbirth 1 year ago. She was a skilled weaver, known throughout the region. Her loom sat in our front room. After her death, I could not bear to touch it. It remained exactly as she left it. Unfinished work still stretched on the frame. But recently, that work has been completed. Each morning, I find more progress. The cloth grows longer, the pattern continues. Someone is finishing what my daughter started, and I know who that someone is. I see her sometimes in early light, sitting at her loom as she always did, her hands moving through the familiar motions, the shuttle flying back and forth. She works with the same skill she had in life, the same careful attention to pattern. When I enter the room, she fades, but the loom continues moving briefly, as if her hands still guide it. The unfinished piece is nearly complete now. Perfect work, exactly matching her style. No one else could have done this. Only Margaret knew this pattern. She designed it herself, never showed another. Yet it continues appearing in the cloth. I have stopped questioning this gift. Instead, I sit nearby while she works, speaking to her softly, telling her about my days. She does not respond in words, but the loom's rhythm changes slightly, as if acknowledging my voice. I know she cannot rest, not while her work remains unfinished. She must complete what she started, fulfill the commission she accepted. Only then can she let go. The customer who ordered this cloth died last month, never knowing it was being completed. But Margaret does not know this. She works on, dedicated to her promise, determined to deliver what she agreed to make. When the piece is finished, I will take it to the church, offer it as altar cloth. Let Margaret's final work serve God. Perhaps then she will find peace. Perhaps then she can stop weaving, can release her hold on this world. Until then, I am grateful for her presence. She sits at her loom each morning. We spend time together as we did in life. Mother and daughter, sharing the quiet hours. Death has changed her form but not her nature. She remains my daughter, dedicated and skilled, finishing her work with the same care she always showed. Widow Sarah O'Farrell County, Longford, Ireland, 6 March, 1585. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Margaret O'Farrell died in 1584 as described. The commissioned cloth was completed within 3 months of this account and donated to the church. No further phantom weaving occurred after completion, suggesting Margaret's spirit found release upon finishing her work. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 164 2 CW classification, physician's record, date of statement, 18th July 1642, location, County Westmeath, Ireland, author, Dr. Thomas Dillon, record of inherited knowledge. Why, Dr. Thomas Dillon, do record an unusual source of medical knowledge. I trained under my uncle, a skilled physician. He taught me his craft over 10 years. When he died, I inherited his practice. But his death did not end my education. He continues teaching me through dreams. Each night, I dream of patients and remedies. Not random dreams, but detailed medical instruction. My uncle appears and presents cases. He describes symptoms, shows examinations. Then he guides me to proper treatment. At first, I thought these were memories, my mind reviewing what he taught me. But the cases are new, conditions I never saw with him, treatments he never had time to teach. Then patients began arriving with these exact conditions, the ailments I dreamed about. I knew immediately how to treat them, following the methods my uncle showed me. Every remedy worked as he promised. Every treatment succeeded. I realized my uncle was preparing me, showing me cases before they arrived, continuing my education from beyond death. One night, he showed me a rare poison case. Symptoms, progression, antidote. 3 days later, a child arrived with those exact symptoms. Without the dream, I would not have known what to do. The child would have died. But I administered the antidote my uncle prescribed. The child recovered fully. My uncle saved that life through me. I have stopped questioning these dreams. Instead, I record them carefully. Note every detail he shows me. Study the remedies he recommends. Then I watch for patients matching his lessons. They always arrive eventually. Always need exactly what he taught me. Other physicians ask how I diagnose so accurately, how I know treatments for rare conditions. I tell them I had an excellent teacher. They do not need to know he teaches me still. That medical knowledge transcends death. That dedication to healing continues beyond the grave. My uncle devoted his life to medicine. Death has not changed that devotion. He guides me still, ensures I care for patients properly, shares knowledge he gained across decades. I will practice until I too am old. Then, perhaps I will teach the next physician, continue instructing through dreams, ensure the knowledge passes forward, generation after generation. Teachers guiding students across death's boundary. Dr. Thomas Dillon County, Westmeath, Ireland, 18th July 1642. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Dr. Colm Dillon died in 1640 after 45 years of practice. Thomas maintained detailed dream journals documenting medical instruction received. His diagnostic accuracy was noted by contemporary physicians. He practiced until his death in 1678. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 156 8CX. Classification Farmer's testimony. Date of statement 25th September 1568. Location County Monaghan, Ireland. Author Hugh McMahon. Farmer testimony of the property line. Why, Hugh McMahon, do testify about my land boundary. My farm shares a border with my neighbour's property. The line between them is marked by old stones. These stones have stood for generations. Both families respect the boundary they define, but someone else protects that boundary more fiercely. The ghost of the man who set it. My neighbour and I once considered adjusting the line. A small shift would give him better pasture. I would gain better access to water. Both of us would benefit from the change. We agreed to move the stones. But as we approached the boundary, he appeared, an old farmer standing among the stones. His face showed clear displeasure. He spoke in a voice like distant thunder. "These stones do not move," he said. "I set them fairly after long consideration. They remain where I placed them." We explained our reasoning. The mutual benefit of adjustment. He was unmoved. "I knew both properties," he said. "I placed these stones with wisdom. You will not improve what I established." My neighbour and I looked at each other. Neither of us wanted to argue with a ghost. We returned to our homes. The boundary remained unchanged. I asked the oldest resident about the stone setter. She remembered him well. "Connor McMahon," she said. "Your great-grandfather." He divided the land between his two sons, spent months determining the fairest boundary, considered water, soil, sun exposure, everything needed for both farms to prosper. When he died, he was proud of his wisdom, proud that both sons received equal advantage. Apparently, that pride continues. He will not allow his work to be altered, will not permit what he sees as foolish change. I have encountered him several times since, always near the boundary, stones, always watching to ensure they remain undisturbed. My neighbour and I have accepted his judgment. The boundary stays as he set it. We work around its limitations, and truthfully, both farms prosper. Perhaps his wisdom was greater than ours. Perhaps he saw factors we missed. The boundary he set has served both families well. For generations we have thrived. Why assume we could improve his work? He watches still, ensuring his legacy remains honoured, ensuring his fair division continues. Some decisions should not be questioned, some wisdom should be respected, even when, especially when, it comes from the dead. Hugh McMahon, Farmer County, Monaghan, Ireland, 25th September, 1568. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Connor McMahon divided his land in 1520, documented in family records. Both properties remain productive through multiple generations. The boundary stones stand today, never moved from their original positions. Local tradition warns against disturbing them. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1626 CY. Classification Miller's Notes. Date of statement 3rd November 1626. Location County Carlow, Ireland. Author Patrick Kavanagh, Miller. Notes on water management. Key: Patrick Kavanagh, do record assistance with my mill operations. The mill depends on proper water flow. Too much damages the wheel. Too little stops production. Managing water requires constant attention, but someone helps me manage it, someone who knew this mill better than anyone. I inherited the mill from my grandfather. He operated it for 50 years. He knew every aspect of water management, how to read the river's mood, when to open sluices, when to close them. He taught me what he could before he died, but I never gained his instinctive understanding. Then I started finding the sluices adjusted, opened or closed during the night, always to perfect positions, creating ideal flow for morning work. I thought someone was helping me, a kindly neighbour making adjustments, but everyone denied any involvement. One night, I watched the mill. Near midnight, I saw him, my grandfather, walking the waterway. checking levels, examining flow. His hand reached for the sluice gate. Though his hand was transparent, the gate moved, opening to the position he chose. He walked to the next gate, made another adjustment, all with the practiced ease of long experience. I called out to him. He turned and looked at me, smiled the same gentle smile I remembered. Then he continued his work. He has never stopped managing this mill. Death did not end his responsibility, did not release him from caring. Each night, he checks the water, ensures everything is properly set, prepares the mill for the next day's work. I have learned to trust his judgment. His adjustments are always correct, better than I could make myself. The mill runs more smoothly now than when he lived. He has time now to perfect every detail. No other concerns to distract him, just the work he loved. Customers comment on the quality of my grinding. They say I learned well from my grandfather. I do not correct them. They are right in ways they do not understand. I continue learning from him nightly, watching what he adjusts, understanding why he makes each change, slowly gaining the intuition he possessed. One day, perhaps I will not need his help, will manage the water as he did. Then maybe he can rest, knowing the mill is in capable hands. But until then, I am grateful. Grateful for his continued care. Grateful for these lessons from beyond death. Patrick Kavanagh, Miller County, Carlow, Ireland. 3rd November 1626. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Diarmid Kavanagh died in 1623 after 50 years operating the mill. Patrick maintained successful operation until his death in 1658. The mill remained in family hands through 1750, with multiple generations reporting nocturnal water management assistance. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1596 CZ classification. Shepherd's account. Date of statement 14th February 1596. Location County Kerry, Ireland. Author Tadg O'Sullivan. Shepherd, account of the lost lamb. Why? Tadg O'Sullivan. Do give account of finding lost sheep. I tend flocks on the mountain slopes. The work requires constant vigilance. Sheep wander, get separated, become lost. Finding them quickly is essential. Recently, I have had help with this task. Help from another shepherd, a shepherd who died 30 years ago. I first encountered him when a lamb went missing. I searched for hours without success. The mountain is vast, with countless hiding places. Then I saw him, an old shepherd standing on a distant ridge. He gestured to me, pointing to a ravine. I followed his direction, found the lamb exactly where he indicated, stuck in rocks, unable to free itself. I rescued the animal and looked back. The old shepherd was gone. This has happened many times since. When I cannot find lost sheep, he appears, always pointing the way, always leading me to what I seek. I asked other shepherds about him. They recognized my description immediately. Old Seamus, they called him. Best shepherd these mountains ever knew. He never lost a sheep in 40 years, knew every ravine, every hiding place. He died still working, up on the slopes, his flock standing around him when they found his body. Since then, he has continued helping, ensuring no sheep are lost, guiding shepherds to their missing animals, unable to rest while sheep need finding. I no longer feel alone on the mountain. Seamus watches over all of us, or the shepherds, all the flocks. He knows where each animal goes, sees them from wherever he exists now, and he guides us to them. Some shepherds say they see him more clearly, that he walks beside them on difficult days, teaching them as he taught apprentices in life. I have only seen him at a distance, but his guidance is always accurate, his help always timely. I am grateful for his continued service. Many sheep owe their lives to him. Many shepherds owe their success to his guidance. He was the finest shepherd in life. Death has made him the eternal shepherd, watching over all flocks, guiding all who tend them, never resting, always vigilant. The mountain's guardian spirit. Tardgo Sullivan, Shepherd County, Kerry, Ireland, 14th February, 1596. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Seamus O'Connor died in 1566 after 40 years a shepherd. Multiple shepherds documented his continued assistance through 1680. The phenomenon represents one of the longest documented cases of benevolent haunting in the region. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1639DA. Classification Priest's record. Date of statement 7th October 1639. Location County Cork, Ireland. Author Father Michael McCarthy. Record of the Communion Railway. Father Michael McCarthy do record events during communion. I serve Mass each Sunday for my parish. The faithful approach the rail to receive the sacrament. I know each communicant, each face, but recently additional communicants have appeared, people I do not recognize among the living. They kneel at the rail alongside my parishioners, heads bowed, hands folded in devotion. I see them clearly during the consecration. When I elevate the host, they are there. Transparent, barely visible, but unmistakably present. At first, I thought my vision was failing. That age was affecting my eyes, but they appear too consistently, too clearly formed to be mere tricks of light. I see them every Mass. Different individuals, different numbers, sometimes 5, sometimes 20, all kneeling reverently at the rail. I asked my bishop about this phenomenon. He said I was blessed with a gift, the ability to see faithful souls, Catholics who died in this parish, returning to receive the sacrament, unable to abandon their devotion, unable to stop attending Mass. He told me to serve them, to acknowledge their presence, to include them in my blessing. Now when I distribute communion, I serve all who kneel, both the living and the dead. I place the host on each living tongue, and I make the sign over each phantom figure, blessing them as I bless the others. They respond with the same devotion, crossing themselves, bowing their heads. Then they fade as they depart, released until next Sunday. My living parishioners sense something. They say the Mass feels fuller now, more attended, more powerful. They do not know how right they are. The congregation is much larger than they see. Centuries of faithful Catholics, all returning for Mass, all maintaining their devotion. Death has not ended their faith, has not stopped their need for communion. They return weekly to kneel at this rail, to receive blessings from this altar. I am honored to serve them, to be the priest for both living and dead, to ensure all faithful souls receive communion. Father Michael McCarthy, County Cork, Ireland, 7th October 1639. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, The parish church was established in 1420, over 2 centuries of Catholic worship before this account. Multiple priests documented similar phenomena. The church remained in use until 1823, when a larger structure replaced it. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1576DB. Classification Widow's Notes. Date of statement 21st December 1576. Location County Sligo, Ireland. Author Widowmare O'Hara. Notes on the Christmas preparations. I, Widowmare O'Hara, do record how my home is decorated. Each Christmas, I prepare my house for the holy day, bringing in holly, lighting candles, baking bread. Traditional preparations I have done for 40 years. But this year, I did not do them alone. My late husband helped me. Thomas died last summer after long illness. This Christmas would be my first without him. I dreaded the preparations. Everything would remind me of his absence. But as I began the work, I felt him near. Not imagination, but actual presence. Strong and warm, as he was in life. I started bringing in holly from the woods. When I returned, more holly adorned the house, placed exactly where Thomas always put it, in corners he favoured, on mantles he preferred. I began making bread for Christmas morning. When I turned from the oven, additional loaves appeared, shaped in Thomas's distinctive style, the pattern he always used for holy days. Candles lit themselves in windows, positioned where he always placed them, creating the warm glow he loved. Everything prepared as we always did together. I spoke to him as I worked, thanking him for his help, telling him I missed him. The candles flickered as if in response. The warmth in the house increased. His presence grew stronger. Christmas morning arrived. I woke to find the house perfectly prepared. Every tradition honoured, every custom maintained, as if Thomas had never left. I went to Mass carrying peace instead of sorrow. My husband still shares my life, still maintains our traditions, still ensures our Christmas is celebrated properly. Other widows tell me grief will ease, that eventually I will accept his absence. But I do not feel his absence. I feel his presence daily, especially during important times, especially during traditions we shared. He has not abandoned me, has not left me to face life alone. Death changed our relationship, but it did not end it. We still share our home, still maintain our customs, still celebrate holy days together. This Christmas was not lonely. It was filled with his love, as all our Christmases were. Widow Mera O'Hara, County Sligo, Ireland, 21st December. 1576. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Thomas O'Hara died in 1576 as stated. Mayor lived until 1590, maintaining the house and traditions. Neighbours reported unusual warmth and light from her home during holidays, supporting her account of Thomas's continued presence. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1615DC. Classification Bailiff's account. Date of statement 9th March 1615. Location County Waterford, Ireland. Author Bailiff Edmund Power. Account of property protection Wa. Bailiff Edmund Power. Do give account of my duties at an estate. I manage property for an English landlord, ensuring buildings are maintained, rents collected. One property has proven difficult to manage. a manor house that resists all attempts at renovation. Each time I hire workers to make improvements, problems occur. Tools disappear, materials are damaged. Workers report feeling unwelcome. Several have left mid-project, refusing to return. Those who persist encounter increasingly serious obstacles. Scaffolding collapses without cause. Ladders break under minimal weight. Equipment fails in dangerous ways. I suspected sabotage by locals, those who object to English ownership, but I found no evidence of human interference. Instead, I discovered something else entirely. The manor's original owner still resides there, protecting his property from unwanted changes. I encountered him while inspecting work. An elderly gentleman appeared in the main hall, dressed in clothing from decades past. He addressed me directly. "This is my home," he said. "I built it to my specifications. You will not alter it." I explained I acted for the new owner, that improvements were necessary. He was unmoved. "I recognize no new owner," he replied. "This property is mine. I will defend it from vandalism. Your improvements violate my design. They cease immediately." I tried to reason with him, but he simply disappeared. That night, all our building materials burned. No natural cause could be determined. The workers refused to return. I reported this to the landlord. He dismissed my concerns, ordered me to hire new workers. I complied reluctantly. These workers faced worse problems. One man fell from a ladder that should have been secure. He broke his leg and claimed he was pushed. Another reported hands grabbing him, trying to throw him from the roof. After that, no workers would take the job. The manor stands as it was. No improvements made. The ghost owner has successfully defended his property. The landlord has abandoned renovation plans. The manor remains exactly as its builder intended. He watches over it still, ensuring his vision remains intact, defending his home from beyond the grave. Bailiff Edmund Power, County Waterford, Ireland, 9th March, 1615. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Lord Richard Power built the manor in 1560. He died in 1600, having maintained exacting standards for his property. The manor stood unaltered until destruction during Cromwellian conflicts in 1650. Multiple renovation attempts failed as described. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1589DD. Classification: Merchant Statement. Date of statement: 17th May 1589. Location: County Tyrone, Ireland. Author: Daniel O'Neill. Merchant statement about the ledger. Daniel O'Neill, do make statement about my account books. I keep careful records of all transactions. Each purchase, each sale meticulously documented. At day's end, I total my accounts. But recently, my totals have been corrected. By someone with better mathematical skill. I find errors marked in my ledger, calculations corrected in my own handwriting. Yet I did not make these corrections. The marks appear overnight, always accurate, always improving my accounting. I compared the corrected handwriting to old ledgers, my father's ledgers from when he ran this business. The handwriting matches his exactly. My father taught me this trade. He kept immaculate records, never made errors in his calculations. He died 5 years ago, but apparently he still reviews my work, still ensures the books are accurate, still maintains the standards he established. I have tested this phenomenon. I deliberately made errors one evening. Obvious mistakes in addition. The next morning, all were corrected. Each error marked and fixed, with notes explaining the proper calculation. My father teaching me still, showing me where I went wrong, ensuring I learned to do it correctly. I am grateful for his continued guidance, but also somewhat embarrassed. I am a grown man, established merchant, yet my father still corrects my arithmetic, still reviews my work like a stern teacher. Death has not ended his role as my instructor. Other merchants comment on my accuracy. They say I inherited my father's precision. They do not know how literal that inheritance is. That precision comes from him directly. Each night, he reviews my ledgers. Each morning, I find his corrections. An eternal audit by a perfectionist accountant. I will maintain this business until I die. Then, perhaps I too will review the next merchant's work. Ensure the standards continue. Ensure the accuracy my father demanded, generation after generation. Merchants guiding merchants. Daniel O'Neill, Merchant County Tyrone, Ireland, 17th May, 1589. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Connell, O'Neill. O'Neill died in 1584 after 35 years in business, known for exceptional record keeping. Daniel operated successfully until 1620. Business ledgers from this period show remarkably few errors, supporting his account of supernatural oversight. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1647DE. Classification Farmer's Record. Date of statement 23rd August 1647. Location County Derry, Ireland. Author Seamus O'Doherty. Farmer. Record of the Harvest Dance. I, Seamus O'Doherty, do record a tradition that continues beyond death. Each year after harvest, we hold a celebration. Dancing, music, food, and drink. Thanking God for the bounty. Celebrating survival through another year. This tradition has continued for generations. But now, not all dancers are among the living. I first noticed during last year's harvest dance. The celebration was particularly joyous. Good harvest, fine weather, plenty of food. As the dancing grew lively, I saw them. Additional figures moving through the dancers. Older people, dressed in styles from past decades. They danced with the same enthusiasm as the living, participating fully in the celebration. I watched one elderly couple. They moved with practiced ease, dancing steps no longer commonly done, the old ways from when they were young. They smiled at each other, clearly enjoying the dance. Then I recognized them. My grandparents, dead these 20 years. Both loved the harvest dance above all celebrations. They had not missed one in 50 years of marriage. Apparently, death had not stopped their attendance. I looked around more carefully. I recognized many of the phantom dancers, former neighbors, deceased relatives, people who celebrated this harvest for decades, all returning for one more dance, unable to abandon this joyful tradition. The living dancers seemed to sense something. They said the celebration felt fuller this year, more energetic, more joyous. They did not know they danced with ghosts, that the celebration spanned both life and death. Since then, I watch for them each harvest. They always come as darkness falls. They join the dancing, moving among the living, celebrating as they always did. This brings me great comfort. Death does not end our community, does not stop our traditions. Those who love this celebration continue to attend, still dancing, still celebrating, still part of our yearly gratitude. I wonder if I will return after I die, if I will dance at harvest yet to come, join the phantom celebrants, moving among my children and grandchildren, still participating in the tradition I love. I believe I will. Some joys are too great to abandon, some traditions too important to miss. Death may take us from daily life, but it cannot stop us from celebrating. Seamus O'Doherty, Farmer County Derry, Ireland. 23rd August, 1647. Archivists note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Harvest celebrations in this region date to pre-Christian times. Multiple families documented phantom celebrants at these gatherings through the 1700s. The tradition continued until displacement during the famine years. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 156-1DF. Classification: Nun's Testament. Date of statement: 1st April 1561. Location: County Limerick, Ireland. Author: Sister Catherine O'Brien. Testament of the Garden Prayer. I, Sister Catherine O'Brien, do testify about our convent garden. We maintain a small prayer garden, a peaceful place for meditation and devotion. Sisters walk there during contemplation hours, praying, reflecting, seeking closer communion with God. But we do not walk alone. Other sisters walk there too. Sisters who died long ago. I see them most clearly in early morning, when mist still hangs over the garden paths. They walk slowly, heads bowed, lips moving in silent prayer, following the same paths we follow, stopping at the same places we stop, continuing devotions they practiced in life. I recognize some from portraits in our records. Sister Agnes, who founded this garden. Sister Bridget, who tended it for 40 years. Sister Mary, who died while praying here. All returned to the place they loved, unable to abandon their spiritual practice. Their prayers have not ceased with death. They continue their vigil, maintaining the devotion they vowed in life. I have begun coordinating my walks with theirs, walking when they walk, praying where they pray, feeling connection across the boundaries of time. Sometimes I sense them more strongly, as if they notice me, as if they acknowledge my presence. The air grows warmer where they stand. The garden feels more sacred. Prayer becomes easier, deeper, as if their decades of devotion have sanctified this ground. Their eternal prayer creates a holy space, where the veil between worlds grows thin, where we living sisters feel closer to God, because they remain here praying. Other sisters report similar experiences. We discuss it during community meetings. All have seen the phantom sisters. All have felt their presence. The Mother Superior says we are blessed, that our garden holds accumulated holiness, that centuries of prayer create permanent sanctity. The dead continue their devotion, adding to the spiritual power of this place, making it easier for us to pray. We benefit from their eternal vigil. I am grateful for their presence. They remind me that devotion transcends death, that prayer is eternal, that we join a community spanning centuries, all dedicated to the same purpose, all seeking the same communion. Sister Catherine O'Brien, County Limerick, Ireland, 1st April, 1561. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The prayer garden was established in 1340, over 2 centuries of continuous use before this account. Multiple sisters documented the phantom prayer walkers. The convent operated until dissolution in 1652. The garden site remains visible today. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1618 DG. Classification: Constable's testimony. Date of statement: 19th June 1618. Location: County Mayo, Ireland. Author: Constable Brendan O'Malley. Testimony of the Night Watch. Why, Constable Brendan O'Malley, do testify about my patrol duties. I maintain watch over the town each night, ensuring safety, preventing crime, helping those in need. The work is lonely, walking dark streets for hours. But I'm not as alone as I thought. Others walk these streets with me. Previous constables, still performing their duties. I first encountered one on a foggy night. I heard footsteps matching my pace. Someone walked parallel to me on the next street. I called out, asking who was there. A voice responded, identifying himself as Constable. I went to meet him, found a man in old uniform. He introduced himself as Martin O'Connor, said he patrolled these streets for 20 years. I knew that name from town records. Martin O'Connor died 15 years ago. Yet here he stood, continuing his rounds. He asked about current troubles in town. I told him what I knew. He nodded, offered advice. Told me which areas needed special attention, which families required watching. His knowledge was precise and helpful. Then he simply faded into the fog, gone as mysteriously as he appeared. I have encountered him many times since, and others like him. Former constables, all continuing their watch, all protecting the town they served in life. They appear when I need guidance, when I face situations beyond my experience. They offer wisdom gained from years of service. Then they return to their own patrols, walking streets they will never abandon. One night, I faced a dangerous confrontation. 3 men, drunk and violent. I was alone, outnumbered. I felt fear rising as they approached. Then they appeared around me. 5 phantom constables forming a line, standing with me against the threat. The drunk men saw them too. Their eyes widened in terror. They fled without another word. The phantom constables nodded to me, then dispersed back to their separate patrols. I am grateful for their continued service. They watch over this town eternally, training new constables like myself, protecting citizens even after death. Some of them died while serving, killed in the line of duty. Others simply worked until they could not continue. All chose to return, unable to abandon the responsibility, unable to stop protecting their community. I wonder if I will join them. When my service ends, will I return to walk these streets? Will I guide future constables? Will I maintain eternal watch? I believe I will. This work becomes part of you. The duty never truly ends. Even death cannot release us. We remain constables forever. Constable Brendan O'Malley, County Mayo, Ireland, 19th June 1618. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Martin. O'Connor died in 1603 while serving as constable. Town records document 6 constables dying in service between 1580 to 1615. Multiple subsequent constables reported encounters with phantom patrol officers through 1690. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1579DH. Classification: Apothecary's record. Date of statement: 4th August 1579. Location: County Wexford, Ireland. Author: Thomas Furlong, Apothecary. Record of the medicine cabinet. Thomas Furlong, do record unusual organization in my shop. I maintain an apothecary preparing remedies for the ill. My shop holds hundreds of herbs and compounds. Proper organization is essential. Wrong medicine could kill rather than cure, but I'm not naturally orderly. I try to maintain system but often fail. Bottles end up misplaced. Herbs stored in wrong containers. Dangerous compounds too close to harmless ones. Then someone began reorganizing my shop. Each morning, I find improvements. Bottles properly labeled and positioned. Dangerous substances secured away from others. Similar remedies grouped together logically. The organization surpasses my own abilities. Shows knowledge deeper than mine. I compared this system to old records. My predecessor's notes on shop organization. The current arrangement matches his exactly. The same groupings, the same logic, the same careful separation of incompatible substances. My predecessor died 3 years ago, but apparently he still tends his shop, still ensures proper organization, still prevents dangerous mistakes. One night, I stayed late preparing medicines. I heard someone moving in the back room. Bottles clinking, drawers opening. I investigated carefully. I saw him working. My predecessor, organizing supplies. His transparent hands moved bottles, repositioning, rearranging, improving. He worked with the ease of long practice, the confidence of true expertise. I spoke his name. He turned and looked at me. His expression showed satisfaction, as if pleased I recognized his work. Then he continued organizing. Ignoring my presence, focused on his task. I watched him work for an hour, learning his system through observation, understanding the logic behind each placement. When he finished, he surveyed his work, nodded with approval, then faded from view. Since then, I maintain his system. Keep bottles where he places them. Follow the organization he establishes. My work has improved dramatically. Fewer mistakes, faster preparation, better outcomes for patients. His organization saves lives, even though he no longer lives. Other apothecaries ask about my system. They want to know how I organize so well. I tell them I had an excellent teacher, that I follow his methods exactly. They do not need to know. That teacher still instructs me, still maintains the shop, still ensures everything is properly arranged. Some knowledge is too valuable to die. Some expertise must continue serving. My predecessor understood this. His dedication transcends death. Thomas Furlong, Apothecary, County Wexford, Ireland, 4th of August, 1579. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Richard Furlong operated the apothecary from 1530 to 1576, known for exceptional organizational skills and safety consciousness. Thomas maintained successful practice until 1610. Medical records show notably few accidents or incorrect prescriptions during his tenure. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1643DI. Classification: Farmer's Notes. Date of statement: 22nd September 1643. Location: County Antrim, Ireland. Author: Con O'Neill. Farmer notes on the ploughing pattern. Con O'Neill, do record guidance I receive while ploughing. I work land that has been farmed for centuries. The fields hold memory of all who worked them, and sometimes that memory provides instruction. When I plough, I see them. Ghostly furrows appearing ahead of mine, showing me the proper pattern, the most efficient path across the field. I first noticed during spring ploughing. I was working a difficult field. Uneven ground, rocks hidden beneath soil. I struggled to find the best approach. Then I saw furrows appearing. Not real furrows, but phantom lines, glowing faintly in the earth, showing exactly where to plough. I followed them. The work became easier immediately. The pattern avoided hidden obstacles, created straight, even rows, better than I could have planned myself. Since then, the phantom furrows appear regularly, guiding me through each field, showing patterns learned over generations. The accumulated wisdom of every farmer who worked this land. They appear strongest in difficult conditions, when the work is hardest, when I most need guidance. The phantom furrows lead me around problems, through the most efficient routes, making hard work manageable. I am learning from centuries of experience. Every farmer who ever ploughed these fields, their knowledge somehow remains in the land, available to those who follow after. My neighbours comment on my ploughing. They say I work with unexpected skill, that my furrows are remarkably straight. I do not tell them about my guides, about the phantom patterns I follow. They would think me mad, but I know the truth. The land remembers. The earth holds the memory of every plough that cut it, every farmer who walked behind oxen. All that experience remains accessible, visible to those who watch carefully. I am grateful for this guidance. Farming is hard enough without mistakes. The phantom furrows help me avoid errors, help me work as my ancestors did, connecting me to generations of farmers, all of us working the same land, all of us following the same patterns, living and dead, ploughing together. One day, perhaps my furrows will guide others. My patterns will appear for future farmers. My knowledge will join the accumulated wisdom. I will become part of the land's memory, still helping, still teaching, still ensuring the work continues properly. Con O'Neill, Farmer County, Antrim, Ireland, 22nd September, 1643. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The farmland has been continuously worked since at least 800 CE. Con's account aligns with folklore about fairy furrows that guide ploughing. Multiple farmers across Ireland documented similar phenomena of supernatural ploughing guidance. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1586DJ. Classification: Widow's account. Date of statement: 11th November 1586. Location: County Cavan, Ireland. Author: Widow Grynia McMahon. Account of the family table. I, Widow Grynia McMahon, do give account of my dinner table. I have lived alone since my husband died. My children grew and moved to their own homes. I eat my meals in solitude now, or so I thought. But my table is never truly empty. Others sit with me. Family members who died years ago. I see them most clearly during evening meals. As darkness falls and candles are lit, they take their old places at the table. My husband at the head, my parents on either side, my brother, who died young, beside them, all sitting as they did when they lived. I set places for them now, empty plates, unused cups, but it comforts me to see them there, to share meals as we once did. I speak to them while eating, tell them about my day, share news of the living children. They do not respond in words, but I feel their attention, their continued interest in family affairs. Sometimes candles flicker when I speak certain names, as if they react to news of grandchildren or respond to mentions of old friends. On holy days, the table grows more crowded. Extended family appears. Grandparents I barely remember, aunts and uncles from childhood, all gathering as they did for celebrations, maintaining traditions even after death. The living family thinks I eat alone. They worry about my isolation. They do not understand I am surrounded, that every meal is a family gathering, that death has not separated us. I am not lonely in this house. My family remains with me, sharing my table, sharing my life, continuing the bonds we built in life. Some widows speak of crushing loneliness, of houses that feel too empty. I do not understand this. My house feels full, full of presence, full of love, full of family that transcends death. I look forward to my own death, when I will join them more fully, when I can sit at the table as they do, visible to the next generation, maintaining watch over family, ensuring no one eats alone. Until then, I cherish these shared meals, these moments when the boundary thins, when I can see and feel the family that continues beyond death. Widow Grania McMahon, County Cavan, Ireland, 11th November 1586. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Grania lived until 1595. Family records note she maintained the custom of setting places for deceased family through her final years. Her descendants reported similar experiences in the house through 1670, when it passed from family ownership. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1624DK. Classification: Prior's Testament. Date of statement: 5th December 1624. Location: County Donegal, Ireland. Author: Prior Eamon O'Donnell. Testament of the Abbey bells are: Prior Eamon O'Donnell do testify about our Abbey bells. The bells call brothers to prayer at appointed hours. They have rung for 4 centuries, marking time, summoning the faithful. But recently they ring themselves. No hand pulls the ropes. Yet the bells sound at proper times. I first noticed when Brother Thomas fell ill. He served as bell ringer for 20 years, too sick to leave his bed. I prepared to ring the bells myself, but as the hour approached, they rang. Perfect timing, perfect rhythm, exactly as Brother Thomas rang them. I investigated the bell tower. No one stood at the ropes, yet they moved, pulled by invisible hands. The bells sounded across the valley, calling brothers to prayer as always. This continued throughout Brother Thomas's illness and after his death. The bells ring themselves still. I have observed this many times. At each prayer hour, the ropes move, pulled in the distinctive pattern Brother Thomas used, but I see no one there, only empty air and swaying ropes. Other brothers have witnessed this. We gather to watch sometimes. The spectacle is both eerie and comforting. Brother Thomas continues his service. Death has not released him from duty. He rings the bells still, calling us to prayer from beyond the grave. I researched our Abbey's history. Brother Thomas was not the first bell ringer. Many served before him across the centuries. I wonder if they all remain, if generations of bell ringers take turns sounding the hours, all maintaining the rhythm of monastic life, all ensuring prayer never ceases. The bells have become more than metal. They are a bridge between worlds, rung by hands we cannot see, sounded by devotion that transcends death. When new brothers ask who rings the bells, I tell them Brother Thomas does. They assume I mean someone living. I do not correct them. They will learn the truth eventually. When they watch the ropes move, when they realize no living hand touches them, then they will understand. That service here does not end with death. That dedication continues eternally, that we work alongside those who came before, all united in the same purpose, living and dead, praying together, called to worship by bells rung by ghosts. Prior Eamon O'Donnell County, Donegal, Ireland, 5th December 1624. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Brother Thomas McSweeney died in 1623 after 20 years as bell ringer. The abbey operated until dissolution in 1611. This date appears inconsistent with the account, suggesting possible error in dating or the abbey's continued informal use. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1565DL. Classification: Physician's Notes. Date of statement: 17th March 1565. Location: County Galway, Ireland. Author: Dr. Brendan Burke. Notes on the teaching voice. I, Dr. Brendan Burke, do record an unusual learning method. I am young in my practice, recently trained. I face cases that challenge my knowledge, conditions I have not encountered before. But when I am uncertain, guidance comes. A voice speaks in my mind, teaching me what I need to know. At first, I thought this was intuition, my own knowledge surfacing, but the voice is distinct from my thoughts. It speaks in another's manner, uses terms and phrases not my own. The voice appeared during a difficult case, a child with mysterious symptoms. I examined carefully but found no cause. I prepared to admit my ignorance. Then the voice spoke. Check the tongue, it said. Look for white patches beneath. I did so and found exactly that. The voice continued instructing, telling me diagnosis and treatment. I followed its guidance. The child recovered completely. Since then, the voice comes regularly, always when I face uncertainty, always providing correct information. I have tested it repeatedly, asked questions, sought clarification. The answers always prove accurate. I researched who might speak to me. I learned my teacher died last year, the physician who trained me. He died suddenly, his teaching incomplete. Many things he meant to show me, lessons he planned to give, all left unfinished by his death. But apparently, death has not stopped the teaching. He continues instructing me, completing the education he started, ensuring I am properly prepared. Other physicians comment on my knowledge. They say I know things beyond my experience, that I diagnose with unexpected accuracy. I do not tell them about the voice, about my dead teacher guiding me. They would question my sanity. But I know this is real. The voice is consistent, knowledgeable. It saves lives through me. My teacher's wisdom did not die with him. It continues serving through his students. He works through me now, seeing patients, making diagnoses, prescribing treatments he knows will work. We practice medicine together. Living student and dead teacher, caring for patients across death's boundary. I will honor this gift, continue learning from him, ensure his knowledge reaches those who need it. Dr. Brendan Burke, County Galway, Ireland, 17th March 1565. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Dr. Colm O'Brien died in 1564 as stated. Known for thorough teaching methods, Burke practiced successfully until 1595. Medical records note his particularly accurate diagnoses during the 1570s-1580s period. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1635DM. Classification: Merchant's Record. Date of statement: 28th July 1635. Location: County Cork, Ireland. Author: William McCarthy, Merchant Record of the Shop Assistant A. William McCarthy, do record unusual help in my shop. I operate a general store, selling various goods. The work requires constant attention. Stocking shelves, serving customers, maintaining inventory. I manage alone most days. Or I thought I did. But someone else works in my shop. An assistant I cannot see. I first noticed when goods appeared on shelves. Items I had not stocked. Placed properly, organized well. But done when I was elsewhere. I thought perhaps I forgot. That I stocked them while distracted. But it continued happening. Shelves organized overnight. Inventory counted and recorded. All work I did not do. Then, customers began commenting. They mentioned being helped by a young man. Described him in detail. But I employed no assistant. I questioned them carefully. They insisted someone served them. A helpful young man with red hair. Polite, knowledgeable about the goods. I recognized the description. My brother, who died 5 years ago. He worked in this shop since childhood, knew every item, every price. Apparently, he continues working, unable to abandon the shop he loved. I have sensed him many times since. A presence moving through the store. The sound of someone stocking shelves. Footsteps when I'm alone. Customers continue reporting him. Some see him clearly. Others just feel helped by someone. They cannot quite see but know is present. He serves them well, answers their questions correctly, helps them find what they need, better than I could alone. The shop runs more smoothly with him, more organized, better stocked, customers more satisfied. I am grateful for his continued help. Many brothers drift apart in life. Death brought us closer. He returns to work beside me, as we worked as children, side by side in our father's shop. Some bonds survive everything. Some partnerships transcend death. My brother and I work together still. William McCarthy, Merchant, County Cork, Ireland, 28th July 1635. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Daniel McCarthy died in 1630 at age 23. Known for dedication to the family, business. The shop operated successfully until 1670. Multiple customers documented encounters with the helpful phantom assistant. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1594DN. Classification: Farmer's Statement. Date of statement: 9th October 1594. Location: County Roscommon, Ireland. Author: Donal Burke. Farmer's Statement about the seed selection eye. Donal Burke, do make statement about choosing seed. Each year, I must select grain for planting. The right seed ensures good harvest. Poor selection means failed crops. I lack my father's skill at this task. He could examine grain and know its quality, could predict which seed would thrive. I tried to match his knowledge but fall short. Then he began helping me, showing me which grain to choose. I spread the harvest on my table, different grain from different fields. I must choose the best for planting. I examine carefully, but feel uncertain. Then I sense him nearby, my father standing beside me. I cannot see him clearly, but I feel his presence strongly. His hand seems to guide mine, moving toward certain grain, avoiding others. I follow this guidance, choose the seed he indicates. Every year, the crops are excellent, better than when I chose alone. He knows quality I cannot see, understands grain in ways I never will. His lifetime of experience continues serving through me. Other farmers ask my secret, how I select such good seed. I tell them I learned from my father. They assume I mean past lessons. They do not know he teaches me still, that he stands beside me each selection, that his hand guides mine. I will never match his skill, but with his help, I do not need to. He provides the expertise. I provide the physical presence. Together, we select perfect seed. Together, we ensure successful harvest. My children watch me work. They see me examining grain. They do not see their grandfather, standing at my shoulder, teaching me as he once taught them. One day, I will die. Perhaps I will return to help them, guide their hands as my father guides mine, ensure the knowledge continues, generation after generation, fathers helping sons across death's boundary. Donald Burke, Farmer County, Roscommon, Ireland 9th. October 1594. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Connor. Burke died in 1590 after 60 years of farming. Known for exceptional seed selection skills, Donald maintained successful harvests until his death in 1620. The farm remained in family hands through several more generations. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1613. DU classification. Shepherd's record. Date of statement 15th April 1613. Location County Wicklow, Ireland. Author Patrick Byrne, Shepherd. Record of the flock, Count 1, Patrick Byrne. Do record assistance with my duties. Each evening, I count my sheep, ensuring none are lost or strayed. The count must be accurate. Missing sheep must be found before nightfall, but I often miscount, miss animals in the fading light, lose track and must start over. Then someone began helping me count. A voice speaks numbers alongside mine, keeping accurate tally when I lose track. The first time, I thought I imagined it, my own voice echoing strangely, but the voice counts differently than I do, uses different rhythm, different order, yet always reaches correct total. I recognize the voice now. My grandfather, who taught me shepherding. He counted sheep for 70 years, never missed one, never made mistakes. His count was always exact. Apparently, death has not changed this. He continues counting, helping me maintain accuracy, ensuring no sheep are lost. When I reach my count, his voice confirms, or corrects if I made errors. I trust his count over my own. He sees what I miss, notices sheep I overlook, his lifetime of experience, guides me still. Other shepherds struggle with evening counts. They lose track, grow frustrated, Must recount multiple times. I finish quickly and accurately. My grandfather ensures this, his voice steady and certain, never wavering, never wrong. I have stopped trying to count alone. Instead, I count with him, our voices together in the twilight, grandfather and grandson, working as we did when he lived. The sheep seem to sense him too. They settle more calmly, as if his presence comforts them, as if they remember his care. I will tend these slopes until I am old. Then perhaps I too will remain, counting sheep for my grandson, ensuring none are lost, continuing the watch across generations. Patrick Byrne, Shepherd County, Wicklow, Ireland of 15th April, 1613. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Seamus Byrne, died in 1610, after 70 years a shepherd, known for never losing sheep. Patrick continued shepherding until 1640. Family records note he maintained perfect flock counts throughout his career. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1573DP. Classification: Priest's account. Date of statement: 23rd September 1573. Location: County Kilkenny, Ireland. Author: Father Hugh Butler. Account of the Midnight Mass. Father Hugh Butler. Do give account of unusual worship. I serve Mass at appointed times, morning, noon, evening as required. But Mass is also said at midnight, when I'm asleep in my bed, and the church should be empty and locked. I first learned of this from a parishioner. He could not sleep one night. Walked past the church near midnight, saw light through the windows, heard the sounds of Mass being said, Latin prayers, bell ringing, all the familiar elements. He peered through a window, saw the church filled with worshippers, all transparent, barely visible. A phantom congregation attending phantom Mass. I did not believe him at first, thought he had been drinking, but others reported the same thing. Multiple witnesses, all sober and credible. I decided to observe myself. I hid near the church one midnight. As the hour struck, I heard it. The church door opening. Footsteps entering, many people. I watched through a window. The church was indeed full, rows of transparent figures, all kneeling, standing, following the Mass, and at the altar, a priest, dressed in old vestments, saying Mass in the ancient form. I recognized him from paintings. Father Aidan O'Brien. He served this parish 60 years ago, died while saying morning Mass, collapsed at the altar. Apparently, he continues his service, says Mass for those who cannot stop attending. The faithful dead, still worshipping, still maintaining their devotion. I have watched many times since. The midnight Mass never varies. Same prayers, same ritual. Performed perfectly by priest and congregation. All trapped in eternal worship. Or perhaps not trapped. Perhaps continuing willingly. Unable to imagine existence without Mass. Without this sacred ritual they loved in life. I no longer hide while watching. Instead, I stand openly. Sometimes I pray with them, joining my voice to theirs, living and dead, worshipping together. The church serves both. This building spans two worlds, hosting Mass for all who need it. Father Hugh Butler, County Kilkenny, Ireland, 23rd September 1573. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Father Aidan O'Brien died in 1513 while celebrating Mass. The church operated until 1650. Multiple priests and parishioners documented the midnight mass phenomenon. The practice apparently continued until the church's destruction during Cromwellian conflicts. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1648DQ. Classification: Widow's Testament. Date of statement: 1st May 1648. Location: County Louth, Ireland. Author: Widow Kathleen O'Reilly. Testament of my husband's chair. Widow Kathleen O'Reilly. Do testify about my late husband's presence. Thomas died last winter after brief illness. We were married 40 years. The house feels empty without him. Or it would, if he had truly left. But he remains here with me, sitting in his chair each evening. I see him there as clearly as in life, not transparent or ghostly, but solid and real, wearing his favorite clothes, smoking his pipe, exactly as he always did. At first, I thought grief deceived me, that my mind created comfort, but he is too real to be imagination. He looks at me with knowing eyes, smiles the same gentle smile, sometimes nods when I speak. I have accepted this gift. Many widows lose their husbands completely, face the rest of life alone. I remain with mine. He sits in his chair each evening, keeping me company through long nights. I tell him about my day, read to him as I used to. He listens attentively, responds with small gestures, a nod, a smile, a slight movement, all the communication we need. My children think I speak to empty air. They cannot see him as I do. They worry about my mind. But I am not mad. I am fortunate. Death did not take my husband, only changed how we exist together. He remains beside me, present in all ways that matter. Friends suggest I remarry, say I am too young for widowhood. I decline politely. How can I remarry? My husband still lives with me, still shares my evenings, still provides companionship. I am not alone. I am not truly a widow. My husband and I continue. Our marriage has not ended, only transformed. When I die, we will be together fully. Until then, I cherish these evenings, these hours when he sits beside me, when death's boundary seems thin, when our love proves stronger than dying. Widow Kathleen O'Reilly County, Louth, Ireland, 1st May 1648. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Thomas O'Reilly died in 1647 as stated. Kathleen lived until 1655. Neighbours reported she maintained conversation with someone in her home until her own death. The house passed from family ownership shortly after. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1582DR. Classification: Blacksmith's Testament. Date of statement: 13th December 1582. Location: County Meath, Ireland. Author: Eamon Kennedy. Blacksmith Testament of the Forge Fire. Why? Eamon Kennedy. Do testify about my forge. The fire is the heart of blacksmithing. Proper temperature is essential. Too hot or too cool ruins the work. I struggle to maintain perfect heat, but someone else tends my fire, adjusting it when I cannot. The first indication came during difficult work. I was forging a complex piece, required exact temperature. I turned to check the iron. When I looked back, the fire had been adjusted. Coals moved, airflow changed, creating perfect heat for my needs. I had not touched it. Yet it was exactly right. This has continued ever since. My fire maintains itself, adjusts to what I need, as if someone reads my work, understands what temperature I require, and provides it before I ask. I researched the forge's history. 3 generations worked here before me. My great-grandfather built it. My grandfather and father maintained it. All masters of fire management. I believe they all remain. All still tending the forge. All ensuring the fire burns correctly. I sense them sometimes, standing near the forge, watching my work, adjusting the fire when needed, teaching me through action. Their combined expertise guides the flames, creates perfect working conditions. I am learning from 3 masters, all working together, all dedicated to the craft, all unable to abandon the forge. Other blacksmiths envy my fire. They say it burns more steadily than theirs. They ask how I maintain such control. I tell them I learned from my family. They assume I mean past lessons. They do not know my family still teaches, still tends the fire, still ensures perfect heat. I will work this forge until I die. Then perhaps I too will remain. Join my ancestors tending the flames. 4 generations maintaining one fire, ensuring the craft continues. Eamon Kennedy, Blacksmith County, Meath, Ireland, 13th December, Smala. 1582 Archivist's Note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The forge was established in 1502. 4 generations of Kennedys worked there before Eamon. The forge operated until 1650. Multiple smiths noted its exceptional fire characteristics. The structure burned in 1651. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1621DS. Classification Miller's Notes. Date of statement 27th June 1621. Location County Waterford, Ireland. Author Brian Power. Miller notes on the grinding song I, Brian Power, do record music in my mill. The mill makes many sounds while working. Wheel turning, stones grinding, water flowing. But recently I hear singing among these sounds. A voice singing old milling songs. Songs that keep the rhythm of work. I first heard it on a quiet morning. The mill was running smoothly. I stood watching the stones turn. Then I heard the singing. A man's voice, strong and clear. Singing a song I did not know. But the rhythm matched the mill perfectly. I searched for the singer. No one else was present. Yet the singing continued, following the pace of grinding, rising and falling with the work. I asked my grandfather about milling songs. He remembered them from his youth. Songs that millers sang while working, keeping time, maintaining rhythm, making long hours pass easier. He sang one for me. It matched what I heard. The same melody, the same beat. Songs from generations past, still being sung in my mill by someone who cannot stop working, cannot abandon the rhythm. I have learned to sing with the voice, joining the phantom miller's song. Our voices blend in the mill, past and present, working together. The songs help me maintain proper pace, keep the rhythm my grandfather knew, the rhythm his father knew. Passed down through song, through phantom voice, teaching me the old ways. The mill runs better when I sing. Work flows more smoothly, grain grinds more evenly, as if the singing itself improves the process, as if music is part of milling, as essential as water and stone. I no longer work in silence. Instead, I work with song. voices across generations, all singing the same rhythm, all maintaining the same tradition. The mill is never silent now, even when I am not here. The phantom miller sings, keeping time, keeping tradition, ensuring the music never stops. Brian Power, Miller County, Waterford, Ireland, 27th June, 1621. Archivists, note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The mill operated from 1480s through 1680. Numerous millers documented the singing phenomenon. The tradition of milling songs was common, but had largely died out by this period, making the phantom singer a keeper of lost tradition. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1569DT. Classification Farmer's Record. Date of statement 8th November 1569. Location County Clare, Ireland. Author Tadg O'Brien. Farmer Record of the Harvest. Thanks I, Tadg O'Brien, do record our harvest tradition. Each year after gathering crops we give thanks, a ceremony at field's edge, thanking God for bounty received. My family has done this for generations, but recently more family attends than I expect. Those who should not be able to come, those who died years ago, I see them standing at the field's edge. During the Thanksgiving ceremony, my father, dead these 10 years, my grandfather, gone even longer, other ancestors I know only from stories, all standing together, all participating in the thanks. Their lips move with mine, speaking the same prayers, the same words of gratitude. They cannot abandon this tradition, cannot miss this important moment. They return each harvest, to stand with living family, to give thanks for crops they no longer eat, to maintain the custom they started. My children see them too. They ask who the extra people are. I tell them about their grandfather, about the long line of farmers in our family. All of them present for this moment. All of them still caring about the harvest. This brings me comfort. We are not alone in our work. Generations of farmers stand with us, watching, guiding, blessing, ensuring the traditions continue, ensuring we remember to give thanks. The living tend the fields, but the dead remind us why. Remind us to be grateful, to acknowledge the gifts received, to maintain proper respect. Without them, we might forget, might take the harvest for granted, but they stand at field's edge, silent witnesses to our thanksgiving, holding us accountable to tradition, ensuring we honor what they began. I will stand there too one day, join the phantom witnesses, watch my children give thanks, ensure the tradition continues, generation after generation, all gathered at harvest time, all giving thanks together. Tadg O'Brien, Farmer County, Clare, Ireland, 8th November, 1569. Archivists, note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The O'Brien family maintained continuous farming in this location from at least 1400. The harvest Thanksgiving tradition predates Christian practice, suggesting pre-Christian origins adapted to Catholic custom. Multiple family members documented the phantom witnesses through 1720. End of file. Case closed to public record. The original document remains sealed within the vaults of the British Museum. The NOA archive remains committed to documenting phenomena that defy conventional understanding. These cases are submitted for academic review and further investigation. Further access requires written authorization or curiosity strong enough to ignore the warnings. Until next time, These are the National Occult Archives,